All these big trucks are scaring me.
Trying to interrupt. We're just talking about like, oh well, you know, it could be this, could be that. Like, can we talk about like, I don't know, like this is what
we're trying to talk specifically
facts,
about
bro,
the globe.
not just like
we're trying to address the globe.
I didn't say could be anything. I only said it is curved. That's all I said.
All right,
Yeah, that area
Evan,
of the Earth is curved.
If you don't agree, if you're not claiming a 3959 mile globe, then welcome to flat Earth.
He's not even
why they're lying as well.
Wait, it's not
intended
it's happening flat if the radius is not
in that video only. He's not even claiming it's 360 degrees curving in all directions, all places. Just in that video, that's one place he found Earth curve, and everywhere else he still has to discover his globe. I don't know.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know that place has Earth curve either.
I can just post more images if you like.
Oh, really? Could you show us a verifiable measurement in reality of Earth's curvature? That's what we're interested in.
Wait, so just to be clear, there's no rebuttal.
If I see, if I see,
there's no rebuttal. You can't measure.
I can send you. I'll send a rebuttal. I got you, bro.
All sevens. If I see train tracks that I know are equal distance from each other, but I see that they converge in the distance, is that proof that the two lines, parallel lines, actually meet in the distance?
No, because that's what they're expected to look like. Why are you bringing that up as if it has any relevance?
Okay, now what is it expected to look like when you get high in altitude and you have a limit to your vision? What's it expected to look like?
Yeah, if you're on a flat Earth, you'd expect it not to have that curve.
No, just in reality. If we're on a globe, right, and you get really low to the ground, right, and you can only see so far around you because you're like surrounded by water and you can only see so far, would you expect to see in a circle or a square, or what would you expect? How would you expect to see?
Are you asking what we would expect to see in my image if the Earth were flat versus a globe? Because I can tell you both.
In reality, you get down to the water, right? You're on the water.
Wait. If you're not talking about my image, then I'm not really interested in other things, right?
Why would it change? Why would it change down low and up high? Why would how we see change?
Wait. First, let me just tell you what we expect to see in the image that I posted, because that's the crux of this. I don't know what else you're about. But first, with the image, if in the image the Earth is flat, right, you would not expect to see that curve. If in the image the Earth is round, you would expect to see that curve. Yeah. Right, so to the
in your assertion, right, that on a flat Earth, should we see forever if the Earth is flat?
I don't know, but that doesn't really matter.
Okay. No, that's what you're saying. We should expect to see, right, because we can see forever, or are we limited? Do we have a limit to our vision?
I don't know what you mean by see forever.
Okay, why would I expect on a flat Earth to see a specific way?
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, then you wouldn't see one point lower than another because there's not lower points of land on either side of the center point, right? You're saying that the Earth's height is consistent.
No, we have 3D reality, like 3 dimensions. So what should I expect, right? Right. So when I'm on ground level, I turn in a circle and I see in a circle, right? And when I look,
why are we talking about ground level? We need to talk about the image because it's higher above.
Does it universally apply or not? Does our vision apply universally, or is it different when we're down low and up high? Does our eyes work?
It's definitely different when you're down low and up high. No question about that. I don't know how that's
my eyes are different. Yeah, my eyes are different.
No, what you're seeing is different because you're looking at something different.
Am I seeing it with my eyes?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you're seeing it with.
Or from a place where if you lose your birthday. I'm not a Scouser, I'm from Merseyside.
I don't know what he's saying. All right, so when I see down low, when I'm down low, right, because that's where I spend most of my time, right, I see in a circle, right, because I have a limit to what I can see, right, there's angles, the angles of incident meet, right, and it converges at a point, so then I see everything in a circle. So if I go up higher, I would expect the same thing, to see in a circle, that the thing that's in front of me, let's say I can see let's say I can see 500 miles, right, for some reason, right, now 500 miles in a straight line, right, would be one distance, right? Now, as I rotate to the right or left, if I just keep that line of sight termination at 500 miles, would this make like an arc to my left and right around me?
It would depend what you mean by arc.
Like an arc of vision. If I have a limit,
like if you want to say, oh, there's going to be some fog.
Vision.
If what you're going to say is, oh, there's going to be some fog in the corners that would obscure you seeing the objects in that distance, that would not change the fact that you'd still see fog in those corners, which would still yield a flat surface, but the corners would look more foggy than the center point, which would still yield a flat and not curved surface. So
on a flat surface, should I see in an arc circle vision, or should I see something different?
You should see something different. If by arc circle vision you mean that there's just nothing in the corners, it's like, no, there's not nothing. You'd still see something. If you're just saying that it's going to be obscured by fog, then you'll see the fog instead. Simple.
I don't have fog. It's a nice clear day, right? But the thing that I realized is that I can't see forever, right? That the light that bounces off the object attenuates, right? So it gets
it attenuates into the atmosphere. Yep. That's called fog, bro.
Right. Well, you can call it fog, you can call it right if you want to. So it attenuates into the atmosphere, right? So now we draw a straight line of sight, right, straight in front of me. That's 500 miles straight. Now when I draw when I just rotate to the left or right in this, like in a protractor type fashion, and I just do 500 mile, 500 mile, 500 mile, right? Does it get blurrier at the edges now?
Yeah, it gets blurrier, but there's not nothing.
Okay. That's not nothing. You just see blurry.
Which means that there should be something there, but in the image I show, there's empty spaces.
Okay. So what's different then? So what are we seeing?
What I just said. In the image I showed, there's empty spaces. There's not a blur of something.
He doesn't know what we're seeing. He doesn't know what that curvature is.
No, I just explained what we're seeing. We're seeing empty spaces, which means that there's nothing there that's being obscured by fog.
I just think it's weird that you're scared to death of your own claim.
Did you just hear what I said? Are you even tracking? I literally just said that in the image I posted.
You're terrified. You're terrified of your own claim.
Unlike what he's saying is expected on the hypothesis of the Earth being flat, what we see is not some fog in obscured corners. What we see is actually empty space in those regions.
What we somewhat agreed on was that there's the attenuation of light, that we see things due to the light bouncing off of those things, but it would attenuate at a different distance to the left and right of that straight line. So we wouldn't see, right, the object or the reflection of light. It would seem to be empty, right? Because light is what we see.
We would just see a different. We would still see something there, but it would just be different. If it's going through the fog, it would just turn it some color or make it hazy, but it wouldn't make nothing. Why? You would still see something.
Why?
Gentlemen,
if I turn off all the lights, I won't see anything. Right. So if there's no light there, right, and it doesn't reach my eyes, I don't know why I would see blue. I would see lack of light. I'd see nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing though.
May I ask for clarification on something, sir? Why are you using the term fog consistently when no one's talking about fog?
He's talking about attenuation of light.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with fog.
It actually has everything to do with it. By fog, I just mean atmosphere getting in the way of the light.
He's claiming that the opaqueness of the atmosphere gets absorbed by the things, the particulates in the air get absorbed by the light.
Here's the thing, though. You realize that light attenuates whether there's something obstructing it or not. Right? Light diverges from the source of its source. So by the very nature, every distance out from it, the light reaching that area diminishes, exponentially.
Are you just talking about Lenz's law? How the light gets dimmer?
That's what we're talking about. That's light attenuation, sir.
That's not going to change the shape of the Earth, though. That's just going to make the light get less bright, but that doesn't change anything.
You hear my words, right? I said nothing about the shape of the Earth. I'm asking for clarification because you keep using the term fog when it doesn't really have much place here, except for the fact that
that's the exact point. It has every place here because we're talking about the image I posted and what the shape of the Earth is. If you don't have context, maybe don't comment on the situation.
Indeed, fog assists in accelerating that, but it is not the sole cause of it. Do you follow?
I don't think you follow. You don't know what the context of the conversation is.
Well, the context of the conversation is that we're trying to discuss the shape. I did. But you could.
Yeah, I did only just get here, but I keep hearing fog.
You were claiming.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't know why we're talking about fog, it's because we're trying to determine if the image I posted is actually showing a curve or if the two sides that we're looking at are just empty because we wouldn't be able to, quote, see that far.
I'm trying to do that by asking you what's the rate of curvature that you're claiming to observe here and who's measured it, but you couldn't answer that.
I didn't claim some specific quantity, only the quality of curvature. Simple.
Exactly. Yeah, and you don't have even that because you haven't got a measurement of it. You have a claim that you're observing it from high altitude.
Why would I need any of that to demonstrate the Earth is curving, though?
Because you would need to show that the Earth's surface is indeed curving, and well, that's just.
Wait, if I see a car moving, and then I tell someone that car is moving, and then they say how fast, and I say I don't know, and then they say, well, if you don't know the exact speed, then you can't say the car is moving. Does that make sense?
No, that's a terrible analogy. You're claiming.
I think it's a great analogy. You're telling me I have to give a specific quantity for the quality that I'm referring to. I don't need that.
It's a great analogy because you made the analogy, but it's not because you're claiming.
It's a perfect analogy, in fact.
You're claiming that the image you're showing is showing curvature. You said, okay, how much curvature? I don't know.
Can you tell me what's disanalogous in the analogy I give?
What's the size of the ball that this curvature is on? I don't know. So you haven't given us any way to even examine your claim because you're not making a claim. You're saying,
my friend, can you tell me what's disanalogous about the analogy that I just delivered to you?
Are you talking about the image of the Concorde?
About the Earth.
No, I'm talking about a different one. Here, I'll post it.
Yeah, he doesn't know how much curve.
I don't want to get stuck on his pictures anymore that much longer, Necros, because he won't back them up with any claimed, like, listen, that point of the Sagitta in my photo is at a specific rate. Yeah,
he's trying to make it falsifiable. It's boring.
Yeah, he won't delve deeper to find out if
bro.
that is an occurrence of Earth curve. It might be a mountain. He doesn't really know yet if it applies everywhere. He doesn't know the rate of it.
He's terrified to say that it's a 3959 mile radius ball. He just says it's a ball. I'm not telling you how big I believe it is. He won't even agree with the extreme claim.
And it's funny that he's using photos because we all know that the lens has an effect on what's perceived to be curved.
Oh, he says
depending on where that line of delineation is with respect to the center of the frame.
Yeah, he's just bricked. Just another.
Yeah, I just compressed his image, right, just to prove that he claimed that the guidelines are perfectly straight. I just compressed it. You can see it at 8 minutes past the hour. The guidelines are clearly bending due to barrel distortion. And then I have another image here, which is from a higher altitude. Doesn't show any curvature.
Wait. You see what the mistake you made? If you're compressing it from left to right, but the lines are not, but they're not at an angle to the left and the right, that's put them straight up and down, then if they're just angled down sideways but they're straight, they'll still curve when you compress the image. What are you talking about?
No, dude, they're curving because of the barrel distortion, right? You claimed that the guidelines were straight, the horizon was curved, right? I have another screenshot here from a higher altitude, right, about 39,000 meters, and it doesn't show the curvature that your image showed. And once again, I compressed that as well to show you that the guidelines are warping. They're not straight like you claimed.
No, bro, look at the image. Do you notice two things? First thing is that in the image,
this is higher than your image.
Yeah. First thing, in the image you posted, bro, in the image you posted where you compress it, the curve of the Earth is way greater than the curve of those strings for one. So this doesn't even change anything. The second problem, though, is if you look on the left side.
Just leave it at that. Like, dude, listen. Look, okay, that leads into this next image. Okay, so this screenshot that I took. Can you see it? It's at 9 past the hour. This is at a higher altitude than your image, right? And it doesn't show that level of curvature at all. Okay, and then when I compress it, it still doesn't match up with your one.
I was just going to say, if you want to have fun, whoever's speaking doing this stuff, sorry, I don't know your name. Oh, anti-globalist. If you want to have fun with this one, to me, this one that you're looking at, this last one, it looks like the horizon is a little bit below the center of the frame. So if you compress it, if it's congruent with some of the stuff that we've seen from other people who have come in and made the same point, you'll actually see a concave curvature.
Yeah, look, I did that. It's posted. It's not showing concave, but it is showing that it doesn't match up with what he showed, and it is proving that barrel distortion is present.
Yeah, so notice how even in the one you
also
posted...
proves that his guidelines are also affected by barrel distortion. You can see that.
Notice how even in the one you posted... Angles. Notice how even in the one you posted, the curve of the Earth is still way greater than the strings. And the strings curve should actually be greater than the Earth curve because they're farther away from the center. And the further away from the center you go, the more distortion there should be.
What Earth curve?
Do you agree that there's barrel distortion at play here?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if there's some microscopic amount of barrel distortion, especially if even when accounting for the barrel distortion, the curve of the Earth is still greater than the curve of the straight strings, especially when the curve of the Earth is greater while being in the center of the frame where there should be the least distortion.
It's firstly where you put the horizon isn't the center of the frame. It's right where you can see the barrel distortion taking place in the strings.
No, barrel distortion gets worse as you go closer to the edges. The closer you are to the center, the less distortion there is. You understand that, no?
You can see in my images that are compressed that it's the worst in the center. There's different types of barrel distortion as well. Look, have a look at it, dude.
Wait, so do you think that barrel distortion is greater at the edges, yes or no?
Different types of barrel distortion. I can post you an image right now. Types.
Okay, show me.
Distortion. I was going over this with...
Okay, do you think the barrel distortion in this image is greater at the edges than at the center? Let me just ask it that way.
So I will show you.
Okay, bro, because here's the thing.
Is your image compressed, and you can see it's the bottom, the strings that you said were straight, right? Aren't straight, clearly aren't straight. You can see the bottom one's
okay, that's fine, I've seen that, but I asked you a question, right? That's fine, I've seen that, that's fine. But I asked you a question, right? Do you think barrel distortion is greater at the center or at the edges?
Well, it doesn't really matter at this point, because if you're conceding now that there is distortion in your images, we have even more justification to tell you that you need to measure it on the ground.
No, actually, I disagree, because the distortion is minuscule. So minuscule that even when compressing... Yeah, it's so minuscule that even when compressing the image, it's almost still straight.
You know it's minuscule. It's not. It's curved.
No, it's minuscule. That's compatible with it having a curve and it being minuscule. So,
see, because you've conceded that your images are distorted, you're going to need to show us a verifiable measurement of this curvature that you're claiming.
Wait, that doesn't make it unverifiable. Let me explain something. You could have an image.
To verify it. How are we talking about?
Yeah, look. You could have an image of a basketball, right? And you could take a look at this image with zero barrel distortion, and then you could add distortion, right? The image doesn't become unverifiable when you add distortion.
Okay, what rate of curvature are you verifying? What's the rate of curvature that we're trying to verify?
That doesn't matter.
What authority did this to you to have you fight so? So strongly for a belief that there's curvature of Earth in a consistent way. Where did you get this idea, and why are you fighting?
Why don't I just ask the same to you?
And why would you add?
We don't have the idea. There isn't an Earth curve. We have the exact opposite idea. So no, you couldn't ask us that. Next.
Then why hasn't anybody answered the question? Where is more barrel distortion, at the center or at the edges?
Flat. We measure it flat. That means it's flat. Are you stupid?
Where's there more barrel distortion, center or edges?
We don't give a fuck, idiot. Measure the Earth. Quit looking out.
Well, if anti-globalist doesn't give a fuck about whether cameras have more distortion in the center or edges, then he's contradicting himself.
I would like to just show one more image, if that's okay. Look, directly addressing what you said. Okay, this is the last thing that I'll say. Okay, so here is your image compressed at around 36,000 meters. Okay, I took a screenshot. Right, at around 39,000 meters, right? And we've got them left to right here. You can see the huge amount of difference, proving that there's distortion taking place.
Yeah, he's already
see the huge difference, right? Mine is taken from a higher altitude, and it shows not even a fraction of the amount of curvature that yours shows, proving barrel distortion, proving that your image isn't to be used as proof.
Wait, anti-globalist, the question is not whether there is a non-zero amount of global or camera distortion. The question is whether or not the barrel distortion is greater at the center or the edges, because the image that you showed,
we just throw it out.
The image that you showed actually shows the Earth still having a greater curve than the strings, despite the fact that the strings are further outward in the image, which would indicate that either the distortion is less towards the edges, that's the only way that could work, or the Earth really is curving. One of two options.
I feel like that's all I needed to show. Everyone can see the image in the chat. Higher altitude, hardly any curvature. Lower altitude, apparent huge amount of.
Bro, I'm sorry, but this is cooked for you.
All seven. Is that your only way of measuring? Is with optical experiments, and then if that's your only way of measuring, well, if it's an optical thing, then wouldn't you have to know all things about vision, light, the way light works, the way vision works, the diameter of angles of your eyes, all these things? Wouldn't you have to know all of the aperture of the? So if it's only,
I posted the full video.
Yeah. Regardless of this video, is optically the only way to measure the Earth?
I didn't say it was the only way. It's just the way that I chose for right now.
True. Now, if that's the way you choose, wouldn't you have to know all things about optics in order to infer that optically you're measuring with accuracy?
No.
What you'd only have to know what?
You'd only have to know some sufficient amount of knowledge.
Interesting.
You don't need to know like some curvature is. Yeah, for example, do you think that the child needs to know all things about optics to know that the basketball is round?
I think you would need to know the basic rate of curvature that you're claiming you're observing.
No, they don't make.
I don't think a kid needs to get 3,500 fucking meters away from a basketball and take a picture to tell us it's round either. Stupid. We can all go touch it and see.
They don't make a bit. Listen, your other analogy was decent, right? Like your other one about the car, but then you'd have to know the mechanism. Like, how do you know that car is not on a conveyor belt or something, right? You'd have to know the mechanism of the motion. No, it wasn't too bad. I didn't hate it, but this one sucked about the basketball. They don't make basketballs.
I'm saying that you don't need to know rate of curvature to know that something is curved. Like a kid could look at the basketball and not have a concept of centimeters, inches, or any of that, but they could say it has a roundness.
You would need
right?
to be able to demonstrate that you're claiming a particular rate of curve, and this is the rate of curvature that we can.
Do I need to know what the diameter of a basketball is to say that the basketball is round?
Again, you're seeing, in the basketball analogy, you're seeing, like I pointed out earlier, you're seeing the entirety of the basketball, right? And this, for all I know, I'm just placating to it, could just be a high mountain peak that somebody decided to take a picture of.
What if I got a camera and put it really close on the basketball, and I only saw like a tiny bit of the basketball, but I see it curving, right?
You already knew it was a basketball because you saw it in its entirety. In this video, we're not seeing Earth, quote unquote, in its entirety. To know
so if someone showed me a picture of an object that like a ball that I've never seen, let's say, or something. Let's just say an object that I've never seen. And they just show a really up-close picture of it. They show a really up-close picture of it. They show a really up-close picture, right?
You're dying.
And I see it curving in the image, right? I can't infer and say, oh yeah, this object is curving.
Well, now you're inferring that whatever you're taking a picture of is an object that has like a set dimensions to it. So then you have to know the set dimensions. But yeah, we already know a basketball is an object.
I would need to know what like the dimensions are to determine that in that picture the object has a curve right here.
Oh, we already know it's an object. That's what I'm saying. So now in the analogy, then relating it to the Earth, then we're saying, well, the Earth is an object, right? It's an object, and the object has a specific volume, and that volume is known. Yeah. So are you saying that the Earth is an object?
Under my definition of object, sure. I don't know what you could mean by object, such that the Earth wouldn't be an object.
All right, is it an object with a specific volume, or like rate, specific volume? Yeah.
Dimensions, volume.
Why is that being asked?
I don't know what you said.
Anyways, yeah. So like,
why is that being asked?
I don't need to have a quantity to infer a quality, right? I could say it.
No, Sevens. You do need to actually plant your flag and stop being a pussy. You're either arguing for the globe or you're not. And if you're not, then fine. We're not either. So we're in agreement. No globe.
So yeah, bro, I already claimed that the Earth is round. So I don't know why you're saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay. So how big is it?
I don't know. I just know it's round.
See,
we
so
all
you
just
don't know, so this is
Wait, how big is the flat Earth, bro?
If you're saying you know that it's round, then you're saying you know that it's an object, and an object then like that's separate from the sky, right? So then that object would have a specific volume to it or dimensions to it, and therefore you're saying by saying I know it's a globe, you're saying I know it's an object with
hey, how big is the flat Earth, bro? What are the dimensions of the flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't consider the Earth to be an object at all.
Okay, cool. Then the round Earth is not an object, but it's round. Anyways, how
round
big is
like
flat
a
Earth?
quarter? So is it round and flat?
Do you think the lake's curve then?
He's showing us a round cookie, boys. He's showing us a dish-shaped, flat, round Earth. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, bro, this is cooked. You're asking for all these quantities, but you haven't provided a single quantity
you're showing us
of a flat Earth. But I'm not using that as like some sort of gotcha on like some flat Earth stuff. Bro.
Show us someone measuring a curved lake.
Yeah,
I already showed the image of the curve. So.
Quarter. Yeah, you're showing
Can we just have Cyclones talk to this dude? It's getting too This is getting too chaotic.
Yeah. No, I mean, this guy's a waste of time. He's too terrified to even claim the globe. He doesn't know.
I already have claimed that the Earth is a globe.
No, but when we ask you, right, so it's the globe that they're telling people with a specific radius value. You don't believe that, or you don't claim that.
You tried to mute me before I said I am claiming that the Earth is a globe. That's kind of weak, bro. Anyways, yeah. Right, so as I was saying,
is the radius value 3,959 miles that they tell us?
Why are you asking me this question?
So we can test the claim.
Why does that need to be tested to deny my picture?
Because that's the claim.
No, that's not my claim.
So you're not claiming a 3959 radius?
I didn't make any claims about the radius. I just made a claim about the quality of curvature.
If it's a globe and it's an
we're addressing no tanks. So we're addressing the 3959.
You're addressing something I never brought up. It's like you're talking to someone that doesn't exist, bro.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. You're terrified of the globe claim. Okay, so
no, you're terrified of engaging with what I put forward, so you're trying to derail into something else.
Show us the surface being measured to have curvature, then.
Why would I do that when I am showing something else today? That's like saying, show us what you had for breakfast. It's like, bro, why would I show you that?
You already conceded that your images are distorted, so I'm not going to accept distorted images as a measurement of surface curvature. Show me a measurement.
Wait, bro, you know that
image all you have is a distorted image all you have.
I look at hold up, bro. If you look at the basketball with a camera and you know that camera has distortion, would you say the basketball is not round?
We're talking about the Earth. We're talking about the Earth. Why are you talking about basketball?
Well, wait. Is there something disanalogous? Like, does curvature of a camera only affect Earth and not basketball?
You don't have any curvature yet. You still haven't. You still don't even know how much curvature there's supposed to be.
Did you hear what you just said? You said, wait. Come on, listen. You said that, you're going to completely close your eyes to the image because the camera has some degree of distortion. However, you're saying that you would not throw away an image of a basketball if it's taken by a camera with some degree of curvature, right?
I'm not talking about basketball. No, I didn't talk about basketball. You're the only one who brought up a basketball. We're talking about the Earth.
Wait, so would you accept the image in that context?
Okay. Is the distorted image the only evidence you have? Because that's not doing it for me.
It's great evidence, and it's more than enough for what I mean.
So it's the only evidence you have?
Yeah, is the distorted image of a basketball the only evidence we have for it being round? I guess the basketball is not round because we have distorted images. It's like, bro, did you think about this for 2 seconds, bro?
Listen to him. The more panicked he becomes, the faster.
Did you think about this for 2 seconds, bro? Like, listen to yourself.
You're bringing up basketballs again. So is
no, I'm bringing up camera distortion. I'm bringing up camera distortion in specific.
The camera distortion is the only evidence you have. Is that right?
No, the camera distortion is not evidence. The image of the Earth curving is evidence.
Okay. So I
don't know why you framed it like that. That's a funny way to play with the words. But anyways, hold on. I want to ask you a question.
Panicking. So this distorted image is the only evidence you have. You can't present anything else. Is that right?
All right. So I'm going to ask you a question. If an image has camera distortion, is the rule to automatically throw it away?
Yeah, it's not going to be proof of a curved Earth if it's distorted.
Wait, just a curved Earth, but it could prove everything else?
No, I'm not telling you it's proving anything. I'm telling you it's not proving what you're claiming it's proving.
Wait, so yes or no? I want a yes or no answer to this question.
No. Listen.
I want a yes or no answer to this question.
Evidence for your claim. You're here to present evidence for your claim. You're claiming it's a curvature. What's the rate of it? Can we measure it? If you can't provide us those things, then
right. So I'm going to ask the question again. I'm going to ask a question again.
You're not going to talk. No, you're not going to ask any question.
Well,
when you figured out what the radius is, post it in the chat, and then we can discuss it.
Yeah, it's a shame because all sevens he could be yeah, I mean it's obvious he doesn't want to move off of his no evidence, right? But all sevens, you could be good at like debating if you were debating for the truth, right? If you had like if you had more like truth on your side. Imagine if you had an arsenal of laser experiments, right, or mirror flashes, or the obvious level being horizontal proofs out there, or the angle measurements that derive from a flat plane to then measure the sun's arc in the sky. Imagine if you had all of that flat Earth stuff on your side. How good you could be at arguing. You wouldn't have to stick on but my picture. Because look what you're doing. Look how much you're making out of such like a little picture. All these arguments that you're able to kind of like conjure up. Imagine if you had the truth on your side. Like just think about it.
I love how he brought up the basketball thing when it's a totally different context, wherein with the basketball we have many more known variables, right? Whereas in this one we're trying to assess the core set of variables to begin with. You know what I mean?
I pointed it out. You already know it's a basketball. You already measured it. They didn't measure it with their eyes. They measured it with tools. They put in a 3D printing machine, whatever. They knew it was a basketball. They knew it was an object of a specific size, and now they're looking at it. Right. So, so you have to first assume it's a globe, and that the reason that you're seeing this effect is due to Earth globe. In that picture. It's a basketball, so that now why am I seeing this? It has to be for one reason. It has to be the only reason is because I'm looking at a basketball. Can't be anything else.
I mean, just the fact that he can't even state what he believes the size is just shows you that he's disingenuous. Because if you believe in the globe, it's got a set dimension. I mean, it's not something that you can change and pick and choose at your own fancy. So any of the Globers in here, I want to ask if any of the other Globers in here can help our friend out with the radius of the globe that he's supposed to know for his religion. Because we're arguing about a specific thing here, not just a vague ball. It's a specific size.
If somebody speaks up, yeah, good.
Well, does someone want to pick up with all sevens, or is there someone else who wants to chat? Who've we got? Ben and Jen?
I'm a baller.
You're up, Ben. No, we want Jen.
Earth is round. I posted pictures as proof.
Oh, God.
You can measure Earth is round with sticks in the ground.
Oh, wow. All right. Well,
one thing I wanted to touch on if no ballers want to speak, if no Globers want to speak up, I want to say something.
Go ahead.
All right, right after this, I just thought it was an interesting thing that DMOC did bring up, whether it landed or not. Right, he was saying it to all sevens. Right, so like one of the proofs, right, that somebody would show. Right, they'd say, okay, you got two like. You got a stick or a theodolite and two theodolites, and you'd be observing something, right, that's lower, right? You're like, all right, I set up my tool, it's perfectly level. Now that thing off in the distance, like another camera, is lower, right, than the one camera. So then you go back to you say from camera 1 to camera 2. Camera 2 is lower. Then you go back over to camera 2, and you have to look at camera 1. Camera 1 has to also be lower than camera 2. Now that's an impossibility, but it's just something that he brought up. I thought was it was kind of brushed off, but it was interesting. Yeah, Ben or Jen. Really, I want Jen. Go ahead.
Well, I'm looking at the ocean right now, and I can't see like China. I can't see Japan. I can't even see Hawaii. There's a Mount Kilauea in Hawaii's big mountain. The Bible says if you're at the top of the mountain, you can see the whole world.
Top of what mountain?
Well, I mean, you would think Mount Everest is the tallest. You can't see the whole world from Mount Everest.
You think Mount Everest is the tallest?
Well, I mean, the Bible didn't know about Mount Everest, but let's use Mount Everest.
Did it name that mountain?
They probably thought that, like, Mount Ararat was the tallest.
All right, so you're
there's
the assertion. Yeah, so the assertion is that you can't see, therefore, what?
It just proves the Bible verse is saying that, like, you can see the top of this tree from all the earth. You can see the whole
how do you know
world
you're not
from the top
seeing
of the
it?
mountain.
How do you know you're not seeing it? Oh,
Well, the Bible says the earth is flat. You can't be a Christian if you're not a flat earther.
What the fuck?
You have to believe in a flat earth to believe the Bible, because look at the verses I posted.
Dude, you're so far off base. Okay, so what you're doing here is you're trying to say that they're all in on it.
Well,
the Catholic Church is in on it.
No,
all the
they've
astronauts
abandoned flat Earth a long time ago. Like, you
all
have to
the
be a flat earther
astronauts
to believe
are
the
in-
Bible.
No, it's a globe. It's a globetard to believe the Bible. They said God bless America for the moon mission. Nixon said God of the Bible picked America to win the space race because God told Nixon that God loves capitalism. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said God of the Bible personally told him to come out of retirement because God told him only he has the ability to return America back to the moon.
But he didn't prove it.
There's an astronaut who wrote a book last year that he found Jesus in space. This whole time, everyone's been waiting for Jesus to return.
But if Jesus flew in the firmament,
apparently he returned.
Where's the sky waterfall?
Can I help somebody out? Let me help somebody out that's clearly struggling with the ability to read. If you read Daniel 4, from which Daniel 4:20 comes, you could clearly see that the king had wait a minute, what is it now? A vision that needed interpreting. It wasn't trying to explain an actual factual logistics of reality. It was what was that funny word that people have sometimes when they're dreaming? Oh, a vision.
Dude, you're messed up because there is all the astronauts, without exception, they are all Christian conservatives, every single one of them. The Apollo program, no different. They took communion on the moon. Apollo 8, they stopped the mission to give glory to God of the Bible. Apollo 11, they took communion on the moon. Apollo 14, they bring a Bible to the moon to leave a Bible for aliens to read if they ever, rest stop on the way here. Copernicus, Newton, deeply theistic, Big Bang, ordained Catholic priest. There is no way that you can get to a heliocentric model without directly going through the Catholic Church. There is no secular version of the globe. Zero. Butt kiss. None. There is no scientific evidence brought to you by atheists that show. A matter of fact, the atheists have always pushed back against the heliocentric Catholic Church model. The term Big Bang was a joke. The atheists at the time said the Earth, the Earth or space is eternal. It had no beginning, it had no end. They used the Big Bang as a slam, like a gay joke. There is no way you are going to ever separate heliocentric from the Catholic Church.
That's to you, Ben and Jen.
If you go, you can go ask. Just go to any Catholic church. I'm sure there's one nearby you. They'll boast about how they are the religion of science.
Yeah, they've abandoned the Bible. The Bible says the earth is the shape of that of a seal into clay.
So they're in on it. So they're all in on it.
Just abandoned the Bible.
Okay, so
hey, whoa, brother. Show me a verse that says what you just said.
Okay, I'll look it up. Hang on.
I'd like to see him justify this conspiracy.
Yeah, before you post it, hey, friend, before you post it, try reading it. Because I just posted that little vision from Daniel in the great tree, and it clearly says in the context that Homeboy Sauce had a vision in his dreams and then asked Daniel to interpret the dream. And then Daniel said to him, the thing you saw in your dream.
There it is. Job.
All right, let me read it, dude. Let me see if you got this even close to being right, like you totally failed the last one you tried posting.
Job 38:14.
What's more likely to be true? You've got a misinterpretation of the Bible, or everyone else does? Which is more likely true?
Oh, wow. Wow, he picked the most obscure one with the word changed.
Yep.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do, friend. I'm going to go read from a cross-reference hub the different translations and the Hebrew and the preceding verses to see if there's greater context. Because what you actually said, even so, what you claimed, you didn't actually post a verse that actually said what you said. That's the problem.
There, the second one, the King James Version says it.
Post it. What does it say? Why don't you just say it, bro?
Because I'm pushed to talk. I have to look at it and come back.
Yeah, here's one. Here I can recite a few for you. The earth is turned like clay to the seal. Its features stand out like a garment. I'll give you another one.
That's it.
The earth takes shape like clay to the seal. Its features stand out like a garment,
yeah,
et cetera, et cetera. There's various permutations.
It's flat.
Well, that would not be flat. That would be the opposite of flat.
Flat with bumps. You can see mountains.
That's called a relief, right? It's a relief.
Yeah. Yeah,
flat,
the Bible says it's flat with ridges.
Flat but not flat.
Yeah.
So?
Yeah.
So what?
Like a penny.
Yeah. What's your point?
What does that mean? What does that mean? It's not flat.
The Bible says it is, though.
It says not flat. You said it.
Pillars and corners. It's like a square pizza.
So let me ask this question. You claimed you can't be a Christian unless you believe the earth is flat.
Yeah,
that was your
correct.
claim?
Yes.
Okay, so show me it from the source document where it excludes any believer from being considered a member of the Christian faith because they don't know what shape the earth is.
Because the Bible says otherwise.
That doesn't matter. I asked you something very specific. If you'd listen, you'd understand. Well, I'll say it one more time. Show me
those 3 verses I posted
where the source text excludes someone from being a member of the faith because they don't know what the shape of the earth is. That's what I asked for.
Well, they can't cast a mountain in the sea. It's Mark 11:23. It says, "Truly I say to you, you can say to this mountain, be cast in the sea, and it'll be done for you."
Listen,
doesn't say metaphorically. It says truly.
Ben, listen. To go to
doesn't matter, dude.
They'll say, "Hey, to be a member, you have to be part of a cohesive community. You must be dedicated to a shared belief or spiritual journey. You must pursue collective accountability." They'll have words like that. Show me or anyone here, AI, the church that supports your claim.
No, yes. You haven't done it.
And then after that, hold on, friend, hold on. After you do that,
cast a mountain in the sea.
After you do that, hold on, sucker, hold on. Because what Crit gave you is actually a weak standard, because that's just saying find a church that does this. Then after you find a church that does it, find it in the scripture.
You're not going to be famous. If a flat earther has faith, they can cast a mountain into the sea. Mark 11:23. Because you can never do it. They don't even have faith in the Bible.
You spend all your days and all your hours in atheist Discord chats. Talk about the earth a little bit.
Yeah, a flat earther can cast a mountain into the sea. Obviously,
I mean, separate yourself just for a little bit if you can, because you're always. I mean, listen, your whole life you're out there laughing about the Bible. So now maybe drop it for a second.
Space Bible. How about this? Just get on a rocket.
I'm just waiting to see a flat earther cast a mountain in the sea, and then that could be proving that the Earth is flat.
Go to the moon and read NASA's Space Bible. That must be the real truth. Is the real Bible, the Moon Bible. Read that one.
I don't have Jesus rockets.
Well, you can
through the firmament dome. Where's the sky waterfall in the firmament dome from where Jesus crashed through?
That's Copernicus. Copernicus used the word firmament.
He crashed through it.
He smashed through it.
Yeah, all the Copernicus models.
It's a dome. It keeps the space water out.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Before we go any further, this retardation has just got to end.
It's actually fun.
So, yeah, no, it isn't. It's actually pathetic because you're so dumb. You don't even realize that when Jesus was transfigured and then after he resurrected, he had a glorified body, and the idea that he must maintain a material state and could only pass through matter in a material state is ridiculous.
Yeah, he had holes in his hands and he had his body back.
So? No, he didn't have his same body back. No, the people didn't even recognize who he was. If he had the same body, it would have been, yo, that's Jesus.
Yeah, Doubting Thomas had to see the holes in the hands. He showed him the holes in the hands.
Right. But what's your point?
It's actually just fake news. Because the world is round.
You know that?
I mean, that's a cool claim. Or how about this?
If you can cast it.
How about this, brother? How about this? How about, since you don't believe the Bible, you exclude the Bible off the table and just prove your globe? How about that?
I'll believe the Bible as soon as a flat earther casts a mountain into the sea.
Yep. So notice how you completely dodged what I had to say. So you can just go, get screwed for all I care. There you go. I mean, is this 24/7 I don't like the Bible chat, or is this 24/7 flat Earth? So the flat Earth, globe Earth argument is actually mutually exclusive of any faith claims that have to do with any particular scripture. Sure, somebody may believe it more or not, or believe that the scripture is true, but if the Earth is actually a physical object that exists, you could just prove it's a globe, and then we wouldn't have to hear you make mistakes about the Bible all day long.
The reason
I'm going to mute you. And hopefully, for the love of God and all that is holy, or for the love of space rocks from the past and all that is profane, you might actually have some globe proof to talk about. Let's find out, shall we?
Yeah, there's a reason why flat earthers stay away from the Bible, because as soon as you go into that line of thinking, the globalists win. They've got Bible in spades, sky Bibles, moon Bibles. They talk to God. No one on the flat earth side is going to say God of the Bible personally revealed the nature of creation to them. That is a director of NASA who says that.
Well, I've heard that.
How are you going to hard counter that as a flat? So you want to say, hey, the earth is measurably, observably flat. They invoke Sky Daddy to hard counter you.
Yeah.
Who's this? Who's this supernatural being that's telling me to go to the moon? I go, I don't know. Can you show that person? Can I see him?
Dude, maybe it's Cthulhu.
It's like right here, Copernicus cited the firmament. That's where that word comes from. The word firmament, the Copernicus model. If you think the firmament's a dumb idea, welcome to flat Earth. You just burnt the church. You do not have the first guy who suggested otherwise. Did he run off?
He's just going to make the same shitty comments, so he's going to stay quiet.
Oh, I thought
maybe he took. No, you were unmuted to prove your globe instead of complaining about you don't like the Bible.
I forgot. I got complacent with banning the Bible bot. Then now look at this, right when I get, because it finally got to an end where people stopped doing it.
Dude, he left. He left as soon as he wasn't going to be allowed to just do his little Bible tirade. He had to leave. He's like, "Oh, prove the globe. I'm out, bro." All right, let's unmute Amish and see if he's having a romantic conversation with somebody while thinking he's on mute. because he was dumb and bought an Apple product rather than an Android product, which has the glitch that unmutes you. Let's find out. Let's listen in. Be ready to take notes.
So I banned them by mistake. I was going to ban the bot, but oops, my bad.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I do have an Apple product with the glitch. So, yay.
Yo, what's happening, everyone?
Yeah, I had to put the push to talk on for that reason. Because every time I get a phone call, it would unmute me, and I'd be hot micing.
I don't know, man. You guys could just give it up. You guys could just give it up and stop living in a delusion where you think Apple products are actually cool.
Yo, they're good, man.
Mine was free. Hey, mine was free, brother.
Well, yeah, if you got free, you got free. Don't get me wrong.
Yo, Apple is good, man. They make good phones, easy to use, you know.
Yeah, see, that's my
thing. They make phones that are streamlined for the end user who doesn't need higher functioning, like being able to actually use their phone like everybody else can in the world.
Yeah, that's what I use it. I like that. Like,
I know people do like that. Don't get me wrong.
Phones for dummies. Listen, I like the Apple. Very simple, very basic, organized. Like I could give it to your grandma. She'll be like, oh, I know how to use this. All very clear.
Not my grandma, dude. Not my grandma.
But I think it's just cheaper than Android. I switched from Android to Apple, and now since I have like the sharing with my brother and my family, I have the Apple TV, the Apple Music, and I don't need any subscription for Spotify anymore. I don't need any subscription for Netflix or whatnot, because Apple produces much more higher quality series and films. Like if you go over to the whole infrastructure, you actually save so much more money and pain because everything just works fluently. Like as an ex-Android user and being a hardcore anti-Apple guy, and now being a hardcore Apple fan,
Welcome.
It really changed my whole perspective. You can literally save money when you switch to Apple. No joke. Because there's just all this other crap just falls away because they have their own full infrastructure.
I'm not hearing any Android arguments coming forth. Is there no evidence that the Android...
There is no arguments for Android. Android is compared to that infrastructure shit.
Yo, if I'm playing devil's advocate, like the Android phones are more open, you can do whatever you want.
That's the only thing. But who jailbreaks?
Yeah, on that note, so my other phone is a Google phone that I installed Graphene OS on, which is a Linux platform.
Yeah, you can do that kind of stuff.
Yep.
I don't think it's too useful, but you can do it.
Listen,
I've been a dual operation user, and I used to work for Verizon, and it's definitively, categorically, that the iPhone ecosystem is intentionally limiting to its customers, even though it seems like a benefit. Almost everything that the iPhone offers you is actually a restriction. For even the idea of these perks that you get for intertext, right? The whole world has been like on a uniform text code where you can send high-res pictures back and forth. You can send text and all this back and forth. But as soon as you try to interact with an iPhone person, it all goes to crap. It's like, get to the 21st century already, iPhones.
Well, that's why you gotta get over to iPhone.
No, that's why we got. That's why Google's suing iPhone to get them to be forced to go to the new uniform text code.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, to be honest. Yeah.
Think about it, dude. I can't. Somebody tries to send me a photo. I want you to just listen to what I'm about to say. They have the flagship phone. The flagship. That means the most expensive, newest phone from Apple. I have the flagship phone from Android. If I want to send them a high-res picture, I can. If they want to easily send me a high-res picture in the exact same way, they can't.
You can always use other things.
But if someone has a...
Why? Think about it. Why should you have to go out of the original ecosystem to be able to send a picture to somebody else that's legible over a text chain? Think about that.
People abroad don't even use actual message.
I get you. Yeah, I understand. I understand that Apple people have been so conditioned to expect Apple to suck that they have to fill in Apple's faults with other apps. I get it, dude.
No, actually, the thing is, if I want to just share a photo with my brother because he has an iPhone, I can just do it via the what is it called? AirDrop thingy, and it works pretty good. I don't want to have any shitty pictures taken by Android phones anymore, so there's nothing that I need to share with an Android user.
That's what
Dude, there's a problem.
They don't
Here's a
actually
problem.
take shitty pictures. It's just the way it like.
Yeah, a lot of people think Android phones. I'm being serious. No, this is the point that I gotta say. A lot of people who own Apple products think Androids take bad pictures, but it's not the case. It's because when their friend sends them the picture, when it goes through the Apple processing server, it comes out shit on the other end. It's actually Apple screwing over the transfer for you. It's not that the original photo was low quality.
Yeah, I like my S24, whatever the hell I got. Like I had an original iPad. I like that. I even had an iPad Air. But it's, dude, you know what pissed me off? That I had to put in my whole damn a whole long password every time I wanted to frickin' get a new app. It pissed me off so bad. I'm like, I'll never frickin' buy another Apple. Pissed me off.
Mine does the face.
Now, I know they do the face now, right? I understand, but that pissed me off way back when. And Apple services, they just charge you for all this extra shit. Literally, Apple services just freaking, dude, they just bend everybody over and over, and we just keep paying. F Apple services. They're like $1 trillion company all by themselves. Nothing to do with the phones, just the services. F Apple. Sorry.
Company that slows down your iOS. Like, oh, you have to upgrade phones. Oh, you haven't upgraded? We're gonna slow your phone down. Like, what scumbags?
Yo, Samsung do that too, man.
Many of us are reluctant users. I got mine because everybody in my family and friends use an Apple product. So I'm like, fuck it. That's the only reason I own one.
Let's keep in mind, friends, the dichotomy is not a choice between Apple and Samsung. There's all kinds of varying Android devices and ecosystems within the Android operating system that you can buy. For like example, I just saw a really sweet one the other day. I think it's called like 7QO or something. It was really cool. I might even get that one for my next phone and ditch Samsung.
Yo, how often do you guys buy a new phone?
You know, it's funny. I don't honestly. I think I side with AI on this. I don't know why anyone uses Apple except for their MacBooks. That's the one thing I will say they did a pretty good job, if not just for the hardware.
I agree.
I want to answer Mick. Mick, I want to answer you.
Yeah.
So many people are invested into the Apple ecosystem, and it's so frustrating for people to interact with them with other ecosystems that they're essentially bullied into compliance, because the only way to actually crossbreed with the two ecosystems is to just buy another Apple system.
Yeah.
It's like all my friends have crappy Apple devices. I can't talk to them because their phones suck. They think my phone sucks, but if I want to talk to them, I guess I got to buy one of those crappy phones.
That's fucking stupid, man. I have.
Yeah, well, that's what I did.
I have Android phones and Apple MacBooks, and I don't give a shit. Fuck it.
I'm going back to Kyocera. I'm going back to my Kyocera.
Yo, Windows and like Linux is so much better.
Blackberry.
Neither Ed.
BlackBerry, man. 2008.
Yeah. Linux servers, Apple MacBooks, Android phone.
I had a Kyocera. I swear to God, they discontinued it, and I asked them why. They said the phones never broke. It was kind of like
Yep.
There was a part with with Chevrolet, one of those computer units that used to go in the cars in like the 80s. And the guys are like, these things are, the people have a car, it's got like 500,000 miles on it. This thing still haven't broken. They're like, send it back to the engineers. Make it with thinner products. Make it with thinner wire. Do something. These things aren't breaking. Like, pisses me off.
Damn, are their printers that good too?
I'm an ex Android user, and for some reason I'm now completely. I will never go away from Apple anymore.
You can't,
because I think it's just so much easier for me. I have all my music. I have 2 terabytes of cloud. I only pay $100 a year. $100 a year for Apple Music, for Apple TV, for Apple music? Games, for Apple, for the 2 terabytes, for also sharing everything.
Yeah, you know what, brother?
My family.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to go to another platform, right? And if you want to go to another platform, they basically hold all your content hostage against you. Whereas if you're in the other platforms already, you can freely move to Apple.
Dude, if you like series like I do, like watching movies or sometimes a series if I have some time, and you compare it with like Amazon Prime or Netflix, the production quality on Apple TV is just on another level, man. There is literally no film or series that is low budget or low production. It's always very, very well made.
Yeah, but you want to voluntarily
feature that Apple has.
Like
Apple has a new feature that Android doesn't have. Apple phones are now satellite phones. You guys know that? They pushed a software update, and now they can communicate on 1.2 and 2.4 gigahertz with satellites, just like an Iridium phone that operates at 20 watts. How the fuck is this possible? Well, somehow they did it. They don't release the technology, but you can take your Apple phone, and you can swipe down, and you can tap that little satellite icon, and boom, now you're communicating with satellites.
Well,
it's crazy as shit, but look it up.
I think logistically you're just increasing your watts in a different frequency, right?
I wonder if this thing's even capable of that kind of power output, to 300 miles, 1.2 gigahertz.
It's capable for a short. Well, look, if it's capable for a short period of time by over consuming your battery and shooting your head through full of holes, then sure.
I bet they could go to the right up against your head, folks, and then press that button.
Make sure it's plugged into the wall.
Oh God.
So we finally got to the globe proof for the day. iPhone has a switch that says you're connecting to satellites, therefore globe. I see.
Hey Clay, it looks like you're a glober.
Oh
yeah,
Mike.
No, it looks like I found something that suits me, and if
that's what you should do.
Yeah, it's perfect if you don't illegally download and stuff. Like the Apple Store, like you said, watching movies, yada. If you're like a family person and you like want to pay for stuff, perfect, I got everything I need. But if you're like me and who's used LimeWire as a kid, right, and never paid for a single movie or music thing in his life, then I can just illegally download shit on my Android, get another Android phone like a Google or something else besides a Samsung, and then bring it over, right? Apple?
I get it. I could
before we go back down the line. Okay, who cares? We heard it already. Before we go back down the line, we had an opportunity to segue for a Glober to come in and make fun of us because the phone connects to a satellite. So I want to open the floor up to that Glober who is inkling to come in and dance on our corpses. Maybe Swaggy. I don't know. I think Swaggy's, spry to crush the flat Earth under his heels, right? Maybe
Apple,
not.
Therefore, orbit. Boom.
That's right. You know what was great, even though that we weren't actually talking about the topic, is that generally we didn't interrupt each other. We allowed for each other to get like a whole sentence out before we decided to predict where they were going and take it away from them and then talk about something completely different. We were actually on topic. We all back and forthed it Apple, Android, Android, Apple, perks, not perks, preferences, not preferences, right? So now, if I could just get everybody to do that when they're actually talking about the flat Earth topic, rather than incessantly interrupt each other like a bunch of children, that would be awesome.
Well, the Earth must be a globe because I have satellite connection with my iPhone.
You know what I heard back in the day? Because we used to use a quote-unquote satellite phone in the Army. I can't remember what it was called. But it essentially just looked like one of those massive cell phones from back in the day, like when cell phones first came out. And what I mean is when they were no longer like a base unit with a cord, when they were just a self-controlled unit, just this big old phone, like 4 inches deep, 1.5 inches, 2 inches wide, with a big antenna. That's what they look like. And supposedly, someone, I can't remember where I heard it, but I heard that they're not actually connecting to satellites at all. They just have massive power.
You're roboting pretty hard, bro.
Yeah. He's
You
using a satellite.
enough, you can burn a hole through the foliage.
Cool.
I wonder if people really believe that because they have cell phone service or satellites, because there's like a dish, that the Earth must be a globe. That'd be such a weird affirmation. But is there no other way to get service connection from one device to another device without satellites?
Dude, think how stupid it would be to think that there's something zipping around at 17,000 miles per hour, sending you a signal to your freaking dish at your house, or even to a damn tower that sends out a signal to your freaking dish at your house. It's freaking retarded. I don't even know how people think it freaking works.
Yeah.
I don't even care if they can explain how it works. It's freaking absurd.
Well, yeah. Why would that be necessary to get us? What about just keeping it still? Isn't that better? Why would it be necessary?
It's pointed at the freaking damn tower. It's simple. And my theory about sat phones is that sat phones are just good cell phones, and all the cell phones have limiters. How about that? Boom, there's my freaking little guess. Complete freaking just, it's just my
some kind of resistor.
Yeah, like they just make all our cell phones shitty, and then they, the sat phone has it goes as far as that, they really can go. That's my guess.
What about those trail cams?
Oh, that's why. Because sat phones don't work everywhere. If you freaking talk to people who gets like a boat goes down in the middle of the freaking ocean and you're on a freaking survival raft, sat phones don't work everywhere.
Yeah, even in we're mostly all in the U.S. Even DirecTV has to be oh, let me see if we have coverage in your area. You may not qualify. You might not get it.
Dude, and HughesNet. I don't know if I've ever told this story about me in Washington, but I got pissed off at the local. I think they were IDT internet providers. I'm like, I'm gonna get HughesNet. They're freaking. They advertise fast satellite, blah blah blah. And I was already a flat earther, but I just wanted to see if it was faster. I literally got it for a day. It was so slow, and I called them up. I'm like, "What's up with you guys, man? I thought I was gonna get blinding fast freaking satellite feed. I thought it was gonna beam me down my shit.
Listen, dude. Here's another example of how bad iPhones suck.
Slower.
Right?
We're slower than the local non-satellite thing. I'm like, why do you?
If you're connecting to a satellite really far away, you're going to have a delay. right? So basically what they're going to do is they're going to charge you more money for satellite service. They're just going to take the regular service with a higher wattage, input a delay on purpose to trick you to think you're communicating with a satellite, and charge you more money like a sucker. That's exactly what I think Apple would do.
You're right.
Yeah, so for example, the processor for some reason has a delay in it. It's like, oh, it's delayed. Therefore, satellites, therefore globe Earth.
Dude,
what
it's
you're not
slower, don't
realizing,
you
guys,
know?
you guys need to upgrade your plan for. It's only going to be $49.99 more per month, and it'll be faster because dollars make it faster. So that's it.
Dude, people are like, Starlink.
Starlink.
Yeah,
but
what do you think
satellite-
Starlink is, AI? What do you think it is?
Just 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Just give me the $49.99. You don't need anything new.
Right,
I'll turn on the switch.
Yeah, but satellite communication cannot be faster. It can't. It can be slower than your regular service, but it can never be faster.
What do you mean? There's like a set speed of light or something? What's going on?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Nixon got faster connected speed with talking to the on his special moon phone.
Right, unless brain cancer.
Technology. They destroyed the technology.
No.
I want a moon phone.
You forgot that they were laying out a wire behind the capsule the entire way they were flying to the moon with little boosters.
Tether.
I knew a guy who worked for a satellite, a company that built as massive they are. They have huge power supplies in them, and I don't think they're too big to put on an airplane. So I don't know what would be holding them up there.
What do you think? What do you think Starlink is? You think it's
are they bigger
solar
than
drone platforms? Maybe.
How big? Wait, hold on. How big are the satellites? They're too big for. How big are they?
I don't know the exact dimensions. From what he was telling me, they were huge. I don't know. Maybe an airplane could a giant airplane could hold one, like a 747 or something. I doubt it.
Those things you see crash in people's backyards, man, they're about as big as a let's say 36 by 36. They just look like some bullshit with solar panels, it's not much going on, It's hanging from a balloon. You think Elon's just got some new badass balloons that frickin' go even higher? So they're
It says right here. I just look. This is just the Google quick search. It says it's one. The satellites are cubes, 1 to 10 hold on.
I'd like to know what the distance is on average between each of them in the train.
It says 10 centimeters. It says they're 10 centimeters.
That's it. So how far away are they in the train? You see them in the a string of pearls in the sky when they fly overhead.
Yeah, I've seen that.
They're pretty close together.
I don't think so. They're pretty far away, bro.
That shit. I don't believe that shit. I don't believe there's
the ones right here. They're called communication. The ones for communication are cubes, and they're about 10 centimeters in.
I got a question about the Flat Earth model.
That's crazy. A 10 centimeter satellite. Put that thing in my pocket.
What do you mean 10 centimeters? Got a guy asking about a flat Earth model here. Hey, dude. So what flat Earth model? Nature's our reference, not models.
I've got a question about it.
I don't have a flat Earth model. We use nature as a reference, not a model.
Oh, so you don't have a model?
Right. Do you use a model as a reference for nature?
No, just admit you don't have a model.
All right.
Yeah,
well, what's your question?
I told you I don't.
My question was,
fine.
My question
if we
was,
made a model, you'd have to have accurate measurements. And since we haven't laid a tape measure out all the way to the frickin' wherever the edge is or wherever the frick you want to. If you can't lay a tape measure, why freaking tell anybody you have freaking a model when you don't have it? I'm just going to make some shit up for you.
Do you have a globe model?
I don't want to answer any more questions.
Mm-hmm. What was your question? Just ask it. I won't even answer. I just want to hear it.
Oh, you want me to ask my question again?
What was it?
I was asking for a flat Earth model.
Oh, it was just about. Oh. I didn't know that was the question. I thought it was a question pertaining to something. Not like all of something, just something.
I have a question if he's willing to answer. Why is a model important to you?
Well, that's the how to basics, not me. I would imagine that if you have a model, then you can falsify it or prove it to be usable. I don't know.
Do something with the damn ball thing. Something, spin it somehow, like in a magic way.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Like people argue, well, satellites have to be real. These things, I see them moving. But is that even the claim? Are you saying that the proof that you're moving is that the satellites are moving? I don't know. Is that the claim? How could they be moving if I'm not moving? They could just be moving if I'm not moving.
How do they work if you don't move?
Are we moving or are they moving? That's what I'm kind of like asking, I guess.
Yeah, we both move at the same time.
I think that they go straight up and move and start flying. I don't think we have to do anything. You could sit there like a tree, like a rock, and the other stuff's moving, not you. Tree rock.
No, so the guy is still here, but I think he doesn't want to answer my question. Or did he not think it was?
Oh yeah, I don't want to answer your question. No, I don't have to. I don't want to.
Of course you don't have to, but you're in here asking us questions. We don't have to answer, but we're willing. So I'm just curious why you don't want to.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't have to. So yeah.
All right.
What the joys of freedom of speech here.
Yeah, man. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, so it's like, so then is it possible? So if the satellite is moving, and then the claim is that we're also moving, it's only possible that the satellite's moving if we're moving. Well, there is like a where these two things zero out, right? So then it'll be like relative motion from the 0 point that the satellite is moving. So how would it be not? If that's the case, then why would it be possible that? Why would it be impossible that it's just the satellite moving?
Earth should be able to parallax with a helicopter or a helium balloon. If you had like the world's longest hovering helicopter that could hover for 10 days, 50 days, who knows, right? Like you supplied it with a little thing of fuel, a string of fuel up to it, right? And you just supplied it with its fuel and you just kept it hovering, or a drone, or a helium balloon, whatever you wanted, just to sit there, long years. And nothing ever spins against it, and nothing ever moves in accordance of the Earth doesn't spin underneath it at all within 2 years. But people will still say the Earth's spinning. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know what it is people really like cling to with the globe. I don't know. That these things aren't possible unless the Earth's a globe. I would say it's the opposite, right? Like you need the inertial frame, right? Like we can do calculations to remove all the other forces to get us back to the inertial reference frame, so that we can do the physics and math.
Yeah, the Earth has a force itself, and if you think the Earth, the wind has a good force, and if you think you live on a big fucking ball, dirt Earth, and the little layer of wind
has force,
so the little microscopic layer of wind, like the green line on my name, so powerful. The little microscopic layer of ocean, like the green line on my name. Just listen, so powerful.
You know what else has force, dude?
These are the layers, right? Then you have a dirt force called the Earth. The Earth's spinning. Whatever happened to its force and ability to do anything mechanically to any other object that's actually on the face of it, while it's a big fucking huge ball spinning? You shouldn't have to do anything to stuff. The Earth should be doing it for you. especially when gravity doesn't like to hold little things until they get far away, and then it wants to say, "Come here, buddy, not so fast. Don't get 100 miles away."
Wait, so you don't believe in gravity?
I don't have to believe in weird religions that you can't demonstrate.
Oh, that's interesting, dude.
Well,
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean by gravity?
I don't answer questions. Sorry.
Oh, jeez.
Why
are you
here then? Can you like not be here or just sit back and listen then? Because if you're not going to engage, but think it's a one-way street, like, the fuck's your problem, man?
So is this a demand or a question?
Shut up.
It's a bit of both, actually.
Oh. Okay, we've already established.
I'm not a mod. I'm not a mod, so I couldn't kick you out. But
I'll mute you both if you don't settle down. Listen, you asked a question. You asked a question.
We do have a flat Earth model, though.
You asked a question. Do you believe in gravity? He asked you, "Can you please define gravity so I can tell you whether I do or do not believe in it?" And you said, "I don't answer questions." What kind of shit is that? That was a little out of hand. Basics.
How is it out of hand?
You're asking if he believes in something, right? And you said, "Okay, can you define the thing that you're asking me to believe or not believe in?" And you said, "No. Just tell me, if you believe in it."
I said I don't answer questions.
He's just here to troll and shit talk. That's all it is.
I know you're talking to a cop.
All right. So might I propose that we put this guy on mute so he can just hang back and listen? Because it's not going to.
So it shall be.
Thank you.
I think it's hilarious that the way that they ask you if you believe, like it's some religious attribute to their, of course, religion, globe religion. You have to believe in this stuff, guys. You can't know it.
Hey, do you believe you can fly?
I believe I can fly.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's not it. You don't have a bad voice. That was pretty good.
I'm so glad you did it, Flatsy, because I was about to do it.
I couldn't resist.
I was just going to respond or touch the sky, but then you wouldn't believe it.
Please, nobody but Flatsy. My lord.
Do re mi fa sol la. That was pretty good, honestly.
Well, thank you. I've been singing my whole life. I'd like to thank my mama for having me.
Yeah, the first words she spoke were actually a song.
You sound like all my relatives, Flatsy.
Straight American.
If they're from Alabama, that's probably why.
Yeah, good chunk of them are.
This guy sounds like a Hmong in text chat.
Yeah, where you been at, Amish? You came back in kind of angry, talking shit, like right off the bat. You think after like a little time away, you'd be nice and compassionate, but no.
Yeah, well, look what happened.
All right, I got something to say. This has nothing to do with flat Earth, and I don't care. Did you know that Tropicana 100% apple juice doesn't come from any U.S. apples? They all come from Brazil, Chile, China, Hungary, Italy, Poland, Turkey, and Ukraine. Oh, I'm sorry. It does say U.S. last. Shit, I'm full of shit. Whatever. Why do we need freaking apples from anybody else? Don't we have enough apples to make our own apple juice? What kind of bullshit is
Yeah,
that?
it's freaking crazy. Yeah, in what world is it cheaper to send apples halfway across the world logistically and pay for all the fuel, all the refrigeration if required? I mean, all the care for the apples as they're traveling. You're paying for that. You probably have an apple orchard like within 20 minutes of where you live.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I have one like 2 minutes up the street, and they're really the best when you go get them off the tree. They really are super good.
Yeah, dude. If you got, thing is, they only make apple cider around here once a year. But it's banging apple cider.
Hear another damn word about apples, everybody's getting muted.
Listen, you can get androids from this local orchard right up the street from me.
It's the labor cost. Labor.
Hold on. Hey, I was talking about apples earlier. I just brought up the topic.
Better not.
Well, a lot of things have been discovered from the fruits. Apparently, sometimes the fruit falls down. Sometimes people go bobbing for the fruit because it floats. Like, do you believe the apple floats in water? Do you believe?
If you don't have a model as to why apples float on water, I can't believe you.
Models are not, well, our models demonstration. It can be.
Yeah, but if you don't have a model of this apple floating, I can't be an apple floating believer.
I mean, why can't we just? We don't even need a freaking model. Why don't we just show the map of the United States? Freaking, I don't know.
Well, the guy didn't really elaborate.
Like it's not even a model. It's what it is. Like, why is that?
He didn't even really elaborate on like what, like, do you have a model? It would have to be specific, like a model of what, like a model of volcanoes on a flat Earth, like a model. If he's asking for a model of the flat Earth in its entirety, then maybe he's missed the point that flat is not a claim of anything in its entirety to then objectify the Earth as an object that we can measure in its entirety, like the last guy who missed the point.
Yeah, what they really want is a freaking like a map, and then they want like topographical freaking like side view crap, to prove, like, dude, it's obviously flat. My lord, it's freaking absurd. Bendy water, so freaking dumb. I literally knew it at 6 years old. I literally asked my freaking kindergarten teacher, how the hell does the water stick to the ball? I knew it wasn't freaking real when I was 6.
I got family members who give the same story. They're like, listen, I remember, like they remember it, like it almost like it was like such a bad time that it sticks out. Like I remember in science class, they're like, make a model of the solar system, and I was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, how would this, whatever, right? But they had to make the model, and they got yelled at for doing it wrong, and said, no, you got to make it this size and the right the right ratios, etc. And they remember it.
Do it anyway. There's no way to really do it right anyway, because the sun would be, like in their gay model, the sun would be so huge, like the science
take
class.
Take up the whole box.
Yeah, dude, it'd be freaking it'd be like.
That's actually probably a good point. Yeah, it's probably the easiest science project you can do.
Like 1,000 Earths in the sun, or I think it's like 10,000 inside the sun.
I think it's like 1.3 million.
The Earth would be a BB, and the freaking sun would be a basketball. Basically, that's a pretty good.
No, I think it would be less than that. It would be the easiest science project ever. You can literally just do like little dots, like around a big, huge thing. I'm done, teach. I'm done.
Lay it out like a freaking dude. They make it so it does kind of match what we see, because it's laid out like a record player, because that's the way we look up and see it go around us.
Yeah, like you have you paint the basketball yellow, and you tell them, listen, I left the Earth only one fraction of the distance of the 93 million miles claimed, and it's at home. So this is an accurate model. Here, take my basketball.
I mean, nobody would know that the Earth is round unless investigation. And the point of it is to find things that are counterintuitive or that you wouldn't know otherwise. But I mean,
I got a theory on that. I got a theory that this whole flat Earth, this whole globe Earth paradigm that's put in front of us is just a reification of the old Greek philosophers who told you that you may not be able to justify anything, right? These are the same philosophers who ask questions like, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there, does it make a sound, right? So they then center, they put you at the center and say that you create the things around you, and your perspective could be an illusion. You could be like you're in Plato's cave, right? So my theory is that these same philosophers are the ones who they've reified their philosophy of how do we know things epistemologically and whatnot into an actual universe. They even use the term like, well, do these universals apply, right? And then they call this thing the universe, right? And say, well, if it's the same here, is it the same there? So to then make it so that to ask you and I, like, what's the ultimate authority that makes these things true? Is it you, or is it something outside of you?
I wonder if it's like way newer than that, though. I wonder if it was like made up like in the last 100 years, like, and all the other older crap is just nonsense. Like they just kind of made it up because of the whole, hey man, there's no more. We're running out. Like we can get everybody scared, and then we can control everything with scaring the crap out of people.
Well, I think it's just like the question, like, what's at the edge? It's just like the same philosopher question, like, what's at the edge of reality? They'll say, what do you mean the reality? Well, the universe, the things that apply always. What's at the edge of reality? And let's say maybe it's different. It's the same old thing. Now, I think everybody, globe Earth and flat Earth, agree that whether this is an old idea or not, it's a new belief that the Earth's a globe. That's definitely, everybody agrees that that's new. Whether it could be 80 years or 100 years. It's relatively new that people believe that they know that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
I don't see much difference. Like you run into the unknown with flat, and you run into the unknown with globe, and maybe the universe is more nihilistic at first glance, but either way, I feel like you find God at the end of it.
Yeah, well, that would be an unavoidable consequence of a world where God exists. You wouldn't be able to avoid finding God, because either all things would reveal the nature of God, or they wouldn't. And if all things don't, that means it would be something else If it's something else and it's not God, then it wouldn't be God's world.
There's something about having the whole finite, where you can't, where there's no more, and there's, we're running out of air, we're running out of this, we're running out of that.
But that's totally
That's
not
where
a
all the scary nonsense comes
That's
from.
not a philosophical like Socrates wasn't like we're running out of air. You're way off in the weeds here. But maybe it's different.
I just think that's one of the biggest reasons why they push it. They push it.
I know. I'm just saying that's a different
control.
Reason. Not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same. I'm putting forth the idea that these philosophers sat around and were like theorizing, right, on like, well, is the truth concrete or is it relative?
Right. Gotcha.
Right. And then they turned that model of philosophy into a model in the world and say, well, listen, let's model these ideas, and then say, well, Saturn is one idea and Jupiter's another world, and do universals apply on all, but you're giving a different idea and saying, I think these fuckers did it to scare us, which is, I guess maybe that's it. But
well, no, I don't think they just made it up back then. That's what I think. It's a newer concept, but who the hell knows? I doubt it back then. It's just silly to, don't you know? They've known it for thousands of years. They've known it was evolved for thousands of years.
Who did?
The reason I was saying
people always talk about that.
Yeah, the reason I was saying that we could all agree, right, that can't be the case, right, is because what you would need for that to be the case is you would need to be able to disseminate the information to the masses, and the dissemination method, being school or computers or TV, is only recent. So there's no way possibly, logistically, that we could all have known, or all of the world would have believed in a certain way. There was no way to disseminate the information.
No one could have unless you were born with the information. I live on globe, cyborg. Here are the measurements. Here is the curve. Like, you'd be able to point to it. Like, you'd know exactly every fucking thing about it, all of it. But the thing is like, the funny thing is about the camera thing, the 2-camera thing. You have one camera where the observer is, one camera on the boat. The camera on the boat is supposed to see a hump of water in front of it. The camera at the observer is supposed to see a boat hidden behind a hump of water. Now, if the camera on the boat doesn't look forward and see a big fucking wall of water, or a wall of water in front of it, case closed. Case fucking closed. If the guy on the boat, isn't looking at a fucking wall of water in front of him, something wrong.
That's it. R.I.P. Globe.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other Black Swan version, It's like, and the side view is another Black Swan. If just looking forward is the curve, just look forward and say it, But then you compare the side view and it never appears.
Yeah, what do you think, Eggshells, since you chimed in before I head out? What do you think? So you got the 2 theodolites set up, right? And like Kozlowski guy, right? So from point A to point B, he's like, all right, I'm at point A, and point B is lower, right? Is that the case?
I've got no idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. I was joking.
Oh, okay. There's this guy, Jesse Kozlowski, he said, listen, he got his theodolite out, and he put 2 of them facing each other. And he says, okay, I'm going to have these both just perfectly level and straight line of sight from one to the other. And although they're at the same elevation, he says, because he had them over top of water, from point A to point B, B was lower and A was higher. So it showed that he was at the top of the globe, and then the thing in the distance was lower due to the drop over distance. So now at point B, if he went to point B now and he was sighting at point A, would that also be lower, or now would it be higher?
In order for him to line up with point B, he would have to have like 33 to 45 degrees pointed diagonally down that way.
Well, he went to water. He went to water, right? And he was like, okay, he put his his tool, and he said, all right, it's 3 feet above the water. He measured vertically, and I put the center of the camera at 3 feet, and then did the same thing at point B, like point A and B. So he did 3 feet in the water.
Horizontally? Like he faced that one horizontally that way?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So he said he put them both horizontal, he in the horizontal orientation.
How the hell did they meet up with each other at all? Then the crosshairs would never.
I had them at the same elevation, right? So if I have two things at 2 feet of elevation, right, on a table or 2 inches, right, and they face each other, they're gonna line up with each other.
Okay, yeah. In that instance, yeah. Like if you have a flat surface, yeah.
Well, that's
but
what
on
he
the
was
ball,
testing.
yeah.
That's what he's testing. Yeah, he's saying, let's see if it's flat or if it's curved. So, and he went from A
Why
to
don't they have floating ones? Why don't you have 2 floating theodolites? You get on the little floating thing, or have a theodolite on your boat, or something that's like some kind of floating thing that gives you the idea of what you're looking for. 2 floating things.
With a vacuum chamber?
No, what the fuck?
Just wondering if it should be a floating vacuum chamber.
Okay, 7 dwarfs. You're hot, Mike, and eggshells.
No, I'm talking to you.
We weren't talking about vacuums.
I just thought it could add a vacuum chamber to it.
To what?
To make it
curved water?
Make it more sciencey.
No, all we need is some horizontal floating docks.
Okay.
And then a side view and a front view, and then a camera on each of them, and then they face each other as one dock goes away from the next, and as the other dock supposedly. Can you listen? So as one dock, while we're watching it live, goes away from the other, and the other sees the other. This is what we're going to do. We're going to watch at the other one appears to drop down, right, and then it's going to almost be invisible, right, and then it's going to be gone. Now we're going to switch to camera 2, and if we're not looking at a fucking wall of water that we got to look up to see the top of, then your globe can just kiss a big ass.
Globe debunked. South-centered flat Earth lives on.
I don't know what the hell that means, but flat Earth realm lives on.
That's right. These tests work so well. It's a wonder why to go test anything in reality anyway. If the thought experiments prove it, why bother? Why bother testing? See how they work in reality.
Imagine 2 floating little docks on the water. They're just self-leveling anyway, because the water will self-level them.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. The existence of ducks disproves the globe.
I didn't say ducks.
Didn't you?
I said
What did you
docks.
say?
DOCKS, the thing that sits out in the water that's horizontal, and you go fish off of it.
Dock.
It's a floating dock. Yeah, and they got little tubes on them that make them float. Yeah, they got little barrel tubes of air you can have, and you can have a floating dock.
Sure.
I just want to know how many horizontal docks can we have on curved water that don't drop below each other. So when you line them all up, floating devices, just floating cubes, and the tops of the cubes all touch the whole fucking way, what are we even talking about? Don't these cubes have to make a stair-stepping? The cubes would have to make a stair-stepping thing to theirself. Eventually, one of those cubes out of the fucking 100 cubes. Well, the cube would have to drop down below.
Exactly. Otherwise, they'd both be above and below each other.
Square beach balls. Big square floating fucking beach balls. Cube beach balls. Put them flat on the water and put like 100 of them, and then put 10 in front of the next. Take the 10 in the back and keep putting them in front until they start fucking going down below each other somehow. Physically.
That's true.
If they don't, then
very true. Beach cubes prove the flat Earth. Doesn't show us which is the center.
And that's how we all know that the Earth isn't a globe.
plus you could have 100,000 little styrofoam balls, and you have a little sensor, a little piece of metal in each one, and they all read on your screen. All your screen has to do is have 3 horizontal lines, top, middle, and bottom. And all the dots, you just keep putting them out anywhere. You can put them far away, close to each other, wherever you want to put them on water, whatever. Then you get your tablet and you can squeeze it in or widen it out as much as you want to see as many of those dots as you want. But no matter how you squeeze it in, it's still going to show you the topography of the dots. So when you squeeze it in, it's still going to show you the arc radius if they arc down. But if they don't, then they're all going to stay along that middle center mean line where you start the first one. So the little dots will all show horizontal within like just a little gradual wave or whatever you got, but they'll all still be horizontal across that line.
Yeah,
and if it's a globe,
you just got to get these globers like who deny everything to agree to anything. Like with 3 coplanar points, prove that water establishes a horizontal plane of reference if these coplanar points were established by water.
Yes, sir, because they would have to drop below their own point somehow, somewhere. They'd have to. Like if you just keep putting them and keep putting them and keep putting them, eventually they have to show you the formality of the Earth, the topography. They have to. Like a dot-to-dot image, they fill it in.
That's a good point.
Microdots. You can do it with drones too. Just see how they all line up with each other, and it shows you on the screen where they all sit in free space based on the first one. So the first one and then the next one shows you where it's at compared to the first, the second, third, and just keep showing you them. So they'll be lined up or not.
Geez, the globe's taking a couple of L's today. I might have to switch sides again.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you consider an L, but it's just that. It's
Well,
just
I mean,
like
it's a good point, right? If 3 dots are coplanar, then that means flat.
Well, it just means that those points lie within a plane.
Yeah, and they're established. I mean, in the thought experiment, they were already coplanar, so that's it.
No, they're
done.
No, I mean they can be coplanar within whatever plane, whether it's a vertical or right. But then you have to establish this plane that they lie within. What is it? Listen, you were never that good of a Glober, anyway. So
I think you'd be a way better flat earther, eggshells.
I'm one of the best flat earthers there is. I've even been told that by other flat earthers.
You know, I was saying it to the other guy, right? It was Sevens or something. His name was Sevens, right? Like imagine eggshells with all the sophistry and all the great arguments that you're able to like turn from nothingness, right? Imagine having the truth and tons of experimentation, lasers, mirror flashes, etc., on your side to then argue your point with evidence. Yeah.
Tell me about the experimentation. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine if you had that on your side.
Imagine if there were actual experiments showing flat Earth. You're saying?
Yeah, imagine if you had like substance to your argumentation. Yeah, how well you could do.
Pretty imaginative.
Sky's the limit.
It's very imaginative. I like it.
As good as you are now, you could be that much better if you had substance in your argument.
If there was evidence for flat Earth, it would be great. Is there?
There are no
I want to know about these experiments.
That's all there is.
There are no experiments that prove globe or flat.
Well, I've just been told there are, though. There's all the experiments. All of them.
Science
not
does
just
not.
one.
Yeah, the science doesn't prove globe or flat.
Well, I've just been told the opposite. I don't know who to listen to now.
Yeah, that's probably
said we've got experiments.
Misspoke.
Just follow your heart. Follow your heart. Where does it lead you?
Makes me think you made it up.
You can't perform an experiment.
What experiment, dude?
I don't think there are experiments that meet any test standard of rigor, particularly even the flat Earth standard, that support the flat Earth. No, not one. I'd love to know it.
And science does not prove things. That's another thing I heard. What's that mean?
I think it's weird that nobody can know for sure whether something's round or flat. That's what I think.
That's not right. People can know whether it's true or if things are flat or round. But there's no scientific experiments to do that.
How about measurements?
And definitely,
I never did say scientific experiment, but I did say experiment, right? Or demonstration.
Okay, so I got you, Elbow.
And then somebody said science doesn't prove things later in the conversation.
Yeah, I just want to know what the experiment. I just want to know what the experiments are. What?
Yeah, you're not looking for the cause of flat. That's not what we're proving. The cause of flat. I don't even understand. Like, but
yeah, that's not what I'm asking.
Right. So if it is flat, it is. Science would prove the cause of flat. We would just prove the shape of flat by measurement.
That's cool. That's indeed a nice song. What was the experiment you were talking about, though, Tanks? What do you feel?
Well, yeah. So in regards, you could demonstrate these things. So you could go to the laser level, right? Go to the
So they're kind of
laser level.
hypothetical experiments that may in future happen if somebody is motivated.
On the title of the video, it says "greatest laser experiment" or something like that. So you could demonstrate with the laser level, right?
So because some people call their YouTube video an experiment, that meets the standard of experiment.
It's just a reference to the title. This is a reference to the title. It just
seems like the standard of what is satisfactory as an experiment changes fairly drastically when it supports flat Earth. When it supports the globe, it's like you've got to manipulate gravity. You've got to do it in a vacuum chamber painted purple. And then if it's flat Earth, it's like I saw a YouTube video with experiment in the title.
Right, yeah. So you could demonstrate it, right? So you could then prove, right, the 3 coplanar points lying within a plane. Right? You could show it.
You could, but have you?
Yeah, I wasn't part of the laser experiment. I've done it with the water level that did not exist repeatedly. I don't know why.
Tell me, if you went and did that with lasers, if you went out and spent a lot of time and money going out to a lake with lasers,
you could then tote that around.
Just let me finish.
Doesn't matter.
Just let me finish. I've got a question for you.
My point was, instead of the sophistry, right? Instead of you toting that around, you could tote around a demonstration.
Yeah, I could pretend I had real experiments that weren't done by fraud.
Instead of sophistry that you rely on so strongly, you could then rely upon something you can prove.
But I'm just trying to question you about the frauds that did that experiment. If you got results, do you think an important part of that would be releasing the results? Like, hey, I tested, I found that these points are all in a line, Earth is flat. Do you think you should show the results?
It's a measurement. You wouldn't feel it, right? You wouldn't feel for it. You would just measure it, and you could show it. You could demonstrate.
I could just draw you all kinds of cartoon diagrams like Jesse and make a computer graph for you. I mean, if you just shut the fuck up tomorrow and say the Earth's flat, if just looking at a fucking cartoon graph and I can go make some shit in my garage like a little kid, right? On a computer, a 5th grader, right? Is that what you're looking for, Eggs? Some fake goopy shit.
If you can do that, I'll be impressed.
You'd be impressed with a fake graph.
I feel like it's a really simple question. Tanks. If you
you're just going to come back with sophistry, and all I'm trying to like present.
No, it's a direct question.
There's a different way of life, and you could leave the sophistry behind, and then you can rely upon like repeatable demonstration. Right? You could. Yeah, I'm just showing you, right? So you could rely upon
nor repeated.
Yeah, you can rely upon repeated demonstration and have some kind of truth behind your great argumentation of sophistry and replace the sophistry with substance. Imagine that life.
Right, but just calling it sophistry is inherently sophistry. And who you're referring to as these laser tests are probably the guys, the frauds that never release their results.
Pick a thing, anything. All we have, this is my point, actually, all we have is demonstrations of level being horizontal. Right? The globe says, but maybe it's not. But maybe the demonstrations don't hold universally, right? So instead of the maybe it's not, and maybe instead of the maybe it's not, and
hold up. Who said maybe it's not? Did I say that? Yeah. Did I say those words?
You're performing sophistry right now. So instead of the casting of doubt,
I'm challenging you to stop lying about what other people said. Did that person?
You want to get to the nitty gritty?
Is the person
eggshells?
More
tanks. Is the person who said that in the room right now? Do they exist?
They can't not just talk about talking. And let's keep talking about talking. Where is the fucking physical meat and potatoes?
Right here in the room. It's tanks just lying.
Eggshells. Earlier you said that it's
experiments when he knows that he doesn't. Every time he's
I'm quoting you,
and then just the best he can do is pretend I say things that I didn't say.
Earlier you said that it's that level is locally horizontal, but off in the distance it's not. That's what you said earlier. Yeah, it was you.
Did I say the second bit?
That was you, Mike. That was you.
Yeah, that was.
Did I say the second bit?
Yeah.
Did I say the second bit though?
No, he didn't say the second bit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's almost like Tanks has got a pathological habit of making up what other people say because he's not good at defeating them on what they do say.
So locally, it's horizontal, and then later it's horizontal as well? Just be clear.
Yes. Later, it's horizontal as well.
Okay. So then what is the differentiation between locally and non-locally?
Yeah, hold on. I was there, Eggs. You said that
with Tank's question, it was the answer was baked into the question.
Which on the
one
is level horizontal?
Yeah, it's like when does the Earth?
Yeah.
So I remember how it was worded exactly, but it was something like, so you've got the Earth, and when does the Earth start bending?
When does the Earth stop and the sphere start?
Well,
I think is what he said.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It was a good question. It really is. We're getting our top minds to crack that one.
Oh, where is it doesn't.
Well, I don't even know what the question means. I would need a team of psychologists to help me even decipher the meaning of the question.
Well, they think it's flat. They think it's.
Go ahead. Sorry, Brenda.
Yeah, I don't have much. I'm going to jump in the shower soon, so I'm not going to make a long conversation. But eggshells, I mean, it would be better. It would just be better to be on the side of substance. That's all.
Yeah, look, it would be better to be on the side of claiming experiments and demonstrations. I prefer to be on the side of also actually having them. That's the difference, really. But it is fun to be on the flat Earth side because you don't actually have to present them. You just claim that they're there, and that's a much easier task. And then when challenged for them, generally the answer I go for is Google it, bro, or this is your claim, or something like that, which is a good one. Just making a claim and then telling somebody else they made that claim is pretty choice.
Yeah, I mean, the flat earther can just say, listen, the starting point is that observation, the default would be flat and stationary. They could do that if they don't feel like doing jumping through all the hoops with somebody for years and years. Yeah.
Or they just claim the other person said something they didn't and then try to challenge that. Tanks, do you plan on buying lottery tickets or investing, otherwise getting enough money to invest in a new microphone any time? Because I'm sure that one was good in the 60s.
Well, this microphone, I switched from my little Jabra headset to this Apple AirPod. It's not as good. And this was just recently, the last 5 minutes.
Maybe it's your voice. Both of them sound very.
Hold on, let me, if you will, if I may, just interrupt for a second. Brenda was trying to make a point. I guess she got muted. So let's try it again. Okay, go ahead, Brenda. What point you making?
The point I was making is that many flat earthers have a misconception.
For fuck's sake. Okay, let's go, Brenda. Go
many flat earthers have a misconception.
Okay, Jesus. Okay, I guess you're not gonna. Okay. If I may, just let Brenda talk, please. Okay. Okay, hold on, Brenda. Maybe you're going to. Okay, try to phrase it a different way instead of talking at someone. Just maybe there's something problematic in the way you're starting your sentence there.
I was talking generally. I was talking generally, not at somebody.
Okay.
I wasn't talking at anybody. I was talking generally, right? Generally, flat earthers tend.
All right, I guess it's just not going to happen today.
Jesus.
Just type it in text chat then, I guess.
I'm quite pretending that's a Brenda problem. That's somebody being a troll.
Yeah, probably, but whatever. Glober makes a point. I would like to hear it, but what do you think is going to be eggshells? Can we predict it? So maybe eggs.
I think she was going to say that that people mistake the idea between level being straight, therefore Earth is flat, versus level being potentially curved and matching locally with a horizontal straight line.
Oh yeah, something. But then it's a point of view. But who messed that up? Is that everybody does that wrong, or does only flat earthers do that?
I think colloquially people probably do the same thing. I think that most people probably just think of it the same way. I don't think there's many people outside of this debate that ever really conceive of there being curvature in a cup of water.
There's Bob Ross. I was when you brought it up, I was looking for the video. He's talking about these really grandiose landscapes, and he talks about when you paint water, it's always got to be flat. And you can go anywhere you want with it, but in the painting, for it to mimic real life, it's got to be flat. It's got to be level.
Sure.
So was he a closeted flat earther?
It could be. I guess that's one possible conclusion one could reach. There might be another couple of conclusions one might want to test out the validity of.
Was he's a liar?
That's another conclusion one could test the validity of. That he was trying to signal to the flat earthers the truth the whole time. That locally, for all intents and purposes, a line, if subtly curved enough, will appear straight. That on the scale of one's doing a painting, that will suffice. He's just saying to people, don't draw a river actually going down in elevation, because when you conceive of rivers, you know they're flowing downhill, but when you see them, except in the most high energy rapids, there is very little perceivable drop, although they're obviously flowing from high to low. So if you're drawing a river, always draw it flat.
How about here, Vsauce? Do you think he's in on it? Have you seen this video on the Joe Rogan podcast? And he said, hey, so what's going on with flat earth here? What's going on with the globe? And he basically says, yeah, science sucks. It's useless.
Vsauce said science sucks and is useless. Did he use those exact words, or is this a fairly extreme paraphrasing?
Yeah, well, not extreme paraphrasing. He says science doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that to me doesn't mean it sucks. I think certainty is maladaptive, and people who think that they have proven something are suffering from delusion. So things that claim they've proven things suck.
Is that
things
proven?
That deal with, huh?
But is that statement proven then?
No.
Okay, so is it proven that you can't prove anything?
No.
Okay, so you can prove things.
Well, can you prove negatives?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So he says science can't prove anything. And how is that proven?
It's a great one. Can negatives be proven, though? It's an important question.
What can science do?
Let's consider for a moment that think something can be proven. The proof is a possible thing to do. Can negatives be proven? Or is it on the scale of things that can be proven? There are like accepted fictions up there at the top end, things like maths and legal fictions and stuff like that. And then there is the main murky territory. But then there is like proving a negative, right? Proving there isn't a teapot orbiting the sun somewhere around Mars. Can I prove that isn't the case?
Yeah, the Russell's teapot.
Exactly. It's making a point about proving a negative, right? The burden of proof.
So what can be proven then?
Depends how you conceive of it, right? To me, it's either nothing or it's entirely subjective. Right? And in certain settings, I think people would favour one way of saying it over another. Without, language is necessarily, particularly English, ambiguous and context dependent. Right? Like if I said, did you go to work yesterday? And my partner said yes, and I said, I checked our home cameras, you were at home. For the context of that conversation, I would be comfortable saying I proved it. Is it actually proven in a super rigid sense of could the date and time be wrong on the cameras, or, all of the other possibilities that might, confound that? Sure. Depends what degree. It's only going to be subjective, and where somebody sets their standard for proven is going to be different to the next person.
So if science can't prove anything. Nothing. Nothing can be proven in science. What can science do?
Weed out less likely possibilities until it gets to better and better. Get further and further from wrong, if you want to put it that way. Discards untrue hypotheses.
What would be a good example of that?
But just try to think of. Going to try and think of ones that are like has been overturned. Oh, like humans.
Clean coal. The low tar safe cigarette. Anti-miscegenation.
What's the last one?
Anti-miscegenation.
What on earth is that?
That's where it's based in Darwinism, that if you mix the races, you'll create a subhuman mongrel underclass citizen. This is why they forced sterilized people in the 60s and stuff.
I was always wondering what was wrong with me. I didn't realize I was miscegenized.
Yeah, anti-miscegenized, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's easier. Like, okay, here's one that affected my mum. She treats backs, and in her book, one of the ways she recommended treating a sciatic nerve issue was it was an interesting one in that she claims her treatment works, and she's a pretty good physio, and it's pretty easy to tell if it works. So it appeared the treatment worked, but her theory behind what was going on was disproven because they did further autopsies and found that the way she thought the nerve was routed, and most anatomy textbooks had the nerve around going through one of those holes in your hips, was wrong, and it went round the other side of the bone. And therefore her theory that it was manipulating the nerve did something was wrong. And you can disprove that, right? You can go, the nerve doesn't go there. But to say I've proven that it does go here, I think is a tougher ask. Does it go that way in all people?
And that was a science that did that?
Well, it was a scientist I met, a biomechanical, I forget what he is, but yeah, he cut up bodies and wrote a paper on it. Pretty sciencey.
So what he proved is that all of the bodies he cut up had it routed that direction, right?
Exactly, that's the problem, right? The base assumption in all science is the uniformity of nature.
Yeah, that's a good mic. Yeah.
It is a very good mic, actually. Is that there's no point doing science if you presume that nature is non-uniform. So you just assume that it is, even though that's obviously unproven. It's impossible to prove.
What's the premise of this discussion? There isn't any? We're just
the idea that the heliocentric model is the most scientifically proven theory of all of science, all of human history. And at the same time, science doesn't prove anything at all.
Does Eggshells believe that?
I didn't say that, no.
No, it had to go with a comment that Brenda was making, that flat earthers have lied about science.
If we have to assume uniformitarian nature, why would we do that? Like why assume that? Like what's reason for that?
Because assuming the opposite or anything but that would render the purpose of science moot. There would be no meaningful investigation into the nature of reality could happen if you said maybe reality.
Right, but that's kind of
differently for all observers.
That's kind of blah. right? Can't be like, oh, I can't do science if I don't assume nature's uniform. Therefore, I'm going to think nature's uniform. No, it's you should think nature's uniform before you even think you can do science. That seems appropriate to me. Seems like cart before the horse, don't it?
Sure, I wasn't intending on giving you a chronology of it, but you said, why is it useful? And I gave you basically the same answer that you did. I'm happy to go with yours if it works better for you. I was just making the point that assumptions are a natural part of life and a necessary part of science.
Do you think at some point you're going to get tired of like trying every gimmick in the book, trying to figure out how you can manage to create an argument that we can possibly think that the Earth is a globe? Because I think at some point, dude, you're just going to be really tired and just give up. Because it sounds like you're reaching the end of your attempts. Like at some point, you're just going to be like, I don't even have the energy anymore to continue. Because it's the same thing, isn't it? It's the same thing. I haven't heard. It's like you're trying to use the same argument in very different ways. The same one. It's always assumption. You want to state a case for assuming things, and saying that assuming things is a great way to detail how I know that the Earth is a globe. It's the best. You dress it up too. You're like,
very weird, so man. What's going on?
No, this isn't very weird. This is an assessment.
A natural part of science and everyday life.
No. This is an assessment of your time here, like your time in. Right. Every time you come up with an argument, this is like it's cumulative. So over the course of the time you've been doing this is what you do, and it's painted a little differently every time, but it's always the same argument. It's about assumptions. You're trying to justify that and to say that you can have an assumption and it be meaningful for you to tell me that the Earth is a globe or the room, not just me. But you want to use that as some kind of catalyst for saying that that's how we know things are true because of our assumptions.
Did I? But that's the thing. This is a massive assumption. So you're doing the thing that I'm accusing you of while seemingly, I think, maybe trying to rebut it. But I'm not. I haven't said those words. You're assuming I'm making a point that I haven't made, that I don't agree with. Why?
Yeah,
what a weird
that's what you say.
To make.
That's what you say now. Now you're saying
the point about people making assumptions of being natural.
Eggshells.
Is this an assumption or is it a fact?
You're staying away from the assessment because you know
Answer
it's
the
true.
Question, Alpha. Is that an assumption? Did you make an assumption just now?
No, I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm just telling you the assessment that I've made thus far. You're trying to bring up a different argument every time, but it's the same one. To you in your mind, you think it's constructed a little differently, but it always results in that we're always talking about assumptions. So you're dressing up the argument to make it sound like it's different, but it's the same. It's not changed. It's always about making. You're justifying assumptions about what you think about the physical and natural world, and then you want to justify it to us and make it sound like you're coming up with something new. It's the same argument, dude. It's the same argument.
That is properly. This is the same.
No, I think your epistemology is the same.
I'm happy to plead. Hey, Alpha, control your distance.
Your epistemology is the same.
Let me respond.
It's the same. I didn't say your epistemology changed.
You can do it, Alpha. You can take a big breath and put on your.
The epistemology hasn't changed. It's how you're phrasing the words within the context of what you're talking about. That has changed. But not what your epistemology is. You've always believed that assumptions are the best way forward. That's how we know things. That's what you want to tell everybody here. You're just dressing up the argument a little differently every time. And you want to make it sound to everybody here that it's just a new approach. It's not. It's the same old tired approach, Egg. That's it. And you can't say that's not what you've been doing because I've heard you say the word assumption. That's what you're telling everybody. Now it's differently if everybody here responds, no, he wasn't talking about assumptions. He definitely wasn't saying that. Then I would be like, okay, then you're right. Go ahead.
Proves things. Chris asked me a question about whether science proves things, and you just started going off on getting upset at me about saying that people make assumptions.
I'm not upset. I'm just saying that, dude,
assumption
it's just tired.
That was a massive cell phone, and you failed to listen to people and their responses. You've got no idea what I'm actually saying because you're too busy flapping your gums at me about trying to tell me what I think. It's ridiculous.
No, I'm not telling you what you think. I'm telling you every time you come in here, you're always talking about that. It's always about assumptions. And the last argument that you've had in here, when you were trying to provide evidence of the Earth being a globe, it was the same thing. When we're talking about the path of the sun, you were using Southern America to actually kind of put an example to it. And I told you, I was like, dude, you're making an assumption that the sun is moving in a circuit. You were saying that it was making a circle within, like, you know, when it was traversing over the ground, its ground position. And then when we got right down to it, it boiled down to that you were just making assumptions, which was fine. That's your assumption. But you're changing the argument every time just a little to make it sound like it's something new. It's not. That's all.
Oh, man. I got something new.
Not trying to make it sound new.
No,
you just,
I mean,
like,
is what
why would I need to or want to make it sound new? That would just make it sound like my epistemology has changed every time I've turned up here. When what I'm trying to make clear is having a consistent epistemology is central to having a meaningful view of the world.
Yeah,
if your
you hear what I said?
epistemology changes.
I never said your epistemology changed. It's the words within the argument that have.
So then what logical sense would I have to try to make it sound different? If the idea is having a consistent
the logical reason.
Why would I try to make it sound like I didn't have a consistent epistemology?
Yeah, fair. But consistency is less reasonable if you're given new information that proves your prior consistency false. So the rational thing to do would be to, quote unquote, be new, and to the new true, right?
Absolutely. But that doesn't touch on what we're talking about, right? Alpha is trying to make a spurious claim because he got spanked in our last debate about that suddenly making assumptions is bad. But my point is, we all make. He made one. He made one in the response.
He's saying it incorrectly. We all know his epistemology. That has never changed. What's changed is how he constructs his arguments. But the underlying premise is his epistemology. That's what it's about. We're going to go back to the base root of it being an assumption. Therefore, his epistemology has never changed. It's how he constructs his arguments. That has changed. Different ways of saying assumption. So he's going to come at the argument with the idea that he's going to try to justify his assumption within the context of a different argument. Do you get it, Egg?
Like me to do, Alpha. If I think that assumptions are valid and worthwhile and unavoidable and fallible, what would you like me to do? Always use the same wording every time I come in here? Even though there's different arguments,
Thank you.
different people
Then
who
I
are having
wasn't
different
wrong.
discussions?
Egg, then I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, I know that, but you exactly specified what I was getting at. So you didn't understand what I was saying. You finally understood what I was saying. That's exactly what I meant. What you just explained right now is exactly what I was talking about when I first started telling you. Not what you said prior to that you have a different epistemology. I already know you don't have a different one. That's all.
So you don't answer them because you know that the answers would debunk your position. So you just squirrel away from them.
No, you're upset, dude. You get in your feelings because you think that I don't want to address your assumptions and make them valid in your worldview because your epistemology is such that assumptions are valid for you. They're a great way to detail how the physical and natural world are represented. And dude, I don't work that way. Not for me. Maybe for you. That's your gig. That's your gig, not me.
You don't make assumptions? We didn't catch you making one in this conversation?
I didn't say I don't. Listen, I didn't say I don't make assumptions.
You said I don't work that way. So in what way?
Shut your pie hole. I didn't say I don't make assumptions. I said on the topic of the physical and natural world, I don't. I don't need to. It is what it is. Other things, I don't mind making assumptions on, but not when it concerns when people are asking me about the physical and natural world, as in things like, what is the sun? What is the earth? Stuff like that. I don't need to make assumptions. Why? I can just tell people what I see. The representation of what I see is good enough. Not for you, though. When it concerns the physical and natural world, you want to tell them your assumptions. I don't need that. You do. Other things I can assume, right? So, and that's just like I don't know. That's just an off-topic thing. I don't need to tell you about all of my different ways that I can assume other things. But when it concerns the physical natural world, once again, I don't need to assume. It just is what it is. That's all. But you do. That's the difference. He rage quit. It's tired, man. He just comes in here. He just tries to say an assumption in a different way. It's like, dude, like, it's the same old song and dance. You're just going to make the argument sound a little different. One day you're assuming the path of the sun. Tomorrow it's going to be assuming the shape of the earth. The next day it's going to be assuming gas pressure without a container is possible. It exists. All these assumptions, like, don't need them. Just, can you tell me how anything can be demonstrated to be true? And if not, sit on that. But it's just, that don't sit well with him, I guess. He has to feel like assumptions can be justified for us to have, like, valid ways to explain the physical natural world.
Yeah, buddy. Anyway, I found two things interesting in that Job passage where God smacks Job senseless. One, it says, how are you going to track down where the light's coming from? Interesting, huh? Think about it. Telling Job, are you going to go to the source of the light? Think you know where it is?
What verse was that? Yeah.
It's in that passage where he says, gird up your loins, about to smacketh thee downeth.
Yeah, that was pretty lengthy. I think that was. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
so if you read it, if you go to a multi translation where they have the linear verses or whatever, you can see a lot of cool ways that they interpreted it. But I mean, obviously you got to go back. But there's seems to indicate that he's saying, how are you going to tell where the light is actually coming from?
Yeah.
Cade is a little bit different, but it says also here. Let me see. Let me find this other one here.
I think Tactical had it pulled up.
There's one.
Tactical.
18th, the 18th verse. It says, "Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all. Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where is its place? That thou shouldest take holds of the bounds thereof." And it goes, "Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow, and seen the treasures of the hail, which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war?" What does the treasure of the snow have to do with battle and war? Interesting. Now then it goes on, by what way is the light parted, which scattereth the east wind upon the earth? Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Job couldn't, because he was very wise, but he couldn't refute God in any way. He didn't know these things. When Flat Earth first was like coming onto the scene, everybody was jumping into it, and was on the internet everywhere. Everybody wanted to figure things out. They wanted to know things, and a lot of the itching ears got together with the ones who were, wanting to know things, and they started to form the category of like the idea, like what we call esoteric flat earthers, and they started to make their own, priests, let's say, and they gave them the authority by saying, "This guy, we'll follow him." And therefore, those guys said, we're not satisfied with just what we have. We want to have explanations, talk about things, and they fell into the same trap that these, like Job. I mean, if let's say the creator were to come back and ask these guys, they wouldn't be able to rebut anything to the creator. What can they say?
Okay, where was I got a trick question for you. Who is speaking to Job here?
Job.
And it's for Alpha, dude.
were you going to read something, or you meant like on what you just?
Just saying, who in this passage, who is speaking to Job?
The Creator. He came to him in a whirlwind.
Okay, so it says, "Then the Lord answered." So let's see that in the Hebrew. Then answered Yahweh, Tetragrammaton, right? The Lord. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Okay, so this is Yahweh speaking. I laid the foundations of the earth. I keep that in the back of your mind. And I'm almost there. Check this out. But unto the Son he saith, Thy throne, O God, is forever, forever. Scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. Thou hast loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore God, if that's who he's speaking to, even thy God, that's who he is who's speaking, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness. And thou, keep in mind who's speaking, and thou, who I'm speaking to, the Son, thou, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. So who was speaking to Job?
Yeah, it's still the Creator.
Yep. Who's the Creator?
The all-encompassing deity. So
according to this passage, who is the one that laid the foundations of the earth?
So, and the way we interpret, biblical text would be, you'd have the Christ concealed and Christ revealed. So Christ concealed is the Old Testament. The Lord, the angel of the Lord, is considered Yeshua, Jesus. But before his name was known, right, before it was given when he was born, it was, known as the angel of the Lord. So he's speaking to his Son. So it's still it's still the Creator. So I don't want to just we're gonna go too deep, and I think a lot of people aren't ready for a biblical conversation. But yeah, I think it's fascinating because it does talk about the work of the triune being, but that's going to upset some tummies here if we start saying that. So
what was I going to say? I forgot.
Yeah, there was a passage that David says.
Job is supposedly. Yeah, but just before we go on, Job is supposedly the oldest written book that's in the anthology of the Bible, even though it's in the middle.
Yeah, there was a passage where David's speaking, and there was a prayer where he said, "The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand." So there's an understanding that's given from the Father to the Son. But in fact, it's we're gonna get too deep, dude. I'm afraid I'm gonna cross a boundary with some people.
Oh man,
it'll be upset.
Oh man,
I don't know. Do you want to continue? Because people in here might be like, "Nah, let's switch."
So another one is when Jesus zinged him, and he goes, "The Messiah, whose son is he? Whose son is he?" They go, "David's." And he goes, "And why in the spirit did David call him Lord?"
Right.
And they said, the Bible says that, and they could not answer him a single word.
Because there's no way that they could, and but the oneness doctrine is what speaks against this. I'm telling you.
By the way, the interpretation of that old verse that Alpha read is actually backed up by Christ, because Christ specifically asks that event the Christ was present. That's what he's saying. I was present in that event. I was there.
I was there, yeah. There's a passage that says, by him, through him, and for him were all things created. Who's he speaking about? And that's interesting. You know, the Father is the grand architect, but the Son was endowed with creation. He was his hand, his fingerprint, in which all of things were made. It's very different. It's different when you look at context. In order, like different, like you said, different passages agree with each other. So we're not in like stark contrast when we're saying these things. So.
That's some good stuff you're saying right there. I'm on board.
It's interesting because there's been debates in the past within the community about this, because there's a oneness doctrine that's out there that's really polluting the minds of people to get into the idea that not only is Christ one and all, but Christ is in you. And so it's kind of getting people ready for some, and I know what it's getting people ready for. So a lot of people are going to be taken in by this doctrine because it gathers together like unified all religions. It's going to unify everybody's mind to, we all are God, essentially. We're bits and pieces of him, but together we are the creator. I'm telling you, man, it's pretty scary.
Yeah. There's already heliocentric, expanding Big Bang, cosmogony and cosmology, evolutionist, atheistic, Weebles already think that they've proven God exists. But of course, God is a monistic version of God, and where everything and everyone is one great big infinite loop of creation.
Is it Neil deGrasse on that kind of mindset? I think he does.
I've never heard his view on it. So I couldn't tell you.
I'm going to say that I did believe him saying he uses the generic term God. So he says, yeah, I think he does believe in God. I don't know what God, but he does use that word. Because it's a title. God is a title. It's not a name. So he could easily say God, and we don't know what he means, So, so I think he does believe in God, whatever God he believes in, but could be heliocentric, an old Copernican religion. Wasn't he one of the architects of that religion?
Yeah, so what me and Alpha are trying to say, if you're bored of flat Earth and you ever want to get wrecked about a theological debate, take us on.
It's so wild ride. We've done this before, AI, and we've actually turned people on their heads about it, but it's not going to be easy because what we deal with we deal with community members on this. So we're going to be doing a little bit of like internal critiquing. Yeah, I don't know.
And I'd suggest no one takes them up on that offer. Last biblical discussion I had with Alpha went for about 14 hours straight.
Yeah, that was a long time. I mean, we had the lexicon out, and I think we had
still not enough time.
No, what I mean.
I went all night. I think I started at 5 in the afternoon or 6 in the afternoon. It was 10 in the morning, and we were still going. And AI jumped in. I had to get out.
Yeah, I'm enamored with God's word. I feel like, yeah, I know a lot of people have an idea about it, but AI and me, I think we were on the same wavelengths thus far, and so it's not easy to actually to come to this point, and there's a lot that needs to shed from our understanding, like which is my idea of what the interpretations mean versus what the scriptures actually interpret for themselves.
Price of Adam said it apropos. Wonderful. Don't forget who the god of the club is.
The god of the club?
Yeah. Out of the world.
Oh. Is that what he means? Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Well, we're told to constantly have our minds renewed with the word. So there's something there. Even if you get something out of scripture, you can reread it and get something else out of it. It has
And
to
I
be
think
like spiritually discerned. And you have Bible scholars or like skeptics who want to take the spiritual aspect out of it, which is completely against scripture. So it's
how would
hilarious.
you get in front of somebody learning how to interpret scripture for themselves by using scripture against scripture? And that's easy. Get them at a young age where they don't have the discernment and they follow specific doctrines of knowledge.
Yeah, and I
And
don't think
therefore it builds
I
them
would
up.
say that the
Yeah.
scriptures don't need interpretation. They clearly and plainly say what is said. So
Yeah, but what I mean is by interpretation is that the
No,
scripture
that's not true,
itself.
Flatsy.
Yeah, scripture has interpretations within the context of it, of the word. Like say the Bible, right? In different passage, let's say you read a passage, there's another passage that would kind of either once or twice within the context of the whole Bible. Would say it in another place. So you could reference another place and find out the context of what they meant that time to the reference of the place where you read it in another place. You know what I mean? Like, so you could scripture actually. You don't need to have like, your famous pastor tell you what the scripture is. You can just like it says do like the Bereans did. Use other scripture to interpret from another place in a passage and find out what it was talking about in context, and then it'll give you a better understanding versus you just saying, I think this means God wants me to have money. Like that is what people can come up with, but by just reading just a passage just by itself. But if you don't understand historical context or perhaps realize that who they were speaking to at the time there's going to be a lot missing. There's a lens that we use. I don't know if you want to consider it a social lens, but it's definitely a lens that you and I are looking at the Bible through. We're not realizing that historically there's a lot of things that we are missing as far as context goes. Like I can bring one topic up, like slavery. Like that's one thing that people miss. Like when they read it, the context is not understood because the lens you're looking at it through is a suburban American, that's middle class or whatever. I'm just making,
yeah, a lot of the times when people come up with doctrines from scripture, all you have to do is read a little bit further and it will give you the context that their doctrine completely goes against. So there's something
at a flat earth example of this where this guy came in, he just wanted to crap on claiming that if you're a Christian you have to be a flat earther, and one of his verses that he put was, and you saw the tree from all points of the earth because it was so tall. And so he said, oh, see, you gotta believe that you could see a tall tree from all points of the earth. So you go and read the passage, and it clearly says, Homeboy Sauce King is having a dream. A dream. A dream, people. A dream.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. All you have to do is read a little further to see. And I guess they just stop wherever they want to. And they're like, oh, I'm going to go with this.
There's
context is key.
There's certain passages that elucidate some greater knowledge that is a bit different than how we view the earth, even as flat earth. And what I would say is, I don't like the fact that we have to filter it through a mind that we have to, like, okay, just for example, because I don't want to speak too cryptic. Let's say we're looking at it through the lens of Enoch, right? What he saw. Enoch's son was the one who received the words that he gave about the interpretation of the, when God took him up and he saw those amazing things and the places he went. And when he came back to earth and was like giving all this information to his son, I'm pretty sure when he was telling him the words, his son didn't know what he was talking about. It sounded like a very weird dream that he told him about. And so I don't like the sun is going through many portals. The moon is, the stars are as well. They each have their different portals and their times and their seasons. And then that to me signifies like he was just writing down exactly what Enoch was saying. But can you understand that being from this vantage point on Earth? There's absolutely no way. And that the sun, moon, and stars are actually angelic beings. So we might think of them as, filtering them through maybe some kind of mindset, like our best guess would be some type of energy or something, having to deal with that. But what if it's something entirely different? What if they're spiritual beings and they're conscripted to do the specific cyclical nature that they do according to maybe a higher command? There's a lot that we're taking on face value when it comes to the words of that are in the Bible, and there's another side to it that we can never know. And I don't know if some people aren't okay with that. They want to search out for the Enoch experience. I guess that's what I would say, the Enoch experience. They want to have the Enoch experience. Because I remember I was talking to Whitsitt about it, and he had a beef about it. He's like, dude, Enoch had the experience, but I don't think that God would restrict everyone from that, only Enoch. I'm like, dude, you got to check it out, man. Like, he took Enoch for this experience and no one else. Why do you think that is? That if that was the only person he took, and then it's not like everybody can see the earth from that vantage point. He only took Enoch.
Dude.
So
One
he's
second,
like,
bro. How delusional do you have to be to think that you're going to be the fifth dude? By that, I mean there were 4 that were translated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know why they were? For their exemplary faith and communion with God, right? So all of a sudden, now you're the 5th dude? That's some serious pride, in my opinion.
well, I know I was dealing with that way back before all of this whole debacle with like him not being a part of 24/7, like the way he used to come over. We used to have like those Bible studies back then. I just felt like something was chipping away at him, and it was like wanting to know. I want to know. I want to know more. I don't think we should be regulated to just what we say. Like he was telling me this straight up, dude. Straight up. There was nothing to filter him. Like he wasn't suggesting this. He was telling me. I think we need to know more. And he went off into talk about the things he's talking about now. And I've talked to people about it. It sounds like he lost a piece of himself because he's went so far into this kind of way that he thinks now. So, and before it wasn't like that. He wasn't so much like that. He was saying falsification is independent of replacement. There was a lot of him that was still there. Now it crossed over. So a lot of people, and I'm just not picking on Whitsitt, I'm picking on anybody who thinks this way, like the esoteric side of things. They want to have that secret knowledge. They want to know things that globe earthers don't know, or anybody else. Like they want to, it's like, that's okay. You can look at scripture, and scripture will say things.
Oh, hey, brother. You know what's one of the lessons of Job? God challenges him on all that. He's basically telling Job, you have no clue how anything works.
No.
Right? But in the end, you gotta trust me. You gotta trust me that all of the background of how things work, that's my job, homie. That's my job.
Yep. I was trying to at some point tell him, dude, I think it's amazing our position where we're at now. We don't have to be concerned with that stuff. And he wouldn't let it go. It was like, it was a bee in his bonnet, dude. He had to talk about, no, I think we can know more. I think it's disingenuous of us to stop at this point where we say we can't know something. So I want and he did. He's forming something where he now is talking about, the fabric of reality and things like this. And it's like, you can get a sense of where we're overstepping our boundaries, where we're not supposed to be talking about these things. Because you can hear somebody when they're talking about the topic of the fabric of reality. It's not meant for us to know, but yet people are unsatisfied with that answer, and then they want to dive into what could be, speculation realm. And now we're talking about why are people doing this and such like that. But I mean, I could see why. It's the itching ear, people, and then of course their forums are bursting with individuals that want to get away from the idea. Okay, so you coming up with this flat Earth theory of yours, and it's got ether and it's got all these little nice things in it, and I'm getting away from the globe. So I dig it, man. My belief was this heliocentric notion, but I like what you're saying, and that's why they get the group of people that they do. It's because they're saying the things that gives them the easy transition from belief to belief. And when we don't give them that, they're upset about it. They're like, nah, you guys are in here. That's probably why you guys have a small channel, because people don't want to hear that you don't, you guys don't like science, and I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's a trade-off because we don't talk that way. We don't talk about the speculative things. We don't have the itching ears coming in here listening to us. But if we did, I guarantee you our numbers would increase. Isn't that what people wanted back in the day when they came to the Lord?
I actually talk about a lot of speculative things.
Well, but they're going more
in speculation, though. I talk about them speculating.
Yeah, but this is more like they're trying to find out more information. It's not like just a speculation anymore. It's transitioning from, yeah, we were saying these things, but we're starting to piece things together. We're starting to get a map together. I've heard of that. I don't know if you guys have. I heard of them saying that a map's coming together. Whether it has or not, I don't know. But they've been saying that a map's coming together. They're starting to figure out what the path of the sun is, like all this stuff. And they're on the cusp of something great happening. And
dude, supposedly, and I think 10th Man was the one I heard this from, is they're going to be making essentially something better than a gyro, better than a ring laser gyro, and it's basically going to be like some kind of atomic thing. There's like this atom in suspension, and then how it moves, it's going to be able to tell you where your vehicle goes. You know, like imagine you leave from a spot, and like a video game, when you're playing a video game, you could see a map of everywhere you go, right? 100%, because it's got the data one for one within the software, right? So supposedly this little dude is going to do the same thing for real objects that are traveling throughout the world. With such a device, if it works in the way in which they say, you could chart out free space or any object and know pretty much for certain how you're traveling along it.
Who's coming up with a device?
I'm sure it's like some like Northrop Grumman or some big aviation or government contractor, probably.
Yeah, good stuff, man. You know that it's those that are not seeking to find out the mysteries of unlocking the fabric of reality. Those are the ones that God favors. I don't know if people know this. That's what the scripture tells us. They just live in this world. They are given the ability to discern with their senses, but they don't want to figure out the fingerprint of God, let's say. They're just in here in the world knowing that they've been endowed with these abilities to discern what God has given them to discern, not anything more than that, as far as limitations go. And I don't know. Some people aren't happy with that. They want more. That's what we're doing now. It's the position that we're in right now is, fighting against this reality where people on both sides, the globe and the flat earth, are wanting these esoteric beliefs. So we're fighting. I don't know. I dubbed it the old war. That's what I call it.
I don't think anyone wants some esoteric beliefs about what is the nature of the reality itself. That would be rather theology. I think what is happening is that there are certain areas of physics. I put emphasis on that it's still physics, something observable, that simply contradicts your beliefs. So you have to throw it into the bin of supernatural, allegedly, because you don't like the results, like astronomy, for example. Something that is directly observable.
Oh, what about the polytopes? What about those?
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, it's when you take all the math of all these little things and you isolate them and simplify them. You end up with an easy way to solve them, and then after you go into ever decreasing material, temporal, and energetic states, you find out that the fundamental unit of reality is a sentient observer, and then you have to posit the idea that the physical world in which physics resides can't even exist without sentience existing in the first order. which means physics is a derivative of sentient agency in the first order. Now, if you think that sounds silly, I'd like to direct you to a globe-believing evolutionary psychologist and his peers who came up with this idea and wrote the book.
It's called, can you repeat the name again? Polytopes? What was
the moral of the story is not the word polytopes, dude. The moral of the story is that these guys did a whole bunch of research based on the belief that they live in a heliocentric, Big Bang, expanding cosmogony and cosmology, complete with biological evolution and the whole mainstream belief system. And their ultimate conclusion, after all the science that they did, all the research that they did, is that the fundamental eternal unit of reality is consciousness itself.
Okay, and what was this based on?
Dude, you have to watch. You have to watch it, bro.
That's why I asked you for the name of the concept, so I can Google it and I can find.
I don't think it has like a unified name of like a philosophy or an idea or anything. But I will give you. You know what, dude? I'll post you two things. One's a short video.
You can post
basically
it.
Doing a commentary, and then the other one I'll post is an interview. The proponent of this idea, who wrote a book about it called The Case Against Reality, being interviewed by Lex Friedman. If you're interested in this subject at all, you're going to love it because their conversation is awesome. Hold on, I'll get him. I'll go on mute. That
sounds very interesting. You can post it. I would appreciate it.
What else we got in here? What's up, guys?
Before I search it out more, I just want to say, so one of the things that this guy in particular that's interviewing with Friedman basically came to the conclusion is that it sent him down this road. He basically, because he's an evolutionary psychologist, so he basically had an epiphany one day, and he goes, evolution cannot evolve for truth. It doesn't have the functional mechanisms to do so. And he explains why and all this other stuff. And he basically said that means our intellect and our ability to understand things is ultimately a filter. And in understanding how you filter reality through that filter is how he started to go down this road and come to these conclusions. But hold on, I'll go back on mute so I can find it.
Hey, AJ
Amazing.
and Flatsy, did you want to do an X space tonight? I don't know if you guys are up for it.
Yeah, no worries. I'll be out about dinner time for a little bit, but I can jump back in after that. No problems.
Okay. I don't know, Flatsy, if you're there. Last night's space was really, really good. We had some good content on that one. If I do say so myself. I had Flatsy.
Yeah, I missed half of it. Sucked. I was stuck at work till about 8 o'clock last night. And then I got home and it was dinner time and everyone was up, and yeah, I didn't get on until really late.
Yeah, if you're up for it, Flatsy. If you're there. Or she might not be there.
Might be
Flatsy's always up for it.
I heard
don't
my
think you
name.
even need to ask Flatsy.
You're up for a space tonight?
I'm down.
All right, I'll set it up for our usual time, 11. It's 8 now. 3 hours from now, or
Man, you guys can suck my balls, man.
you're gonna be sleeping. Sorry, man. My schedule's like overnight, so it was good last night. We catch like a very weird group that go in there at that time of night for us on America. Some Aussies, I think. We're getting more Aussies going there. It wasn't 2 Aussies last night or 1? Roundhound was one of them. Oh, he was triggered. I thought he was Dogs Are Gods. He sounded a little bit like him. He was triggered.
So triggered.
Yeah.
Roundhound.
I was listening to a bit of that while I was doing some work today. It was pretty good.
Yeah, Mr. Jeff. Now I said G off at first because his name was GEOFF or some shit. And I was like, oh shit. No, GEOFF.
I know. I was like, oh, Alpha, it's Jeff.
I'm not all
That's
good
right.
with that
I do
fancy
that
book
shit all the
learning,
time.
Flatsy.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Yeah, same thing.
I'm
all
a
these
weirdo.
weird names.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty big on like saying things correctly, and
It's not Sade.
that's why they have
It's
me.
Sadie.
That's why they have me
Like, what the
helping edit the book for the Ballbuster book. You know.
Mm. You're a bit of a wordsmith, huh?
Oh
A bit
man.
of a grammar Nazi, huh?
Yes.
That's all right. That's all right. After it goes to print, I'll do it right.
So it's not you don't do it more gooder. You do it best. Don't say gooder.
Good.
You trying to trigger me?
I think I'm dyslexic, yeah, because when I write shit down, I always write shit backwards. I jumble it up, and then I look at it again later, and I go, "Oh, what did I do?"
Yeah. I got an app called Grammarly. Freaking amazing. Love it. Yeah, we'll run it up on X. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna make the space right now for 11 and then see. Oh, did you guys see the sound? I clipped the. It's on our home server. I clipped the conversation between me and Pickle. If you guys hadn't caught that, that was pretty good too, actually.
Yeah,
It was a
I
really
listened to
nice
it
exchange.
3 times.
Wasn't it good? It was so good. I mean, the execution was good. Like I felt I was feeling my oats, man, right there in that one. The response time was good. Like I was kind of like every time I have like discussions, I try to. It just depends the energy that I'm receiving, but it was everything was just the flow was good. I don't know. I felt it. It was like that's one for the books.
It was really good too. Like no one was really interrupting other than Peter.
Oh, Grizzly said a few words, but Grizzly, I mean, he was all right. He didn't really jump in there. Yeah, Peter, he was giving him his flowers and he did well. I'm like, dude, there's no way. Absolutely no way that guy did well. If he did well,
low bar for these dummies.
Yeah, I was
that's
like,
right.
if
At the
he-
start of the conversation, he came in and said, "Oh, Alpha, this guy is very good. He's very good."
Did you hear him? He was all proud of it too. Oh, this guy right here, man. You gotta look out for him. He's good. Oh, and I think Heretic, you said he's Newt, right? I didn't know
I don't
that, man.
know.
I just,
I'm
like,
trying
if it's
to-
Newt.
Okay, it's that guy that I said that about at that time, that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. He's new it.
Oh, you know him.
Yeah.
You said I kept calling him Pickle.
Yeah, because he later changed his name to Pickle.
Okay, but he's
And
got
he
like
was-
this weird lettering
Yeah.
on his deal.
Hey, I just want to let the Globers and the evolution zealots and all those dudes and the materialists and there's no way God could have created and all that's mumbo jumbo fantasy miracle nonsense daydreams. I just want to let y'all know that if you actually listen to physics lectures like that are put on in shows or forums and not simply at universities, and you just put it on play, you just let one right after the other play. The first one will be like hard physics. The second one will be a little bit woo. And by the third one, they're straight up talking magic and demons and fairies, dude.
Yep. Oh, but that's okay because that's science. That's what they'll say. That's okay. That's science. We're supposed to create portals and wormholes and all ripping fabric of reality in half and peeking through there. And
The one guy here's what the one guy said. So the first one was this is just a series of it's not a series, but like these things happened in order as I was researching and watching them. So the first one was Star in a Jar. And I don't mean Star in a Jar like sonoluminescence. I mean, he was basically saying, okay, how do we create types of reactions that stars have or that we think they have in a lab, and what do we need to do that with it? These different equations, these different materials, these different infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. Very kind of matter of fact, logistics, money, building, electrical currents that we need, all this stuff, very hard science, quote unquote, you might say. And the second one was the guy from CERN, who so one of the I can't remember his actual thing, but he's one of the leader dudes over there. It's one of the main guys, and he was saying, these collisions that we're doing by searching into the the smaller time frames and the smaller energy states of like the building blocks and creation events of the universe, we can't really do it at this scale. We have to get a bigger ring. And so I would like, after, CERN outlives its usefulness, maybe let's put a ring on the moon. Then we can get bigger collisions, and then we can, get greater energies. And then he starts talking about raising money, how that would work out. And eventually he ends up, let's make a ring around the solar system. I just need $1 trillion gazillion dollars. So that guy wrapped up his talk already in La La Land. And so the next guy was like, oh, guys, you've heard of the fundamental particle of the universe. But what if the fundamental particle of the universe isn't just a particle that there's many of? What if there's only one of them? And it renders every part of reality because it's transdimensional, transspatial, and transtemporal. So in other words, your grandfather's finger was made of the exact same fundamental particle that your right butt cheek is made of. And actually, at the exact same moment, my right fingertip is made up of the same particle as your nose, because this one single particle can go through space and through time and render your nose, then return back to your finger. And it's just all one little dot that's zipping around doing everything. Then everybody clapped and said, oh, give him more money. So the Earth can't be flat. A single little particle can fly backwards and forwards through time and be omnispatial, omnibenevolent, omni-everything to render the entire universe backwards and forwards. I mean, get real.
Yeah, was a Embo like taking down Big Bang Theory? He was given a physical cause that wasn't supernatural.
Not me. I don't claim any cause for the Big Bang.
Like an esoteric understanding of what the universe was like prior to the Big Bang?
What comes from the math equations is that it would be just one infinitely small point, but it's kind of a point where it's just derived from the equations, and in reality it could be, different. You don't really have any tools to know.
So you put God there?
You just say that I don't know because it's outside of the realm of physics. Just as you, for example, say about the sun, but I don't consider the sun that because I can observe the sun. I think we have methods to test what the sun is. but we don't have any methods to test what was literally before the universe existed, because the universe is already by itself the existence.
You don't even have anything to tell you what happened, 1,000 years afterwards, let alone what happened at the beginning.
I think there are models for that.
You see,
yes, I'm glad you conceded that you have no knowledge, but simply models. Thank you.
But you can test these models against reality.
No, you cannot test retroactive models, dude.
Why? What's stopping me?
The fact that the past is the past, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything, right? We have in practice examples where we make models about the past, and this is socially accepted. Like, for example, when you have someone who investigates a crime, you have a crime scene, and you have different items that are arranged in a different way, like prints of fingers, whatever. And then you make up a model, a story of what could have happened, and you see how well it matches reality, that it increases the probability of it being true, based on the clues of what already happened.
What's the highest probability you can get?
No idea, numerically.
What's the lowest?
The problem with that is that most forensics and reconstruction of crime scenes are also based on repetition. So there's like multiple events that occur periodically, and so they can validate them against those multiple events. They don't just have pure past to work with. You know what I mean?
But
it's not similar.
But these events are also, the data from them is also collected from what happened in the past. And these events, if they are events that are before the actual crime, as you said, they would be even more in the past than the crime itself.
So you're basically saying if somebody can solve a crime, therefore Big Bang occurred.
Therefore, there's a method to investigate what's in the past, and that automatically doesn't imply it occurred. That implies that there are methods that we can test if it occurred, and up to our current knowledge, all of the clues point out that it occurred. Because based on the redshift of galaxies, if you solve it going back in time with this speed and the direction they have, it would calculate that at some point the universe was just a single point, and from this point then the galaxy.
Yeah. But didn't, I'll have to find you the quote, but didn't either one of those guys, whether it was Hubble or Doppler, or whoever the heck, said that from a certain perspective, if you look at the redshift and blue shift, it actually points that the universe is shrinking and not expanding.
Is that true?
Yeah, dude. I'll find it for you. Or you could go watch Jaron's 200 quotes from the scientists involved in the creation of the heliocentric model that prove it's not a globe. Or that prove it's nonsense, made-up philosophy.
Okay.
Here's what I'll do. Instead of trying to find it, next time I'm watching something while I work, I'll watch that, and then it'll come to me as it plays, and I won't have to do a lot of legwork. How about that?
That sounds good to me. I think I will just watch Joran's video after the ones that you gave me, because that number of quotes, it's a lot, so that may be interesting.
Yeah, that is yeah, in my opinion, it's probably, it might be the best thing Jaron's ever put out, just because it's not necessarily the best proofs or anything, because it is, just people talking about their philosophy and their opinions about the nature of things, and the guys who are doing it are like the figureheads, like Hubble, maybe Copernicus, just any big name you can think of, like a lot of them are in there.
Are you finished talking?
Whoa.
Yeah, man. Are you finished talking? The guy comes in here and says that. What the hell? How to basics. What's up, man?
Oh yeah, hello, dude.
What's up?
Yo, is that a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
Oh, I was about to tell you that I don't answer questions.
Why?
That's a question, dude.
Okay. So you just want to be in here, I don't know, talking about not answering any questions?
Yo, I just said I don't answer questions. You keep asking questions.
Yeah, but why don't you answer questions?
Yo, I don't answer questions, dude.
Yeah, but why
don't
don't you? I know, just why don't you?
I don't think you're understanding this, dude.
Okay, so you're either gonna answer why don't you answer questions, or you can just leave. How about that? You got a choice. Or sit in silence. Because we do kind of need the warm body to be there.
I find his position untenable, because I'm sure within the next 48 hours he'll at least answer someone's question.
Sometimes I answer questions.
Why? Why?
Sometimes he answers questions.
Why do you answer them sometimes?
Answer that one because I want to.
Oh, there he did. He just answered that one. There you go.
So I've got a question for you.
No, I don't answer questions.
Oh, that's good. What about you, AJ?
No, he doesn't either. Nobody
you don't
answers
speak
questions.
for him. You don't speak for
Yeah,
him.
we all don't answer questions because that's your
Yo,
standard.
you don't speak for him, dude.
We have to take your standard because that's what you like. You like for people
speak
not
for
to
him.
answer any questions, right?
I don't
So
care
you
if
do
you
like
answer
people to
questions.
answer questions. You do like people to answer questions then.
dude.
Hey, bro, we do speak for him because we're the cult leaders, for goodness sakes. So weren't you paying attention in Flat Earth 101?
So are you a cult leader?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you didn't answer questions.
Yeah, I'm a cult leader.
Yeah.
Are you a cult leader?
Please let me know when I can speak. AI Overlord, my master.
See?
Did you drag your knees across a full mile of glass, or did you bitch out at 0.75 of a mile?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I bitched out. I'll have another go. Where would you like me to start?
I'm feeling generous, so start at 0.7, and that way you only have 0.3 to complete rather than start over.
That's generous.
Thank you, sir.
All right, how to basics. You're done playing around. Can we now have a discussion?
Yo, do I need to discuss with you? Why don't you discuss with like the 100 other people on this channel, dude?
Yeah. So I don't know why you have to be just like this enormous douchebag. You don't have to be. You can choose not to be a douchebag and just engage.
Let's
you
play
could,
the game.
right?
Let's see if we're capable of playing the game. So, Mr. How-To, if you want to,
Fortnite.
you can tell me whether you think the Earth is a globe or not.
Yo, I think it's flat, dude.
Dude.
All right, so if you desire so, you can tell me why you think it's flat.
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, dude.
No questions were asked.
Yo, can I ask some questions to other people?
No.
Yo, Effie Batman, I got a question.
No, nobody wants to hear.
Oh, you gotta do it like me, dude. Where I wanted you to tell me something, but I didn't ask a question.
It was still a question, dude.
Yeah, dude.
No, it wasn't. I said if you want to, you can tell me whether you think the Earth is flat or not. That's not a question.
Are we debating right now, or?
Yeah, we're debating the ontological, philosophical status of what a question is.
Let's not debate. Let's just don't get along.
Let's just don't get along.
No, let's all get along. Just love each other, man. Peace and love.
Yeah, I don't think you want that.
You started it. Yo, Carter, speak up, dude.
Speak up. What do you want him to speak up? We're talking to you.
With your chest.
We don't need to talk to Carter. We're talking to you.
Yeah, but Carter decided to butt in. I want to hear his opinion.
Why? Why did he butt in?
About what?
Yeah,
dude, about
curious
what?
too. I'm glad
About what?
we're all curious. We're all curious. I didn't
So now
catch
you're
it,
answering questions. Now you're answering questions.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with your question.
Okay, so now let's talk about questions. All right, so
No, I
since
want
you're
to hear
answering
Carter.
questions-
Because he
No, we
butted
don't
in. I
want to
want
talk
to
to
hear
Carter.
Buddy.
No, it's
No,
fine.
I want to.
Shit, bro. Move on.
I want
It's fine.
to.
He said move on. He said move on.
Yo, Carter,
What
what
he
did you just say? Say it again.
No, he said move on. You have 5 seconds to comply. He said move on.
Yo, did he?
All right. Yeah. Let's see. You got your track shoes on? Let me see. I'm going to test your metal. Let me see. Okay. Since you didn't run, do you know if the Earth is a globe? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Would you want me to sing it to you? How to basics.
Oh, hello, dude.
Did you hear what I asked you? Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
What? Can you repeat?
No, I don't feel like it. It's just too bad that people that think the Earth is a globe are people like you. Very ignorant about the idea that the Earth is a globe. I bet you couldn't even give me a reason why it's a globe. Couldn't even give me a reason. Not even justifying it, just a reason. So basic.
Was this like reverse psychology or something?
No, this is like you not being able to make a position for the Earth being a globe because you don't know, dude. You don't know, dude. Dude, you don't know, dude. That's important for you to actually take that on and say, you know what? I don't really know. And he's right. I don't know how the Earth is a globe.
Yo,
That's
if
why
I say,
I don't want to answer him.
yo,
'Cause
if I say those words, will it make you happier?
If you know how the Earth is a globe, yeah.
No, what do I need to say to make you happy?
Tell me how you know the Earth's a globe.
I don't know, man.
Seriously, don't say you don't know. Just wow, dude. They've been telling you all your life that the Earth is a globe.
Yo,
What
what
have they
can I
given
say
you as
to make you happy?
The evidence of how you think the Earth is a globe. Give me some of those.
No, thank you.
Because you don't know, dude. Right, dude?
Oh, you need to use reverse psychology.
No, you don't know, dude. That's why you don't answer.
You need to use philosophical tactics, dude.
Dude, you don't know, dude. Dude. I told you don't know, dude. I was right.
Does it make you happy when you're right?
Yes, dude.
I'm glad to see you're happy. Can we all just be happy, guys?
No.
No more getting upset, okay?
Well, let's talk to somebody else, dude. You're kind of boring, dude.
I'm
You don't know too
trying
much.
to.
You don't know too much.
Yo, AJ.
Yo, how to?
Yo, you're not AJ. I just seen the other guy pop up, dude.
How do you know, dude?
Because I see your guy popping up is not AJ.
What guy is popping up, dude? What do you mean?
The Alpha Versita guy.
You're answering my questions, dude.
Yeah, I already established I answer them when I want to. Dude.
Okay, dude. If you had a drinking game and used the word dude, we'd all be drunk by now, dude.
But every time you say dude the third time, somebody drops out of the call.
What do you mean, dude? It's gonna be intoxicating. We're gonna get everybody to say it. I only answer questions that I want, dude.
All right, he had to go on server mute.
Say if somebody's server. Oh, you did. We don't really have much here. We're losing the crowd.
You can't squeeze blood from a stone.
Challenge accepted. If I had probably had more leg room, I would probably coax him out of his whatever this is. There's something he's playing at, whether it's a troll or a gimmick. How late are you gonna stay up tonight, AI?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound long.
I'm gonna DDoS X. So if I can't be there, no one can.
You gotta move into the future, man. Find out who actually, or what's the code written for it, and it come back in our timeline. And we get some weird stuff coming out, man, at the time of hour that we're on. A lot of crazy Aussies. Hey, AJ? Like Roundhound yesterday? Oh, you weren't. Wait a minute. I think you were there.
Who's that guy that thinks he's a boat dude? The buoys, the boys.
You're saying, I don't know what you mean, dude. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding,
The
man.
boys.
Star Crush.
Yeah, that shit's
He's a
loopy,
shrimp.
man.
He's a shrimp boat captain. He has 137 IQ. What else does he know?
Nah, dude,
oh yeah,
he's not no
calculations
shrimp
are
boat
measurements.
captain. He's a crack smuggler that dips the stash.
No, that might be true, but allegedly, he's a very intelligent savant.
I don't know, dude. The dude
Supposedly
can't
is what he said.
Can't even make a coherent sentence to try to present his ideas to somebody else.
You know what I thought was funny, dude, is that fact when he put that thing in the nest and you looked at it, I was just thinking like what your face looked like when you're looking at it. You're like, how the fuck am I supposed to even? This is stupid. Like I was thinking like you were looking at that all fucked up. Because it's like, man, how are you gonna get any coherency out of that? There's nothing.
Yeah, so he was trying to
jumbled
get an AI to respond on his behalf. Then the AI responded, "It appears you are experiencing a stroke. 911 has been called."
If anything, now that I have the space already put down, he might wind up joining now that there's enough time between now and the space beginning. So he might show up today. You never know with that guy. He just pops in there. I don't actually block anybody from coming to the space, so I know that I'll get repeat individuals that are, pretty staunch. Like Peter usually goes in there. I don't care if he shows up. But he's always like, you remember Brenda in her old days or his old days? He would be like, "Nathan, you ready to get owned again?" And everybody laughs. Like that's kind of what Peter is today. He comes in there, "I'm gonna destroy you." He comes in there and he doesn't have anything to say, like zero things. Oh, here's snacks, dude. Whose favorite person is this? Mick. We got Mick in the house? No, he's not in the house.
Hello, flat earthers. It is I, Snacks.
Snacks the Canadian. Yeah.
Snacks the Canadian. That is I. How are you, man?
Pretty good, man. They got you to actually think about some stuff the other day I was listening to.
Oh, well, I don't know if I necessarily thought about it. It just,
Yeah, you were kicking over furniture, man, at the beginning of it, and then after a while, you started picking up your furniture, sitting down, and actually having a conversation.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
That's how it went down when I heard it, anyway.
Well, there you go, dog. That's awesome.
Just saying.
I'm feeling pretty good, man. I went to work today, and I feel pretty good about that. Put in a good fucking hard day's work, and had a couple of drinks, and and I'm feeling pretty good.
Not supposed to let the bastards get you down,
No, man, never. I got a couple of chicken burgers in the fucking air fryer because that's all I got in the freezer, and I'm fucking starving.
You got any bread for that, man?
I'll do that. My house is cold as shit, dog. Like it's freezing in here almost.
Hey, what part of Canada you from? Like
I live in the north, dog.
Closer to New York or Midwest?
Northern. I'm probably closer to fucking Russia than I am New York.
Okay. So it's colder now? Is there a cold front coming? Because you're the first.
Oh yeah, dog. It was like fucking. It's. Hold on. It's that's not my weather app. Weather. It is minus 21 right now.
No way. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
that's headed
dog.
our way. That's going our way. It's coming over here.
No, but that's still fucking actually kind of nice. It's not like minus 40, so that's cool.
Kind
That's
of
cool.
nice.
Celsius?
Negative 21. Are you crazy?
Fahrenheit.
Fucking hell,
No,
dude.
Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
Oh, Celsius.
Yeah.
You're freaking me out, dude. Come on now.
It's all good, buddy.
From America over here.
The negative 21 CF. Dude, that's only negative 5.8, bro. It's only negative 5.8, dude.
But that's still cold. What you talking about, man?
Hold on, maybe I did my math wrong, all right?
What Relay said something. What'd you say, Relay?
It's about -3 for those people who are metrically challenged.
Yeah, dude. I told you.
Hey, it's America.
America.
All right, so I just have to wear shorts that go below the knee. Whoop-de-doo.
I think you need more than that. Well, if you don't want frostbite, that is. Negative freaking 3. Damn it. And he's in Canada, so we'll be getting that soon.
Yeah, he lives in frozen groin Northwest Territories.
Are you from around those parts, Relay?
No. No, I live at the 42 latitude.
No.
I ain't
Snacks
stupid.
is making chicken burgers and drinking beer.
Oh, I'm out of beer, dog.
Well, then drinking tap water.
No, I don't drink this tap water. It's fucking gross.
Fuck's sake, dude! What are you drinking?
Well, I guess I was drinking beer, but now I'm not drinking nothing. I don't know what I'm gonna drink. I got this half a bottle of Wiser's here, whiskey.
Oh, don't drink that.
And I guess I'll mix it with some, probably tap water. Because I didn't go to the store. Well, it's only 7:30. I guess I could still go to the store. They close at 8.
Don't procrastinate. Go get your ass to the store. Go get supplies and then come back. We ain't going anywhere.
I could do that, but you know what? I'm waiting on my woman, all right? Because she's got the wheels. Because I had to forfeit my pickup because somebody else was coming in, and like it's a company truck, right? So
tell her to hurry up. The store's closing in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's 30 minutes, man. I live 2-second fucking walk down the goddamn street, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm not too worried about it, man.
Well, we are.
See, that's the thing with life,
we are because it's -3, man. It's negative 3 outside.
You ain't gotta worry about shit, dog. That's life. You know, some things get you all jumbled up, and they make you fucking think, and they make you a little fucked up. But it's all about just not giving a shit. That's what life is, man. That's what I have found is the absolute fucking best way to live, is to just not give a shit.
That should be the title of my. That should be the title of my space.
Well, there you go, man. Like, you can sit there and you can spend your whole fucking life. Well, why are we here? And what's the meaning? And this and that. But you know what? I don't think there is a fucking meaning. And I think a lot of people would be a lot fucking happier if we all just gave in and just lived our fucking lives as we should. You know what I mean? Like, just be happy.
Living in Canada with -3 degrees and 2 chicken sandwiches and maybe
negative
some beer, maybe not.
-21, but you know, yeah. But you know what, man? Like, it's all good. I live a pretty happy life. Like, I'm not financially stable by no means. I have a drinking problem. I have a gambling problem. I have a smoking problem. You know, I have all these issues, but I don't like to focus on them issues. I like to just live my life day by day and try to fucking figure it out as I go. And, you know, and really the kicker is, like, I'm not an asshole. You know, I'll hold the door open for somebody. You know, I'll say hello and I'll smile and I'll say thank you.
Even a flat earther?
What's that?
Even a flat earther?
Even a flat earther? Yeah, sure. I don't give a fuck, dude. And then, you know, like, sure, I've come in here and I've said some fucking fucked up shit and this and that. And I think I'm more just trying to fuck with anybody than anybody else. But, you know, like, you're a human goddamn being, just like I am. And yeah, okay, you believe in the earth is flat, sure. Like, it doesn't really bother me none. It's just like Christians, dog. Like, I wouldn't consider myself a religious person. And, like, Joe across the street is, like, a die-hard Christian, goes to fucking church every Sunday. Jesus Christ, he's our Lord and Savior, whatever. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
because
Joseph
it doesn't
sounds
affect
like a pretty
me.
cool guy.
You know what I mean? Like, and I think a lot of people can take this advice. I think we worry about everybody else too much. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a fuck if Joe across the street is anti-abortion or a Christian or a flat fucking earther? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, we don't know that.
Let Joe across the street believe that. Like, it doesn't
Hey, Joe,
affect
do you believe the
you.
earth is flat? He doesn't.
You know what I mean?
We could tell him,
But you know what I mean, man? Like I don't know.
Put a bug in his ear.
I found, and I've traveled a lot of fucking Discord servers, and I've talked to a lot of different people, and it all seems about the same thing. We're all worrying about what everybody else is worrying about, and what people think of you. You know, and
interesting.
And I don't know, and I think a lot of it is like people want to agree with everybody else, and people want to jump on the bandwagon and they don't want to be different. You know, they want to fit in, and they want to. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Sounds like you have like an internet handbook of psychology or something that you're looking through.
Yeah, I don't know, dog.
Or is that just your
I think life is a lot easier than a lot of people think it is. But
maybe.
Hey, man, it ain't that hard. You go to work. You try your best. You come home. You have a good time. You wake up. You go to work. You know, and like you're just trying to have a good time with whatever you're doing, and you try to make the best out of everything you do. You know, like, sure, yeah, I have a job shoveling shit. That sucks. But you know what? You got to look at the goddamn bright side, and at least you're making some money. And you're doing something, you know what I mean? Like, life ain't that hard. Like, sure, people say things and people, you know, hurt your feelings and this and that, and people disagree and whatever, and you might not be fucking 5 stars to everybody. Doesn't mean you should fucking give up. You know what I mean? Like, and there's a lot of people like, oh, life is pointless, you know? I have no friends. So
did you check on your chicken sandwiches? They're in the air fryer, man. They might be burning.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's all good, man.
Yeah, but 3 degrees outside, -3, a house might catch
All right.
fire, dude.
Oh.
All right, so we got Yun in the house. We got Bora in the house. If you guys want to chime in, are you there? Hello, Bora in the house. Hello. We got Yun in the house. If you guys at Snacks, you're sneezing and whatnot on the mic. Yun, if you're in the house, go ahead and say what's up. Nope.
Shit.
I told you to check on those chicken burgers. You told me not to worry about it.
Hey, don't worry about it. I got it on the
Said it again.
fucking setting.
It's fucking burning up and shit.
No, dog. I had it on broil instead of fucking air fry.
Well, you see, if it wasn't for good old Alpha, you wouldn't have looked into it. Even though you're
Hey, well, there you go. And I appreciate you, dog.
Hey, thanks, man.
I'd never heard of broiling. I'd never heard of broil until I went to the US. I was really confused when I got there. I was like, what the hell is broil? Over here, it's grill.
It's broil. That means that the top element on top of the stove is on.
Yeah, over here, that's called a grill. We call that a grill.
The right way, huh, AJ? That's the right way.
Yeah.
See, a grill is like a grill.
You guys call the grill the barbecue. So if it's the top elements that's on and we're upside down, well, then that'd make sense.
It does. I for one think makes perfect sense. So I think we struck an accord where we understand each other. That's why grill is at the top, because you guys are upside down. Yeah.
Exactly.
One mystery at a time is being solved here.
I got one for you. If you don't know what it is, guess what braising means when you're cooking.
It means you're braising something.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I had to Google it when I got to the US. What the hell is broil? Saying it on the oven, broil. What the friggin' hell?
It's usually used to like melt cheese or crisp something up on top. Broil means you're using your top element of your oven, and that's it.
Nice chicken pot pie.
Well, whatever,
and then
man.
We call our, we just something up then we call our grill a barbecue. I've never heard it called a grill here. It's always a barbecue is outside and your grill is in your oven.
Don't y'all guys shorten that, AJ? You'll call it Barbie?
Yeah, Barbie.
Little shrimp on the Barbie, eh? Hey, mate. Oi, cunt. These fucking kangaroos everywhere. Fuck.
Yeah.
Aussie.
Yeah, but Snacks, if you actually talk like that over there, they're gonna identify you, and they're gonna.
But they'd beat the shit out of me.
They'll probably beat the shit out of you, dude. You can't talk like that over there. We can say it on the internet, but if you're over there,
I know lots of Aussies, man. I lived with an Aussie one time. Good dude, fucking super good dude. He used to walk around with like wizard hats on. He'd make his own fucking like wizard hats, like. No word of a lie. He'd like take coat hangers and shit and like old hats and like cut them up. And he was a good fucking dude. He was a good lad. Good lad. Big into the D&D and shit, like, I guess, quote unquote, a nerd, but he was a good fucking dude. He was a fucking super good fucking dude. Realest guy.
Did he ever call you the C word? Did he ever call you the C word?
Man, that was like second language to him,
Oh, well, that means he liked you then, dude. If he was calling you that, he was your mate.
Yeah, no, he was a good dude. His name was Max.
I've been to a lot of Barbies, and I've never seen a shrimp put on a fucking Barbie, mate. We don't put shrimp on Barbies.
How do you do your shrimp?
We don't even have shrimp. We have prawns.
Well, that's a shrimp.
That's a little prawn.
How do you cook your prawns? On the barbecue? How do you cook your prongs?
Yeah, we can put prawns on the barbie, but that's rare.
How do you usually do them?
We just boil them and eat them with a bit of cocktail.
Hey, there you go.
Thousand Island, whatever you want to call it.
And if it's really hot, you just chill them down and you eat them cold.
Nice.
Yep.
Fucking kick ass, dog.
But there's more likely snags on the barbie.
Yeah. We're very sophisticated over here. Throw a snag on the barbie.
Fuck yeah.
In fact, that's become a bit of an icon with Bunnings. We got a big hardware store called Bunnings. I don't know what it'd be like for you guys. What would it be over there? It's huge. It's like a big warehouse. They have a sausage sizzle every Sunday. You go there to grab your shit for your garden and get a sausage on bread on the way through the door.
Yep, sure do.
I think everyone just goes there for the sausage now.
You ever go to the park and you put the dollar into the stove in the park? You clean it down with the newspaper and the beer. Check on the snags.
Yeah, I stopped doing that after what we did to barbecues like that when I was a teenager.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I stopped using water fountains. Yeah, me too.
God damn, these fucking chicken patties are good. So, what's up, everybody?
Chilling.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Oh shit, my lady's on the way. I gotta get ready. She's passing the gas station.
Now, that's something I've always wanted to know. Since you American counterparts like taking the piss out of Australians, why do you call it gas when it's a liquid?
Gas when it's a liquid?
Yeah. Petroleum, why do you call it gas?
Well,
it's a short.
Well, gasoline is gasoline, right? Like diesel fuel is different from gasoline, but it's still a petroleum product. It all depends on what you're talking about. Like, and then we got like natural gas, which is, you know, natural gas. And then you got like propane and other, you know, petroleum products that are flammable, but like they're still gas, but like gas, when a guy refers to gas, you're talking about like gasoline for your car. You know, when somebody says fuel, they're usually talking about diesel. When somebody says natural gas, they're talking about natural gas, so on and so forth, with like propane and shit. Know what I'm saying?
Why does Mad Max call it guzzling?
What's that?
Why does the Mad Max call it guzzling?
I know because he's a fucking fag. I don't even know what the fuck that is, dog. Oh shit. Okay, go. My woman's waiting for me. Okay. Y'all have yourselves a good fucking night. I hope you guys find out if the earth is flat or if it's a globe or if it's fucked or whatever the fuck. Anyways, have a good night.
I think being a rabbit, he would be down the hole already.
When I think of Alaska, I just don't think of there being women there.
What?
Well, there wouldn't be a lot. So it seems like it's all dudes.
There's all kinds of
Working
people
the
that
oil
live in
fields are all
Alaska.
dudes, but elsewhere.
I was bloody walking through the supermarket yesterday, so my doors were around. And this old lady was walking past, people everywhere, and she was talking about Antarctica. I was like, the freak, what do you know about Antarctica, old bird? So tempted to pull her up and ask her what she's talking about, but nah.
Right, so that Alaska has the highest male to female ratio in the entire United States, which means they have more men than women. So what do you think the ratio is?
4 to 1? 5?
Holy crap, dude. What?
I would have guessed China.
It's 109 to 100. That would be 1.0 1.09 to 1. That means that 0.09 guys are out of luck.
So it's not that many less women than men. It's about the same.
And that says it's the highest differential in the whole United States.
Wow.
So that's not bad at all.
The ratio of single in Sydney, Australia, the ratio of single men to single women is really out of whack. There's a bit of a man shortage there, so.
I wonder if Alaska has the most purchased pocket pussies.
The most what? Coldest.
What do you think? What do you think they do when they say, "Let's go club a seal"? Oh man. I'm working on an Australian joke. I'm having a hard time figuring it out. It has something to do with bad breath and farts, and asking them if they're standing on their head or not.
Bad breath and farts and standing on their head.
Yeah, the insinuation is that how do you tell whether they're farting or just have bad breath? Ask them if they're standing on their head. Because you can't tell whether they're ugly or not.
Yeah, we've got a few sayings for. So you got a head like a drop meat pie.
Head like a beaten favourite.
Smashed crab.
I actually get my exterior trim from Australia. They grow really tall trees, and so they can get it's very clean. Not too many nuts. So they make the long trims one continuous board. Or so other companies make them like finger joint boards to get really long boards. These you can get 16 footers. I think even 20 footers in one single piece of wood. All the way up to like 2 by 12, not 2 by, sorry, 1 by 12 because it's trims. Pretty good stuff. Like it comes primed and like coated with something to help it have anti-bugs, anti-mold.
Is this pine, is it?
I think so. I think it's called pine.
So it's like framing timber is what you're talking about, yeah, for framing out houses and stuff?
Oh, no, it's trim. No, it's trim. It's like trimming your house on the exterior trim, so it'll last a while. You know.
What size did you
Pretty
say?
good at all. Well, you can get it. I think you can get it up to 20 feet long, but definitely with a place I shop, you can get it 16 foot, and it comes pre-primed, and it's one board, you know, and it's a clean board. It's not like knotty or finger jointed or anything. Nice.
Yeah, what's the dimensions?
You can get it in 5/4 or 3/4. A lot of the older houses, they need 5/4 trim because they have like thick siding and thick windows. Pretty good stuff. It's just a pain in the ass though, because every time I get an order, I have to take like half the day turning them right side up.
Just spin your nails around when you're banging them in. That's the same job.
What's up, everybody?
What's up? Got my XRP trade, that's for sure.
Nice. Everything's still good?
Yeah, everything's still good. I'm just trying to do a bit of scalping today while I'm sitting here. I entered one, and it hasn't hit my stop yet, but it's come down a fraction. But if it looks like it's coming back.
How's the market reacting with the World War III news?
No, nothing yet. Nothing exciting. Everything's just slowly grinding up at the moment.
It's a good time to pull a few of that profit, though. A little bit of that profit. That's for sure.
Yeah, I've been taking profit all the way. So what I've been doing, I got in at 49. And then when it goes up 20 grand, I take 10 grand, I take 80% profit. And then once it ranges and breaks structure again, then I'll add to that trade, bring it back up to where it was. And once it moves up again. So I've been in a Bitcoin trade for like 3 months taking profit, and I'm just always in. I find the hardest thing's trying to get an entry when you're out. So if you're always in and your buy-in's always well below the current price, you just keep adding again and then just keep taking some profit on the way up.
Yeah. Any Globers tonight?
Not really. Been a little bit quiet. I think I've had a conversation about 2 hours ago, and since then it's talk about everything else but Flat Earth, I think, just about. But Alpha's going to do an X space at 4, so.
4, your time is, what time is it now?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forget I'm in Australia. 2 hours.
Oh, so, okay, cool. So at 9 o'clock, my time? Yeah. It's about to be 7. Yeah. Yeah, I've been away a little bit. I've been focusing on my business, building it up. My bad. But
it's more important. Got to do that
for now. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that from when I was like 19. Yeah, probably 20. I started my own business with my wife, and for the first good 15 years, I actually worked like 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. I wasn't home. I didn't. Yeah, so now
that's the way,
pretty.
That's the way I was when I got.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
I was like
pretty
that
chilled out. Yeah.
I was like that when I had my cell phone store. I worked 7 days a week, open to close, and then some. And yeah, that was back in 2008, 2009. That was good times. We used to own a cell phone store, sold all the carriers. But I made a lot of money off of down the street was an international school, and they always needed that quad band and they had the money, and those phones were like $800 to $1,200 a piece, like out the door. So I did good back then, way back then. Good money back then. It was only like $9,000 a profit per month, but it was good money.
Yeah, I had a big security company. Well, I started from scratch. Yeah, started off just with a uniform and a car and going around door knocking, and when I sold it, I had 140 staff.
Nice, that's good stuff. Did you sell it off?
Yeah, I sold about 5 years ago now, and I did it for nearly 20.
Nice.
What up?
What's up, AI?
So I'm reading this Wikipedia entry about Bedford Level that's often quoted, where a secondary guy allegedly did the same thing but found the middle pole to be 6 feet higher. But in the entry itself, it doesn't really give any details. It just says that it happened. But it does say that they taught. It says they taught that version of the Bedford Level in schools in England until photographs of the Earth from space became available.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 1870. It was who was it?
Bedford?
No.
Or who was it? It was a woman, wasn't it? A woman?
No, it was Alfred Russel Wallace, I think it was, found curvature when they accounted for atmospheric refraction. So
I still think all they did was just hijack reality in perspective, and that's all they did. They realized that things drop when they go away from you prospectively. I think that's what they honestly, that's my opinion. I think they just hijacked fucking, a visible optical thing that drops away from you, and they just put a calculation to it. That's the way I feel. Like, dude, you guys just fucking hijacked reality, and then you called it globe, you called it refraction, you called it fucking curvature. But in reality, it's just objects drop away optically away from you. Like, it's fucking very easy. I did that shit here in my backyard with the beer bottle and the camera. You can fucking see the camera. It's at a fixed point, and the beer bottle gets smaller, smaller, smaller. I only got like 20, 25 feet away, and you see the fucking bottle looks super small optically, and it dropped. Like, yeah, you can calculate that. They're just fucking hijacking reality, bro. That's all they're doing. I don't live on the ball. I don't. This patio is not a fucking ball.
It was Robotham who did the first experiment. They call it an experiment, but yeah. And then it was Alfred Russel Wallace apparently who found curvature consistent with the Earth by accounting for refraction. But then Robotham took him to court and won. But yes, AI is right. Every time I've ever heard anyone suggest a Bedford Level experiment, they always state that it proved curvature.
Yeah, all they're concluding is the way things optically drop in the distance. I mean, that's my take on it. There's no special thing about it other than that. You physically measure that. You transfer that line physically. It's not gonna give you the calculations that they fucking optically, mathematically predict from a distance. Like, nah, that doesn't happen. That's not reality, bro. That's just facts. It's a fact. That's not the way it goes, bro.
I'm trying to track down the primary source.
Yeah, I've only seen the Wikipedia.
If somebody offers this as a proof that somebody else did this test, they need to give you the primary source. They need to track it down themselves and not just say Wikipedia decides the issue. Just doing it ahead of time. That way I know what I'm going to find. Suckers.
That canal, that was it Swaza Canal or what? I forgot the name of it. Down in Central America. I think that is more than enough proof for these people to shut the fuck up. But they don't. They're gonna roll with it. But the Swaza Canal, or I forgot the name, but that shit goes far as fuck, just wide as fuck. It'd be cool to set up equipment along something like that and just improve it.
It said he only got his sticks to 13 feet, and that 13 feet was sufficient to defeat refraction, so that the results could be conclusive. Right. Theoretically.
Yeah, but that's what I say. Like, but if you transfer the light, when you're looking at an object, like what is it, 6 miles away? What's the distance of it? AI. So isn't it like a 6 mile observation or something like that? It's like far.
Yeah, it was 6.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be a 6-foot differential in the sticks.
Yeah, obviously we're looking at something fucking 6 miles away from you. Yeah, it's gonna be lower to your, like, optically. Like, that's just the way reality works. But I don't know. What are you gonna do? Earlier, some dude was like talking about differential leveling. I'm like, dude, you don't know the fuck you're talking about, bro. Like, it's like measuring stairs, bro. It goes up, down, up, across, up, across, up, across. If you're going downwards or upwards, but that's what differential leveling is. You're like, no, you gotta calculate it in the fucking hypotenuse. Like, get the fuck out of here. That means you're a mathematical fucking formula, bro. That's not reality, though. You actually transfer it over. It's gonna be in a position at the end of the day that you transferred horizontally flat. Like, fuck, can't stand when they do that shit or say that shit.
Oh, I gotta paste this into Google Scholar, man, not this stupid Bing. Jerks. You try to find something nowadays, and all the results are freaking wikis and articles and nonsense.
Yeah, and then it's all this. It's the rhetoric. Like, it's the lie. Like, yeah, I understand why they believe what they believe, because they're dependent on a system that has, cooked in or baked in calculations, and yeah, obviously it's going to say it's this globe that doesn't exist. That's just the way it goes. They're using the lie to prove the lie. Like, okay, yeah, that works. What's up, Matthew?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
It's going.
I watched a SpaceX launch yesterday. That was kind of cool.
Know anything about it?
And you guys catch that video that? Oh, any of you guys catch that video that Jaron posted earlier today? With that one guy, I forgot his name. He shows the way they can manipulate through CGI in real time. You guys see that? Pretty impressive. Pretty amazing what they can do. Yeah, I forgot the guy's name, but he has a YouTube channel too, and he posts this video like how NASA uses CGI, and he uses like in the studio the way movies and shit like that, commercials, the way they have somebody complete green screen room. Everything about it's a green screen, and they just have a chair. And the guy walks into the chair, sits down, and he's like in an environment. He's like in a total, complete, like building or house or something. It's just like it's real time CGI. Like it's amazing what they fucking do. The
they've been
technology.
doing that for a long time on like news sets or sports desk sets. They're just sitting there in front of a green screen, but they can make a whole room appear around them.
I remember way back when we were building the what they call LA Live, which is the buildings, all the restaurants and and stuff across from the Staples Center. It used to call. Now I think it's the Crypto Center. They might even change the name by this point. But where the Lakers play in LA, and the Black Eyed Peas, I don't know if you know who they are or not, but they were filming like this commercial in the AEG, who is the owner of the arena, as well as the LA Live, and they have a studio upstairs above the restaurants, and it was all green screen. And this was way back, like I want to say 2000 something, like 2008, 2007, I forgot when, but it was all green screen. So everything they were filming was all green screen. And then like just, using the CGI, they just put them in like this environment. Like, like it looked totally awesome, actually, to be honest. But it was cool to witness that.
Well, green screen's been used since the 80s or 70s.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah, you're right. Like they've been using that. Like, the trickery of the camera, if you will, they've been doing that since the fucking 40s, 50s, right, way back. But I was a Glober back then. I never thought once like, oh, this is the way NASA is doing it. I wasn't on that state of mind, if you will. But looking back, though, I'm like, damn, like, what's the difference? Like, it could be the same exact thing. They can manipulate whatever we see visually on a screen, no matter however they want us to see it. So that's pretty interesting to me, looking back, thinking about it. Good times. CGI, been around for a long time.
I posted the text from the article. Check it out. Read it. It's 2 paragraphs.
Check it out.
I now have to find the photograph.
The 17th century, 2 great canals were made. Yeah, a long time ago.
But it wasn't even 3 sticks.
You posted twice? I feel like I just read this. I think you posted it.
Yeah, I posted it twice because I wanted it to be able to be copied into another place with all the text in one message.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, didn't I just read that? Yeah. Interesting.
So, doesn't it sound like it's just two bridges?
Yeah, the height of the parapet.
And he puts a pole in between the two. If I'm not mistaken, a parapet is just the fence to stop you from falling over.
Okay.
A guardrail.
Isn't there an argument that it actually proved concave Earth because it like the thing in the middle was lower than the other 2 points? Like, wasn't that like a more of a concave Earth argument? I remember some concave Earth used this, by the way. He's like, yeah, the best level experiment it predicted the concave Earth. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, because the stick in the middle of those 2 points, it actually was like the other points were higher. I was like, what? Okay. Yeah, I heard a concave earther use that example as proof. Be right back. Let me get another beer. At the end of the day, I don't want to even get into an argument with someone that's taking long distance optical shots. Like, no, bro. Like, because I feel like just telling them, like, okay, now transfer that locally, and I bet everything that I fucking have that you're not going to come to a point at the end. It will not be what you predicted it to be at the hands down. I'm willing to bet everything, my life, that if you transfer it locally, it will not be where the NGS discs in the ground are telling you should be. That's just a fucking, that's the slam. That's a nail in the coffin for me, bro. Like, that's a wrap. And I'm willing to bet my life on that, to be honest. They can't do that. They will never be able to do that.
All right, what is it again?
I'm saying if you transfer a line horizontally, locally, in increments, let's say they're like, oh, I have a 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, 7 mile, I don't care. And they're like, I have a prediction. This is the elevation because it's going to comport to the Earth curvature. And then they can say that the NGS discs will equate to that. And they're right, because it's a mathematical thing. But if you transfer it locally over and over and over and over and keep that horizontal line going, it will not line up to that position, to where the discs are telling you this is where you should be. And I want to bet my life on that. They will not do that. They will never do that. I promise you that. Because the Earth isn't curving away the way they're saying it to be. And like, I know you heard the story last time, AI, but my boss / best friend, he actually did this years ago at the John Wayne Airport without even knowing that he did it until that night that he was here. And he was like, holy fuck, you're right. He's like, I'm a flat earther now. Because he realized he fucking did. Remember that force line experiment that they're talking about? He technically already did that on a job site. Technically. He just didn't know he was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
When he got all the way down to the end, like 4,000 feet, it wasn't matching up to the NGS disc elevation that they were supposed to be. And he thought he was wrong. He thought he fucked up. He thought he was going to have to go back and rip it all out. He grabbed the superintendent of the job site, the general superintendent, and they reshot the whole entire thing. And they're like, fuck, we're good. Like, we're tit. Like, we are on point. Like, we transfer that horizontal line exactly the way it's supposed to be. So then when they called the surveyors back out, he fucking just re-stamped it and said he called it a day. He just re-stamped the position and said, okay, we're good. So they fucking, because it wasn't matching up to the NGS disc. And then his claim was like, oh, I forgot to correct I have to add a correction to it, which would be the Earth curve correction. And that's why they were off. But it's a mathematical thing. It's not a physical thing. Because he proved it physically, it doesn't fucking drop. That's that rise over run. He proved it without even knowing it. And he was actually coming at me like, no, I know it is because I didn't match up. I'm like, I started laughing. I started clapping. I was like, are you kidding me, bro? And then when I explained it to him, it clicked. And then he was like, holy fuck, you're right. He's like, yeah, I'm a flat earther now. Because it wasn't curving away. That's why I dare to challenge any of these dumb fucks that say they set up theodolites and they're surveyors. Okay, take that shit locally, transfer it locally. You will not have the same fucking measurement because you don't have to worry about refraction at all when you do it locally. That's why surveyors fucking take shots at short distances. Not anti-flat earthers. They're fucking idiots. These surveyors that say they fucking do this shit. They're idiots. When you transfer it fucking locally.
What do you mean when you say transfer it locally?
There,
what is that?
There he is. There he is. Dude, where have you been? Fucking playing hooky and shit? What the fuck?
No, I've just been super busy. I've got.
I mean, using the equipment the way it's supposed to be used, right? Every 150.
No, that's not what you mean. So, what does it mean to transfer something locally?
That's exactly. Okay, let me say it again. Okay, I'm going to say it slower this time so you can understand me. When you use the equipment the way it's supposed to be used, and you transfer it to where you're not having to account for curvature or account for refraction, you just transfer the line horizontally the way you actually do in reality, then you will realize that when you get way, way far from your original first position and you transfer these lines horizontally, it's not dropping away from you. You have a straight line, a horizontal position, and the Earth is not curving downwards away from you. It's you know.
Yeah. What does it mean to transfer that line locally? How does that work? Do you get a big piece of wall and you get a spirit level and you draw the spirit level line and then you move it again, you draw it again, you move it again, you draw it again, you do that for the entire length?
If the Earth is flat, does that mean we live in a cube?
Let's answer that guy real quick. Well, we can put dogs on pause for a moment. We'll talk to that new guy. Yeah,
is there a height limit?
Yes. No, listen. You guys that come in here right now thinking that the Earth is a globe, you know that you don't have any evidence for that, right?
Do you have evidence that it's not?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
But yeah, absolutely, 100%. But the
I've
problem
seen
is
the ice wall. I don't disagree with you.
That's great.
I just want to know if you think it's a cube or not. Like, is it a square?
Dude, I know that you think you're the main character. I know that you think you're the main character, right?
Well, your name's Alpha. Don't you think you're the main character?
And you're trying to simp. You're trying to simp for Ash, but just relax, dude. Just answer some questions.
Who the fuck is Ash, buddy?
I mean, she is pretty.
All you got to do is this, right? All you got to do is this. Just answer the question, King. Right? So, if the Earth is a globe, is there any evidence that it is? And do you have any evidence to support it? Like, what do you have as evidence, sir?
Okay, let me pull out my Google Doc.
Google Doc?
Yep, we got another.
You mean you don't know right off the dome? Just off the dome, you don't know.
Do you know what a ellipsoid is?
Ellipsoid.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, but check this out, brother. Like, I'm only asking you if you know how the Earth is a globe based on what they've been telling us. All you got to do is just speak plainly to me. You know, if you know, then that's fine. If you don't,
I've actually been to the moon. I've looked down on the Earth.
Dude, you don't gotta simp, bro. Nobody needs to know that you're trying to act all, big and tough, and just relax. All right.
Wait, why are you calling me a simp?
Is that
I
you,
think you are. Just relax.
I have a question.
Yeah. Well, if it's gonna be in relation to what we're talking about, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it is. It's weird that
Hey,
you
buddy.
would go off the bat with that. But no. What if the Earth is flat? Why do you figure it's not being taught? Like, why do you think that that's something that would be lied about? Why do you think that's worth covering up?
Oh,
What's the theory with that?
All of those things that you just said makes it nefarious. So the problem is you don't understand. It's like a tradition nowadays. You know,
I'm
like
just
your
asking.
teacher. Well, I'm telling you. If you can hear my words right now, what I'm saying, Kalo.
You're so rude. I can't.
If you
No,
can
I
hear
don't know
me,
his deal
right?
is.
If you can hear me,
Loud and clear, big guy.
because
Loud
it
and
sounds like
clear. Loud and clear.
All right,
Well,
so
you said when you were answering the question, so rude.
yeah,
Who
but
are
the
you?
problem, King, can you relax, dude?
Like if you
Who
see
are
something,
you?
brothers.
Okay.
Ancestors.
You got one choice,
Yeah.
dude. Just relax, or you're gonna get muted. How about that?
Dude, please just answer my question. It's all right.
I will.
I'm not.
if your
I'm
friend
not worried
doesn't
about that guy.
simp for you.
I'm not worried about that guy.
How am I friends with him? Stop talking. He's trying
Relax,
to answer it.
I'm not worried about that guy.
All right, it's simple, right? All you got to realize is that from now until you learned about the Earth being a globe, it's only something that you just been told. It's not something that you know. So your teacher that told you is not in some conspiratorial agenda against you. They're just teaching you what they think is the truth.
Absolutely.
They're not just,
No, I'd agree with that.
It's not nefarious, right? But
Right.
the way you kind of framed it was like, in some way, why are they conspiring against humanity? And all
Well,
that?
there would
It's
have to
not-
be someone
it's not-
conspiring. Like, it might not be the teachers or the curriculum or even who's like above them, but like someone would be conspiring. Someone would want us to know differently. So why? Like why do you think that is?
Well, it's obvious when you look at the population of the world that actually just believes in this information. It's a method of control. The information controls the narrative, right? The narrative is that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Now, you don't think that when you go outside, you don't actually think of the Earth in that way. There's no way that you think of the Earth in the way they're telling you to think about it, like, until they give you this narrative and say, hey, do you know what? The Earth is a globe, but it's just too big, so you don't really see it. Oh, guess what? The Earth is spinning, but you just don't feel it. So trust me, bro. And so they're telling you this information like a narrative, like a story. And you, as a young person, all of us, I would say included, are being told at a very young age without the critical thinking mind engaged. And we don't know how to discern that as being truth or not. So we're just accepting it as true. So we take the information for granted. And so later on in life, like now, right, when we are able to discern, it's already so ingrained in our minds that we don't know how to like go about it, because we're just like, man, why are we talking about flat Earth? Because we learned about it in 3rd grade. Like, you guys are so like backwards thinking.
I go back to my question though. I feel like you didn't. I feel like the only like you said a lot of words, but I think the only things that like really
Bro, why you gotta
answered.
be like that? And then your friend was getting on to me by asking, acting like that way to you. Look how you're acting, bro. How come she's not on you right now about that? That's weird.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying that we're just talking, man. We're just having a conversation.
So
I'm just saying, like, well, then what's like you? The only thing that you answered, like, my question, it was probably what'd you say? It was a control. That was the reason that you
controlling
gave.
the
Of everything.
narrative.
My question was, why
What
do
did
you
they
think
get out of
they're
that,
teaching?
bro? Who
I'm
gets
talking to you,
who gets
King.
anything out
Bro,
of that?
can you
Are
let
you
people-
brain good?
Can you let people talk? Just let people talk. You're not the main character, bro. Go ahead, Kalo.
No, just that I asked like why do you think that they would be trying to cover it up? Or like why you think that they'd be trying to teach us differently, and the only thing that you said that maybe like was relevant to that question was control. So why do you like what do you feel like it would do differently? Like how do you how
think
do you
about it like this. So okay, can I put it into perspective? If I was to give you the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, there's a lot of things to consider. Now you live on a planet. Now the planet can have different variables that could happen to it. Like you could be in a cosmic, cataclysmic event with a killer asteroid coming at you. That's one. You could be where the planet is actually itself dying, and we're running out of resources. There's a overpopulation. There's a myriad of things that could encumber the fact that attached to the narrative, there's the reasons why you would think that you would support certain agendas, right? Otherwise, if you knew that it was none of that, then you wouldn't support anything like climate change, like all these things that they're little tiny derivatives of the main topic, which is that the Earth is a globe. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, Alpha Veritas. Give me one argument that the world is not a globe.
I know, but
Give
why
me
are
an
you
argument.
interrupting
Oh.
Kalo? I don't think Kalo's finished talking. That's
No,
rude,
I'm still
sir.
curious about some things. I'm
You
just
can be
saying that.
curious. I don't want you to be interrupted by people who think that
Yeah.
they're the main character. Go
I
ahead.
appreciate it,
you're
bro.
up.
I appreciate you. I also think though, like, while maybe nowadays it could maybe be used, like I guess you have some valid points, but like the Earth, like we discovered that the Earth was round long before anyone was worried about things like climate change.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and say if we were to just redo it, right? And say you were to rewrite history from the ground up, and you decided to teach everybody that the Earth was flat, then what do you think that would be like? Like, what do you really think that it would change? Like,
Yeah,
starting from the beginning.
I get what you're saying, but I think the premise is flawed. Let me just explain why the premise is flawed. It's because you already think it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is already a globe. But if it wasn't a globe and it was flat, how would I do it? It's kind of how you framed the question. But I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you that the information that you think is the case is not true at all. So it's not even the idea that it is a globe. It's as a matter of fact, it's just a conception. It's what people have thought about I'm not talking to you, sir. Tracksuit, just relax. So it's about people having these esoteric beliefs and then inserting them into a paradigm in which they're making this idea of a Earth that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space inside of a solar system, inside of a galaxy, and it gets more weird
Inside of all these planets that we can see.
I'm gonna have to mute you, sir, if you keep interrupting. Thank you, whoever did that.
I guess
Go ahead, Kayla.
I guess what I'm trying to say is like, what do you think it actually like what are those ideas? I understand like the ideas that you're putting on the table here, but like what do you think that those ideas that you're putting on the table, what does that actually change? Like in a society?
Okay.
Like, well, sure, it might establish like an idea of control, but what exactly is it controlling? Like,
so what has changed? What has changed from the fact that we now think that there's a different cosmology or an aspect to the cosmology, which is that nature created everything, right? Nature made all of these things. We don't need a creator, some supernatural being that's over everything, that made everything. So it's a bit more naturalistic. Not having to deal with an overall creator that made all things.
So you think that if the Earth is flat, then it would mean that there wouldn't need to be a creator? Like, you don't think that it could really be either way?
It's the opposite.
How do you think?
So let's just say that the natural way that everything came, I'll put it to you as a dichotomy. I'll put it to you as nature made the creation of the world and everything in it, as in like the beginning of all things, like the Big Bang. And then so that formed all things where, it was a super hot, dense, point in time. And then that exploded into what everything is today. But it didn't need any, creator to make it. It was just, it's a natural process to just happen. Nature just made itself randomly. And out of all this randomness, right, came life and all things within it. And because of that, it started like a chain reaction of like where we're at today. So this didn't have a overall creator making all things. This was just a natural process that occurred that needed no creator. You get what I'm saying? So what it's doing is deleting the fact that a creator is needed for this specific creation. It doesn't need that because nature made everything. It's on its own for no apparent reason.
But I mean, that's what they already teach. They already teach that the Earth is round and that it happened on its own. Like that's not like a change in, like, that's something that's already taught.
Yeah, I know, but that's only because they're giving you this idea of this like atheistic worldview. That's something ingrained in your mind because you think, well, that makes sense. Like if I look at it from a perspective of not needing a creator making things and it just happened on its own, like, but you don't realize what they're taking away from you. They're taking away a natural cause and effect relationship. So you think that nature's making everything, but that doesn't make any sense because how can you make inanimate matter spring to life matter that's sentient and conscious? That doesn't make any sense. And so if you start to think about it, it's fundamentally corrupt in the way that it's proposed to you. But you don't know how to discern what's corrupt because to you, it makes sense because it's all you've been given. There's nothing to parallel that or challenge it. So as far as you think that's the leading, current understanding of like what you think it should be. I mean, it makes sense to you right now. So all I'm saying is that what the difference between the two is that one needs a creator making things, which we have, right? And the side of like, we're very special. This place. So the cosmological aspect of it is we're very unique. You get what I'm saying? Like this place here, right. Flat Earth. So we'd be in a cosmological aspect. We're like the floor of the universe. Like the ground is the floor of all that there is. It's not like a planet. It's like a floor. We're inside of a system, like a realm. And that realm, as everything that's in it, is all that you see. So everything above you, like all the stars, the sun, the moon, all of that you can see, that's all that's in the system. There is no more other extra, protoplanetary systems, no more other galaxies, no more other planets, like outside of things that here, like in this system. There's not other galaxies, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing more out there except for what you can see. That's all that there is. So it's very special in that we can't just explore outside of this place because there's nowhere else to go. It's an enclosed system. I'll get to that, why it's enclosed and all that in a little bit if you ask more questions. But it's an enclosed system, and the cosmological aspect of it is that we are the very foundation of all that there is in creation. And this place was so unique, and it was made for us that a creator put us in this place, made us, designed us, created us for this very specific place. And each individual person has very individual, kind of styles and ways that they are, but we are very unique. And so this is kind of like what has been done throughout history is separating people from the idea that we are from a creator, that made all of the things that you see, the trees and the rocks and everything outside, versus it just happening on its own. Like, so those are two competing ideas. So they took away one idea, which is, of course, that creator made all things, and also the place that we live in. So I got to say, it's not just a dichotomy, but I'm saying in our case it is. But in the case for the Earth being a globe, it could be that the Big Bang and cosmology came to being on its own naturally. And then, of course, there's those who believe that the Earth is still a globe, but that God made it. And he made the Big Bang and he made all that stuff. And along with like some type of evolutionary process and so on. But God still was like the beginning of all things. So there is some people that believe the Earth is a globe, and that's still another way to think about it. But I'm only telling you from the side of Flat Earth, and I'm giving you a kind of a dichotomy to look at. So it's either a globe or Flat Earth from the aspect of what we're saying is this place is very unique and special. So
very well said, Alpha.
Yeah, hopefully, Kalo, do you get what I'm saying here? I mean,
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but the thing that like I keep going back to is just I don't understand how anything really eliminates the idea of a god, because like God being but like the idea of a god, that would suggest that God is omnipotent, he's omniscient, he's omnipresent, and you can't really like tie that to like 2 + 2 = 4.
Why not?
Like you
why
can't.
not? Yeah, why not?
Because it's in the words, like it's in the meaning of the words, like omnipotent. It's in the word omniscient. It's in the word omnipresent. Like you can't.
Why can't you?
It's just not tied.
Why can't you tie that the Creator made all things, and through all things, he exists? Like
no,
so
I believe.
Everything that was
no,
made.
I believe that. No, I do believe that. I do believe that. But I'm just saying that, like, I don't understand how either way that this is thought, whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is round. I don't understand how that excludes the idea of a god.
Because it clashes with the idea that the ever-expanding cosmology was made outside of the character of the Creator. So it doesn't, like, you could take it two ways. You could either take it like some Christians will say that the idea that the Earth is a globe was made by a Creator. But then there's the other side of it where people say it does not need a Creator. So the globe Earth doesn't need to have a Creator for its being, right? For it being here. There's an explanation outside of the Christian worldview that would show you that it's a natural process that occurred all by itself randomly for no apparent reason. You get
Is this what it's all about?
No.
That's why.
You're about to be deleted if you keep talking.
That's why we bring it back, Kalo. That's why we bring it back to how it is observed, treated, and measured, because it taking away from all that, a story that in that paradigm, when you say, oh, it's a globe, okay, so then if it's a globe, then there should be a mathematical drop away from your position, because there's no way that you can look at it otherwise, because if you take a straight bar, okay, like a piece of metal, and then you round it, you make it round to where it connects end to end to make a circle, to make the sphere, if you will, then you can mathematically equate that. So what happened is, when we started looking into it using the paradigm mathematically, and then we realize, well, wait, we're seeing 10 times farther, then that takes away from that bend that should be there. And just because you can mathematically slide a refraction bar and then make it all of a sudden make sense, and you're justifying the lie at this point, but we're telling you, no, we measure it a certain way, and we do not come up with that.
Let me just get back to so Kalo, and hopefully I answered your point, or what you were asking about why would it need be a difference in like how the idea that the Earth is a globe. I give you the example because it doesn't have to have a creator involved within the creation story of how things came to be. So you can, obviously there's people that believe the Earth is a globe and also believe in a creator, but there's those who can utilize the idea that it does not need a creator. So it could definitely be divorced from the idea of a creator and it just being a natural process that came to being, like I said, for no apparent reason. Do you get it? So there's a problem. You can slip into the mindset of like, you could be a Christian right now, but later on you could be like, you know what, this scientist or this other person proposed a very good idea of how there doesn't need to be a creator. And I'm convinced because I know that it's a globe. Right? You start making these claims. I know it's a globe. I know we're in the vacuum of space, so maybe we don't need a creator. And he made sense. He just made logical sense. So I just don't need it anymore. And so you could divorce yourself from reality and jump on the bandwagon of like all the other atheistic, depraved minds. That's what we're saying.
I have a quote.
It's going to happen. Go ahead.
I have a quote that makes this palpable from a very famous atheist, in which he said, the advent of the Big Bang allows atheism a sense of fulfillment intellectually, because now they have a creation story, essentially. That's why he said that.
Yeah, man
Kalo,
became the creator.
Kalo, do you see
in their model?
What happened? I'm sorry. I was reading something.
Did you hear about the conversation? Did you hear the conversation we're having?
No, what was it? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Just the last part.
Well, AI was... Go ahead, AI.
The atheist, I can't remember his name, but I'll try to find the quote. As he basically said, the advent of the Big Bang allowed him to be intellectually fulfilled as an atheist because now he finally had creation story.
Well, I think you're just really, really in tune to the idea that like it's just very one or the other. When I just don't think it's like I cannot wrap my mind around.
Yeah, hold on. I didn't say it was one or the other. I said for flat Earth it was one or the other. For globe Earth, you could choose whether or not you want a creator, like you being a creator that made all things, for the ball spinning in the vacuum of space, or you could choose not to have the creator involved in the ball spinning in the vacuum of space. So for you guys, you could choose either one. It's like they make it so open that you can be free to think on which one you want. But for flat Earth, there's really not an option because this is an intentional place that we're in. It's very unique and it's separated from other things. So we're in this very unique ecosystem that is enclosed, and you can't go outside to touch the sun or the moon or any of the other places out there. We're inside of a realm. Get it? So for the globe, you can think of it like, everything came to be by natural process, or, God created everything. For you as a...
Yeah, but don't you think that's like a little closed-minded?
What,
like,
for
don't you
being...
think... Isn't the whole point? No, like just how it's so very just one or the other.
Oh yeah, 'cause you don't have like in the flat Earth perspective, right? You really don't have the option to say everything sprung on its own by its own self without any intent. Where we're inside of a closed space like this area that we're in, it's contained. So we're contained within it. It's almost like intentionally you have to put something life inside of it and make it happen with a system that supports it. So the ecosystems that support life, right? All things considered, we're talking about the energy systems, just the way temperature moves, all that. It has to be cyclical in nature. It has to support life in order for us to be here. So everything is super intentional. Like it's not just random. So like it doesn't work that way for the Earth being a globe, because you can say we can have one or the other. We can be with a creator and we don't have to think about it like there's a creator. We can think about it like we're just random, cosmic accidents that just occurred for no apparent reason. So you got
their own.
Yeah, you got two options. And we would say that the only option is either created or not. But if you say not, then you're not thinking of the flat Earth anymore. You're thinking of the other cosmology, which is the Earth as a globe. So it's
okay.
Yeah, just gonna land the point here. What do you think about this so far? Like, it needs to be, I guess, from your vantage point, and like something that satisfied a question you were asking, or it doesn't.
No, I mean, like, honestly, I'm definitely having a hard time getting my head around it. But regardless of how I feel, I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate you answering my questions and being like civil with me. I feel like I learned something.
Yeah, if the only thing if you come in here and you really want to ask questions, we're going to pause the chat and talk to the person who really wants to know. Everybody, like, damn everybody else. Like, the guys who want to come in here and just, like, stall and interject, and no. Like, your time is more valuable because we want to at least challenge those minds who are ready to hear at least a different perspective, and not just be real obtuse right off the bat, because that's not going to be for
No, I get it. But I am gonna dip. But again, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, stop by anytime.
Yeah, for sure. Take it easy.
See ya.
Wait, before you leave, do you believe in the math? She left.
Yeah, I don't think she was here for that long. It didn't sound like it. Not a lot of investment.
When they come from an angle of math, I just feel like they kind of destroy themselves in the argument, especially because the math doesn't add up, and it's really like a self-sabotaging position at this point, as far as we come.
Yeah, most of the time though, APOC, when they come in here, you identify where they're coming from, and it sounded like Kayla was pressed for time and really just wanted to ask a few questions. Really didn't want to go too far in. As far as we could have taken it, like we could have probably been longer than
right.
But if we did, it would have lost. Like, stuff would have been falling off. We barely got the attention span as what we got with the distraction that she was having.
Like squirrel.
Yeah. So
I kind of got her point though, because it seems like a lot of effort, and then it's like, yeah, what are they gaining for that massive amount of effort? Like, why would they go through so much?
Yeah,
I don't know.
But most people don't realize people are just like trying to get by. They're not really like out to screw over their neighbor. Like, oh, I'm gonna go teach a class today. I'm gonna screw over all these guys. Like, no one's doing it. That's not what's happening.
Let me ask this question. Is where you are, where you came from, and where you're going a physical claim or a metaphysical claim?
Good question.
Well, it seems like it could be both, right?
Depends on the end. Yeah, it depends on the individual, I guess. On where they stand.
Yep. So if you're a person, right, and you're talking about where I came from, why I'm here, where am I going, what's my purpose, these types of questions, right? They're more in the metaphysical realm, right? And they are in the physical realm. It's like, why am I here? To eat and poop. Is that why people are here? I think we're all cognizant and aware enough that the purpose of humanity is not just to devour calories and excrete them out our butts, right? Because we've got love, pride, struggle, the hero's journey, all of these things, right? Art, raising our children, real meaning, right? Part of the meaning of your lives is in the setting of where you live and where you came from and where you're going, right? So those claims are beyond just matter and objects, So if you can alter someone's metaphysic, you can alter the way they behave within the world they believe they reside in, because their feedback loop of what I should be doing in regards to where I am and where I'm going, it's altered if you alter the reality. So whether the earth is flat or not is highly irrespective of what I'm saying, but I am saying that if you can control where somebody thinks they live, where they think they came from, and where they think they're going, definitely influence them to some end, right? At least in principle.
All right.
What end? Like what end do you think they're pushing us towards with the lie?
I could say
poverty.
I could say something as a speculation, but that's all we can offer right now. But it seems like we're leaning towards this unification, where all of science and people in every religion are going to unite. It's just the feeling that I get from listening to the way they speak in some of these scientific forums is they're leaning so esoteric and so kind of like, we're opening portals to with CERN and all that. It's coming from their mouths, and they're talking like they're in touch with different dimensions and such, and because they want to see what's over there and what's beyond. That it's going to cross over into a religion, I'm telling you, man.
And some of those guys have already written books and done lectures. And I'm talking about globe believing, evolution believing, specific theism denying people. Your classic the scientists said so type people. They have said, many of them of late, that consciousness is not only a fundamental part of reality, but the fundamental part of reality, greater than matter, time, and energy. So much so that they believe sentient agents are eternal, and they're first order reality, and matter, time, and energy are second orders. In other words, they come from those agents in the first place. And so if you know anything about these types of topics, when you think of all the aggregate consciousnesses have varying levels of power, yet all exist eternally, and they cooperatively, for lack of a better term, manifest the physical realm to interact with each other in, you essentially have some type of either pseudo-pantheism or monism, which again is a religious system. So all of these metaphysical claims are always about, and they've always been about, and if you study the men involved, you will see in their words, in their lectures, they wrote about it. They are deeply religious, deeply philosophical, and dripping with supernatural claims. And they're always looking to move humanity towards a new type of thinking about their religious predispositions. That's what it's always been about. That's what it will always be about.
I would say it's a version of neo-paganism, like Elon Musk. I think all those dudes are not atheists. Atheism is sort of the old school stuff. Now
I never heard you say that. Sorry, Matthew, I've never heard you say that. This is interesting. It's maybe a new take for me. I've never heard you say this. What makes you? Why do you concur that way?
Just this idea that there's this inherent spirituality in all of creation. By the way, Matt, Nuclear, you're hot micing.
So you are hot micing.
Just this idea that spirituality pervades everything, and that all of us are part of this one big consciousness, and even the gods are kind of like born from this consciousness. These types of ideas are kind of like all mixed up in some kinds of New Age thing, like the Wiccan stuff, the neo-paganism stuff. So it just seems like that type of thinking is more common these days than atheism was like 20 years ago.
Exactly. Atheism is basically meaningless. atheism's meaningless. It's a waste of time. It is dangerous.
Hey, Matthew.
To a degree.
Hey, Matthew, don't you think that's dangerous, Matthew?
Yeah.
No, hold on. I'm just appreciating the fact that he's even saying that, because I thought he was. Maybe I had him all wrong. I don't know.
No, I'm on record.
Matthew's a Christian. Matthew's a Christian.
Yeah. No. I know that. I knew that. What I'm saying is what he just said right now about what they talk about. Because when you speak to some of these secular atheists, they don't say that. They're actually against what even AI said, what he proposed, which I'm like, they're actually talking in lectures about these things. Let's not kid ourselves. Like, why are we going to say they're not saying these things? They are saying that.
Yeah. The average, just a factotum. The average person that you meet that thinks they're into science or thinks they're into atheism or thinks they're into naturalism or any of these things, like the actual dudes that went down that road, they're already like 10, 20 years ahead of you. Your rhetoric now is like washed up, and new stuff's coming down the pike that your eyes ain't even open to yet.
Even Richard Dawkins says, "Oh well, I'm an atheist, but I'm a cultural Christian. I think Christianity is good culturally, but it's not true."
I'm on record.
But that's still not him accepting the theological aspect.
But we got Matt Nuclear who's against. I mean, he's like a staunch.
I don't have a problem with cultural Christian. I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with Christianity in the sense of tradition. I just don't think that it's theologically the case.
See, that's the thing. But you don't realize what Matthew, what AI, what I know, that these guys that are doing these lectures, that maybe these guys that you probably listen to, are actually saying, beyond just saying that the earth is, came about by a naturalistic means. Like, there's more to it. There's like what's underlying their epistemology about why it's that way. Their philosophical interpretations are far into the esoteric, dude. Like, you don't realize that, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, the average dude thinks these guys are secular, thinks these guys are some type of science-based, material causation type people, right? But they're not. They're deeply dripping with spirituality and philosophical views about conscious sentient agent creation is the cause of this world. Okay, that's what they are. And a lot of the mainstream people think these guys are like icons of purely dispassionate secular science without any woo-woo beliefs, but that's just the furthest thing from the truth.
And again, I want to go on record. I want to go on record again. Like I know I've said it before, but this is why I give Matthew Learns props, because even though he's still a believer of the globe, he still can at least accept like what you just said, AI right now. I wish we could clip that, because that was so beautifully said the way you said it. And like, so, well, I know, but the way it was, like, that should be like taught, because if these guys can understand, like, there are these role models that they have in their paradigm that they actually don't truly believe what they think they believe. And Matthew at least recognizes that. That's what I appreciate about Matthew. Again, he's still a Glober, but I've been on record before.
Yeah, you ever heard? Yeah, you ever hear all this? These Globers come in and they're like, "Oh, all this technology you use, that proves the Earth is a globe and science and God is stupid." Like, dude, all those dudes that invented all that technology, they all believe in gods,
right?
Like pseudo demi interdimensional beings.
But they could be
maybe
wrong.
They could be. Yeah, maybe they could be.
Could be, and that's the thing. I mean, a lot of them.
A lot of these guys, the whole reason they even went down that road into searching out that technology and inventing it was for the specific intention of contacting otherworldly beings. They said it in their own words.
So it depends obviously on who you're talking about. I mean, some of the older people like Richard Dawkins are just straight up atheists, and I know that Christopher Hitchens was, and all those people that wrote the books 10, 15 years ago. But I'd say some of the younger people like Elon Musk and everybody who goes to Burning Man. I mean, Burning Man is basically a pagan celebration, right? And so,
but Matthew, would you agree? Would you agree that the horsemen of the apocalypse, those atheists? I mean, they were just atheists. They weren't really important at all.
Yeah, they were just sort of atheists. They wrote some popular books that had a flash in the pan, but they were just sort of amateur philosophers at best, and they had poor arguments.
I agree. Like, they weren't somebody that was actually prominent figures of history. Those guys were the ones that they would probably be like appealing to in their day when they. I mean, I don't know if those guys are still alive or who's alive, but
one of my
the guy that
I'm saying, like,
guy that invented radio and a whole bunch of these other dudes, like, who actually had a significant contribution other than a bunch of butthurt I don't like God books.
Yep.
One of my favorite stories is Lee Strobel. Like, he was a staunch atheist, but he got with this woman that was like a Christian, right? And he set out to like prove her wrong, and then ended up realizing like he was wrong, and he started realizing all these holes in his, because he went through the higher echelon of education, and he came to a point where he finally realized, like, no, we're wrong. And that's what I love about Lee Strobel, Dr. Lee Strobel. Like, he's one of those dudes.
This is more akin to like a religious matter. Well, what I'm speaking of, and I think AI and Matthew we're relating this to like how these historical figures of science were divorced from like anything to deal with the creator, and that's never the case.
Alpha.
Like, every time you look at these guys, they always have some type of esoteric belief intrinsically tied to how the process of the way they used to think. It was tied into the reasons why they would want to create something that would have a better communication, and just different things. It's like electricity, like they would think outside of the box, but they're using the religious underpinnings.
Yes, and there's also.
I got a question for you.
Before you go on, there's also the reverse of that, where some of the men who people think were stalwart, principled scientists who were dispassionate and just followed the evidence where it leads. If you look in some of their work, they were intentionally using their philosophy against the idea of a specific creator God to, essentially reinterpret the data. All right, go on.
I'm just wondering if Alpha's gonna, talk to me.
What?
You say our world is a closed system? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So explain Aurora Borealis.
Why do I have to explain a natural phenomena to you?
Because that phenomenon comes from
something high above,
outside of Earth's realm.
Yeah.
Not true.
So why do I have to explain it to you?
Yes, it is true.
What value?
It's radiation from the sun that enters the Earth's atmosphere. If Earth was a closed system, that wouldn't occur.
If you're asking for my explanation and then you're going to tell me what you say is the case,
I'm just wondering what you think.
Yeah, Tracksuit Timmy, I want to know how you know that's true.
You're good at dodging, Alpha. You know that?
No. I didn't make the claim. I didn't make the claim. You
Let's
did.
not even go there. Let's just chill. Just chill for a second, homie. I'll answer it for you.
What is Aurora Borealis? What is it?
Hold on, bro. I'll answer it for you. Okay. So if someone says they'll answer it for you, that's your cue to be quiet. All right. Thanks. So you said if the Earth is a closed system,
nothing from space can interact with Earth. Yeah, like
dude, shut your mouth, please. Thank you. Capable of making my own sentences. We're not lovers where you get to finish them for me. Okay. You haven't even bought me dinner yet.
Yeah, you hadn't even gotten halfway through a sentence.
So, if Earth is a closed system and energy is coming from the sun, right? Closed systems actually allow energy to come through. Isolated systems do not. So the energy can pass into the system. So you shot yourself in the foot. So you lose.
Oh, yeah? So if the Earth was a closed system, why do I get sunburned?
You just
answered that, dude.
I don't know.
Oh my god!
You just answered that.
Didn't answer anything.
That's all right.
Didn't answer a damn thing.
Funny.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, an open system, matter and energy can pass. A closed system, energy can pass. An isolated system, neither matter or energy can pass. Okay?
Not true at all. What is closed mean?
Nice try.
What is closed mean?
Tracksuit, go on mute, Tracksuit.
A dome.
I'm just gonna put them on.
Hey, bro. You ever seen a greenhouse? You ever seen a closed greenhouse where the sun can come through? Duh.
He's not having it. That's
tracking.
Dude,
you thought you had a point. Yeah, you thought you had a point when you laughed at how could something that has a dome over it get sunlight when I can literally reproduce that in a model.
Right.
I mean, good grief.
He doesn't know what a closed system is. That's the problem. He doesn't know what it is. Problem. He thought he did.
Isn't that what they say?
Alpha.
Isn't that what they say?
When I close, Alpha. When my girlfriend tells me to turn out the lights, I close the window and it gets dark.
Yeah, he doesn't know too much. That guy. It's like they want to create these biodomes on Mars and live in these biodomes, right? And how is it possible that the sun's light gonna pass the biodome? Think about it, Tracksuit Timmy.
But have you ever seen the schematics for a biodome? The roof is glass and the sun can come through.
Yeah, hold the press. Or stop the press, actually.
He doesn't know what a closed system is.
Breaking news. The sun's light can pass through glass. Tonight at 11.
And the whole thing about the phenomenon that he's talking about, like, how does he think that can't happen other than it being a globe? Like, that's crazy to me. Like, bro, this is just something you see in the sky. Like, what? There's a really cool natural phenomenon that happens.
Yeah, he was talking about Aurora Borealis, but I mean, we're still. If we were to talk to him, he's still not going to understand what a closed system, open, and an isolated system are.
What about the Aurora Borealis?
Hey, I remember when you mentioned that joke about how the giants were shitting through the container, which is how we have asteroids and stuff.
Yes.
That's where we get our asteroids from, right? They have to open up the container. That's how.
Well, dude, it's in the name. I mean, how hard is this to figure out? Asteroids.
Yeah, that makes sense, dude. Total sense.
Wait, so
of course it does, because that's about as logical as you can get.
How do we actually get our asteroids?
Isn't that true, Matt? That's as logical as you can get, right there.
That's as logical as you guys can get.
Yeah, basically making up a silly, comical sleight of hand, or that's all you do. You're in here for the lulz, dude. You're not in here for a true conversation, so we know.
I've had many true conversations about that, actually. A lot of flat earthers with my starstruck at that one.
But listen, asteroids are the spent fuel of Ezekiel's wheel. Problem solved.
I remember some guy. I think you were here, but some guy joined in a few months ago.
We're not going to entertain that. We don't want to entertain that. That's a waste of time for everybody. We're having a great discussion, and it's just turning to shit now. We don't need that. We do, however, want to continue where we were, because that was actually a better conversation.
It was.
Tell you, Matt's nothing but just interrupting, derailing. Man.
Oh, that's his MO. That's how he
let
gets down.
Let me break down the two great world paradigms when it comes to these things we were talking about. So, on the one hand, you have a external creator that creates the creation. The creation and the creator are distinctly separate by status, right? If you took away all the creation, the creator would still be. The creator would have no need of the creation whatsoever. It doesn't need it for fuel. It doesn't need it for anything, right? And on the other hand, you have all these other esoteric, intrinsic, monistic style views where the creation and the creator are actually the same entity, without that external distinction and separation. So that means that the creator does need the energy of the universe, of the creation, to sustain itself in some kind of feedback loop. Now, in one view, the creator is ultimate, unharmable, cannot be harmed by the creation. There's nothing the creation can do that would injure the creator in any way, shape, or form, and is also, by that virtue, the ultimate authority. That means whatever he says is what goes, period. In the other view, the creator would at least be harmable in principle, and the idea of an ultimate authority would be in flux. Because if the creator-creation distinction is actually one and the same, and the aggregate consciousness of the creation is the creator's consciousness, then that means that morality itself is fluctual, changing, and the creator itself is changing. Okay, so those are completely two different paradigms. If you can convince someone of one or the other, it would change their opinions about the nature of the creation-creator distinction, as well as the nature of themselves and their role in it. So yes, if there were agents that existed above humans, then yes, they would be very motivated to inflict a worldview change upon humans, or even humans upon themselves, because whether it's true or not doesn't matter. If you can get enough people believe in it and they act out the way you want them to act, that's a sufficient motivation.
Agree. I think we're only a few degrees. We're only a few degrees away from that, with the idea that the Earth is a globe and the competing idea that the Earth didn't have a creator that made all things when in the beginning, right? So there's two. The Glober is only a few degrees away from slipping into that that mindset. Is what and it's so close.
Yeah,
it's just so close.
And the majority of the esoteric flat earthers lean on the creation and creator are the same monistic entity in some sense. Majority of them, by far.
AI, you need to write a freaking book, bro. Like, I ain't lying, bro. Like, you need to document your you know, when you stand on that soapbox, you need to write a book on that, bro. Oh, he left.
It was so good that he left, dude. He's like, man, that's a hell of a praise.
He's like, mic drop.
I gotta leave while the mic is able to be dropped like this. He's like, hell yeah.
It was
are
so
you down
good,
for tonight or what?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna go. Well, it's set up now, so in an hour.
All right, cool. I'm down. It's so good. I think Matthew could agree. That's how good I think it was.
Yeah,
it was
some good stuff.
Listen, it was a different take. I never heard Matthew say what he said. I didn't know that he thought about that. People in that different fields that they speak that way. At least I already knew this, but I don't know how far he looked into it. I thought he was just globe believing, didn't care about anything much. Just only his specific things that he studies and doesn't really.
Well, so to be clear,
I don't know what you look into, Matthew. So that's the thing. Like,
yeah, I don't think everybody is.
What I'm saying.
I don't think everybody is neo-pagan. Like, not all scientists. Many of them are just sort of don't think deeply. But I think there's definitely people who are into some weird stuff. So yeah.
AI.
Right.
You're so good you dropped, bro. I was giving you flowers and you left.
I did a call from somebody who wanted to talk because he's got that sweet science that proves Earth's a globe.
Oh,
so I told him if he does, write it in the chat, and then I'll unmute him.
You should tell him to meet us in an hour on X. We got him, man.
Yeah, AI. I was saying
it's gonna be a party.
I was saying you need to write a book, bro. Like everything, when you stand on your soapbox within the server, like you need to like clip it and then dictate it, or how do you say? Yeah, dictate it, right? Is that the way you say it? I'm kind of tipsy right now.
If I spoke it, then I already dictated it.
You can use AI.
You could use AI.
No, that was well said, bro. Like, yeah, and you're spot on, dude. Like, oh my god, like, how does any globe, Matthew? How do you not like take that into consideration, bro? Like, I'm just saying.
Hey, it's
I think he did.
Yeah, so
I think he did. So what I heard anyway.
Yeah, here's how I see it. I see that the heliocentric globe model You can be a theist or a non-theist and believe that. However, flat Earth requires being a theist, and so if you believe in flat Earth, there is no naturalistic explanation for it. But the contrapositive isn't true. That if you believe in the globe, it doesn't mean you have to believe that God doesn't exist.
Didn't I say that earlier?
You did.
Yeah, but doesn't it only for like large populations? Like, just because you can, it doesn't really matter. Most of the population is going to turn towards nihilism with that. You know, it's like moving the.
Yeah, that was my point, Major. That's what I said. That's the reason why, like, when you put it between globe Earth being created, globe Earth not being created, or naturalistic, they don't choose created. They choose naturalistic. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, when it comes, let's say, I don't know, somebody could come out with some other proposed idea that could change Matthew's mind, and Matthew could be like, have the aha moment. You know what? I've never heard it in this way. He's making a lot of sense. I'm going to go with that. And then divorce himself from the creator. Like, you know what? I'm easily transition over to. I don't know that. I don't know. Maybe he does believe strongly enough to where that wouldn't happen, but he's like I said, only a few degrees away from that transition. And it would take, but maybe some well-spoken person that he really likes to actually say, you know what? Let me tell you this the way I know it to be. And he's like, I never heard that perspective. I think my mind has changed, you know, like, and so, you know what I mean? Like, it would be easier for him to transition.
But Matthew, how do you disregard Joshua 10, bro? Like, as a glober, how do you just hand wave in your own mind Joshua 10 when he prayed for the sun to stop and God stopped it? Like, in your paradigm, how does that make sense?
Because I believe God. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Because I believe God was describing what it looked like. It looked like the sun was stopping. He was describing it for what they saw. They saw the sun stop in the sky.
No, but hold on. Wait, hold on though, Matthew. He got an extra 7 hours of sunlight. Like, come on, bro. Like, how do you explain that in the paradigm to where you can have the sun stop in the sky and all of a sudden your daylight is stretched 7 hours later and the sun's still in the same position in your paradigm? Like, there's only one.
No, it's not fair. Apocryphon. No, it's not fair. Not fair at all. Okay, you're dismissing the fact that in both paradigms, a omnipresent, omnipotent spirit being that speaks reality into existence exists. Okay, so if God wants to stop the earth on a dime without anybody flinging off of it, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said would happen, God could do that if he wanted to. So in order for God to accomplish this event, he had to do something miraculous in space and time. That's a given. So you can't say, because this is less miraculous and that's more miraculous, therefore God couldn't do the more miraculous thing. That'd be not congruent with the nature of the type of being God is. So it's not fair. Mm-hmm. Now, you might say, yeah, I agree this is more simple, but you can't say, oh, well, that would be too hard for God to stop the sun with all your million miles, zillion, billion, jillion rotations. It's like, no, if the entity is literally the source of creation itself that wrote the code and is the computer which is running the code, he can disappear the buildings just like in a video game. They can just go and come and go and come.
Yeah, he can do the supernatural. Yeah, he could do the supernatural to do things that's outside of what we would say normal ecosystem operations.
Yeah, it's like the guy who said, "Oh, I believe that God exists and God created the universe, but this virgin birth thing, I don't know." I'm like, seriously, dude? You think God
could virgin? Yeah, but no. Hold on a second, friends. I want everyone to put their thinking caps on. Is virgin birth a miracle? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, it isn't at all. Think about it. I've never had sex with a man. Yes. What I'm trying to say is that this concept that a virgin cannot have a baby, that is just so crazy. It's really actually not even logistically crazy. Think about it. It's not.
Wouldn't it take... Okay, so you're saying like sperm dropped in her, and then it just crawled.
That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is this idea that you're going to disregard the story because a virgin had a child. It's not even that big of a miracle, dude, is what I'm trying to say. Entire ordered universe, including love, hope, hero's journey, drama, art, farting out of a Big Bang's ass. That's a miracle.
That's undeniable. Yep.
I don't know. I think I would have to say, like, unless a virgin was just sprayed upon, I guess, and then without having sex. I don't know.
No, but you're talking. Yeah, you're talking about. Yeah, dude, you're talking about the order of creation versus a person being born. Because there's, it's a small. It's not as big of a mystery as like how things became what they are today. From, the most minute, type of living organism to the most, fantastic, macroscopic thing. Like you're trying to compare something that happens within creation to all of creation, and that's what AI is saying. Like all of creation is more fantastic for it to just happen naturalistically versus.
Dude, I'm actually, I personally, I actually take it up a step, and here's my step. This is my own personal view. None of creation is impressive at all. None of it. None of it. Not one bit of it. Not atoms, not even the idea of planets. None of that's impressive at all. Because if you're an omnipotent God, right? That's nothing. It's Zippo. It's Zilcho. What's impressive is the ability. What's impressive is the ability to create another sentient entity. Think about it. That's the real impressive thing.
Yeah, I would agree. That's way more impressive than the physical matter.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, it does say in the scriptures that he made an ass talk, right? So yeah, okay, yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Like, all right, but still, if he could do that, like he could do anything at this point.
What's weird? Even talking about like animals speaking, people fail to realize that animals everywhere do speak. They're trained to do certain things, so it's like it's not far beyond the imagination that something like that could even occur. But some people who are very atheistic were like, "Oh, dude, animals talking in the Bible, dude." They're like, "Yeah, so what? Animals are trained to do some things like that before. It's happened." Like,
yeah. Let's keep in mind. They believe in talking animals. They are one.
Because they are one.
Oh, that's a good point. I like that.
That's a hell of a point, dude. We got to put that one in our back pocket. I'm saving it for the next argument with a atheistic hater. Or yeah, I'll use it.
I think this is why, after all the spiritual talk and everything, that's why it comes back to what we can physically do here on Earth. And when we measure it, we observe it, we treat it as stationary and plain. This is why it brings us back to yeah, we get it. Okay, God can do anything. Okay, great. But when we are using our own senses and equipment and tools, like, this is what we come across, and this is the proof that it's not what we've been told it to be. So just to bring it all back, I'm just saying, like, this is where we're at.
So I would like to speak with AI Overlord 2.0 as to continue our conversation from last time.
What? Oh.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. What were you guys talking about?
You remember me, right? So I believe last time that I left, we were talking about something very important. We were talking about what's it called? Yes, the jet streams, right? We were talking about the jet streams.
Jet streams.
Yes, in the sky. And so we agreed upon the thermodynamics laws that says what causes the wind, right? So what causes the wind is basically the hot air going towards the cold air. Do you agree with this statement?
Yeah, but you were speaking to AI when you had this conversation?
Yes, but now I will speak to you since AI is not responding. So the jet stream, right?
You gave him a chance, dude.
No, he was talking to Jedi.
Oh, okay. But
that's what I thought. That's what I remember.
I was just commenting.
You were here.
I was just commenting that if it's the case that they agreed in this thermodynamic equilibrium, and that high pressure, low pressure, and hot cold, and all of these things, and I said, well, if the sun is traveling in one direction, taking its heat with it, and leaving cooler, then there would be a wind in the opposite direction. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I think Swaggy, you were of the mind, if I remember correctly, because I think I was listening to you and.
That's the verse, Alpha. That's why I sent you that verse.
But literally, while I was debating you guys, I was
about
working.
What you just said.
No, while I was debating you guys, I was working, right? But now I am not working, so I am free to debate you freely, right? To express myself. So
yeah, Swaggy, didn't you say I was just trying to pinpoint what you said? Well, your claim was the last time that, and if I get it wrong, just let me know, okay? But I think you said that the Earth is in motion. That's why we have winds. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't that what you said?
No, I said it's one of the factors, right? But what the rotation
Earth spinning is one of the factors?
No. What the Earth's rotation, it depends what you talk about. If you're talking about the low winds, basically not the jet streams, then it is caused by hot air and the sea, and also it's not caused by Earth's motion, the rotation, right? But if you're talking about jet streams, what the Earth's rotation influences the jet stream is, we'll come back to that, but it stabilizes their direction from west to east, and so basically that's why if we go from Canada to France, it will be way faster than if we go from France to Canada. So now the jet streams, the fundamental issue is that yes, wind is created by hot air and cold air, right? But using this logic, and if you agree with me, in the equator we get more sun, and your companion agreed that in the equator we get more sun, and the hot in the the air in the equator is hotter than the air in the northern and southern hemisphere, right? So logically, by the law of thermodynamics, the hot air from the equator will expand into the cold air in the north and in the south. So then the jet streams should not be from west to east, but it should be from the equator to south and from the equator to north. But that is not the case. And so
you said.
Yes.
Go ahead, get to your argument.
So my argument is, yes, this proves exactly the rotation of the Earth. Then your friend said something about pressure. No, it's not. It's not about the rotation of the Earth. It's pressure that stabilizes the jet streams going from west to east, despite the law of thermodynamics. I was like, what the hell is pressure, right? And I said, okay, I give you a hypothesis. I might be wrong. Now, you told me to show proof last time, right? You told me to show proof using a scientific laboratory. I told him, show me proof that pressure influences the way the jet streams go from west to east, because I've never heard pressure influencing the jet streams in that way. And so he was arguing with me and refusing to show proof, right? Saying the burden of proof is on you. While I said, okay, imagine I never said that the rotation of the Earth caused these jet streams. Now the burden on proof is on you. And then he refused, and I couldn't argue him because I was literally working. And it was so intellectually dishonest in his part to claim something, not show proof.
All right.
What?
Let me ask this question. So you said that if the equator's hotter and the north is colder, then the jet stream should move laterally from equator to north, correct?
Yes, logically, if we think about it.
Okay, perfect. So I have a picture here.
Yes.
That I posted of the jet stream, and it looks like it's moving east, but it keeps going north.
Show me.
Oh, look at the picture I posted there, homie Slice.
Where is it?
28 past the hour.
Where is it?
Well, in other words, it does move generally aggregately east, but it doesn't just go linearly east. It goes swirly dirly bajurly.
Yes. So the thing you showed me, right? So the thing you showed me is literally the globe. So it does a zigzag, right? And this is what we should expect. Now, as for a flat Earth,
why?
Right?
No. Hold on, friend. Why would you expect a zigzag?
So yes, we would expect a zigzag because, as I said, the law of thermodynamics versus the rotation of the Earth, right? Can the rotation of the Earth cancel out the law of thermodynamics completely? Of course not. And so, yes, of course, we expect the resistance of the law of thermodynamics, but at the same time, we also expect the rotation of the Earth trying to push the winds eastward, right? So I will show you a more accurate map, right? So I will show you a more accurate map because
but don't forget. I also included the path of the sun as being a counter force. So the path of the sun would explain the east, west, and the thermodynamic range in and out from the North Pole to the equator would explain the lateral range. What's wrong with that?
Yes, so you're basically
just hold on a second before we go any further.
Yes,
I just want you to maybe agree. I'll just throw this out there that my explanation is just as sufficient as yours.
What's your explanation? Sorry,
the path of the sun represents the east to west, and the thermodynamic equilibrium from pole to equator represents the in and out.
Okay, I would agree, but another question I'd raise then is that, so you agree, right, that if the sun, right, it's a flat Earth, right? You agree it's a flat Earth, and so the point I'd raise, you make a compelling statement. So let's leave the jet streams on the side, and let's go to another argument that might or might not disprove flat Earth, right? So, another argument I would make is that in the flat Earth, if you were in a flat Earth, and this is hard to conceptualize, so stay with me. If you were flat, right? You looked up in the skies in Canada, right? You would see stars. And then when you go in the southern hemisphere, you look up in the skies. Would you see the same stars as you see in Canada? And the scientific question is no. And I would say, how? In a flat Earth, we should all see the same stars, right? Maybe different positions, right?
Why?
Because in a flat Earth, I mean, it depends. How do you believe the Earth is big?
Well,
is it the same size?
The Earth is as big as it is, right?
Oh, okay. Well, if it is big as it is, then yes. So yes, you would literally see, because we're a dust, right? So you would see the same stars that you visualize from Canada.
Why?
I am okay. So it's hard to explain without showing you my hand movements, right? So what I'm doing right now with my hands is putting it flat.
You could draw a picture. You could draw a picture.
Okay. So I will draw a picture, right? So, okay. So I'm going to explain what I'm drawing at the same time, right? This way we can keep the conversation going. And so I will draw a picture. Here you go, edit. And so if we were in a flat Earth, and this is Argentina, I will put AR for Argentina, and this is Canada, CA for Canada. And so these are the stars in the sky, right? You could literally observe the same stars from Canada and the same stars from Argentina. It would just be in different positions. So I will now send this picture in chat. So if you can stay with me. And so this picture shows this is Argentina, DRA. CA is Canada. And now the little dots in the sky, right? There's little dots in the sky representing the stars. And now from Canada, you can see the same stars as Argentina. Do you disagree with this? And if yes, please give me a logical argument.
Well, what you have here is a drawing, right? Which assumes that the stars are directly above those locations and transposed at those angular relationships, that there's no loss of information due to any perspective, lensing, atmospheric effects at all. In other words, you have straight linear rays directly from the location of the star directly to the eye of the observer, et cetera, et cetera. So you have a bunch of assumptions that have to be proved severally before this orthographic representation of the situation has any merit. So in other words, you have to prove all these particulars. So personally, I've never been to a star to be able to say where it is physically relative to the Earth. I only have what I see. What I know about things that I see that I don't have access to physically is that I can be deceived based on what I think I see versus what is actually happening.
Okay,
so I have no reason, just one second, I have no reason to expect that if I transpose myself on the face of the Earth by thousands of miles, that I'm going to be able to see the sky in the same manner as I saw before, or even see any portion of the sky that I saw before at all. I wouldn't just automatically assume that. Go ahead.
So, yes, so this is why fundamentally the argument you pose is wrong, right? Because in a flat Earth, and you say a flat Earth, no matter the distance between Argentina and Canada, you can see the stars. They may be far, but you can see the same stars because there is no curvature, right? And so no matter the distance, you can see the same stars.
Hold on, friend. Hold on a second.
Now you raised a good question. Now you raised a good argument.
You just said by fiat assertion that you can see them. Now keep in mind, I parsed out a bunch of assumptions that must necessarily be addressed before you can carry that conclusion of a necessity.
Well, what are these assumptions?
Well, that there's no perspective effects, that there's no atmospheric lensing or distortive
what's
effects.
What's the perspective effect?
That the light is traveling directly from the object unimpeded in a ray to the observer, et cetera, et cetera.
So, okay, first, let's address the first assumption. What was the first assumption? Can you please tell me?
Your first assumption is that you have a direct ray access to the light of the star. That's the first assumption you need.
That was the third assumption. The first assumption was gibberish.
Any atmosphere or lensing effect.
I think that was the second assumption. The first assumption was something else. Do you remember?
Perspective effects.
Oh, okay. So what is a perspective effect?
Well, a perspective effect would be, for example, as things recede in your field of view, the angular relationship changes, and so therefore they're rendered in a different location in the final image.
And I told you this perspective effect is true. If you were in Canada, you would see the same stars, but in different positions. Did I not say this?
Right. So what's different about their position?
And so the difference about their position, as you can see in the drawing, is that Canada, the stars that are above it will be seen by Argentina as the stars that are at its left. And the stars that are above Argentina will be seen as the stars that are on the right of Canada. And so, yes.
Yeah, but that's not... No. That's so perspective in the idea of left and right is perspective in relative spatial relations.
Okay,
not in relative optical relations. So, for example, if you go into a hallway,
yes,
right, and you look down a hallway, the ceiling slopes down in your field of view, and the floor slopes up in your field of view, and so the lights on the ceiling are in a different visual location, even though they're in the same physical plane.
Okay, I don't understand. Please simplify even more.
Yeah, it's very simple. Just look down any hallway or look down any road and you'll see the lights, either the street lights or the lights on the ceiling of the hallway. They will appear to be lower and lower and lower and lower as they get further away from you.
100%. But we are not looking. We are not. Look. So you're saying that this can be applied to the stars. You're saying that stars now have shadows, right? But you look down, you see the shadow of the star. It's moving. Is that what you're saying?
Shadows.
And so I don't.
That's nothing to do with shadows.
Okay. How can it affect directly what I showed you in the image, please? This will help me a lot. How can the perspective?
Look up perspective, my friend. As you get further away, things lower to the horizon. That's it, or your eye level, I should say, to be more correct.
Wait. So you're saying there's a horizon that exists?
As you get further away from stuff, it shrinks. That's how perspective works. It appears to get smaller. It also appears to get lower to your eye level. So if you're standing at ground level, it would lower down and appear to disappear at the horizon.
Well,
things below your eye level will go up. Things above your eye level will come down. To the left will go right. From the right will go left.
Okay, but yes, but my claim is it's the same stars. How is perspective changing the stars, right? So you're saying basically what you're saying is that yes, the stars will look different if you see it from Argentina or Canada, right? But it's the same stars. You can see if it shrinks, you can use a bigger telescope and look if it's the same star, right? And so it doesn't matter the perspective. You can know if it's the same star. No matter
that's fair. That's fair. So eventually, as you keep, removing yourself from the location that you're in, if it's the case that perspective causes you to have your view narrowed into a finer and finer line, right? Eventually, the stars that you could see, you won't be able to see anymore, and the stars that you now see will be stars you couldn't see previously. So this is entirely congruent. There's nothing incongruent about not being able to see all the available stars simultaneously. That's not incongruent with a flat Earth at all.
And now you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption that just because of the perspective thing, the stars can just magically disappear. But you don't understand how even the stars, the lights of the stars, are millions of light years away. So just
you're making an assumption. How did you verify they were millions of light years away?
Okay. Imagine they weren't millions of light years away, right? Just because you move some miles, considering they are thousands of light years away, they will magically just disappear.
Assumptions.
Just because you change.
Where are you getting these distances from?
Fair enough. So here's the problem, friend. Hold on a second. Hold on.
One second. Let me speak.
No.
And so you are assuming I can put it back on you. I can put the burden of proof on you. How can
perspective is essentially a law. There's no way around it. If you have an angular field of view, okay, the concept that the stars are millions of light years away is a proposition that must be proved severally from this argument. So, do you have any evidence that the stars are as far away as you claim?
Yes. Do you want me to show you the proof? And so
I want that sweet proof.
Yes. Did you ever hear about the golden satellite? The satellite. It's very simple. The satellite that uses the gold thing, right, to take data. And so now we know that this satellite has traveled where? has traveled near, I believe, near another planet. I believe. Wait, let me check which planet. I believe. Just a second. And so this golden satellite takes data. Let me tell you how. And so I do not know the pre-golden satellite here. And so if we go, and you cannot deny this, right? Because it's NASA. If you're saying NASA is not true, I am sorry for you, brother. And
sorry.
golden. So no. Wait. See, this is the problem. This is the problem that I must arise before I continue speaking, right? So you always put the burden on proof on me. You put the burden on proof on me. Now, I can literally do the same. I'm not being intellectually dishonest here because I will try to show you proof, right? And I will try to show you evidence. And I will try to show you literally 100 pages documents using mathematical equations, right? And what about you? You say, oh, perspective, that magically the stars can disappear. Now, can you prove that this perspective thing can magically make the stars disappear depending on your perspective? Because logically, I'll be honest, your atmospheric argument is way better than your perspective argument because you can show me no proof that proves your claim or backs up your claim, right? You're using logical arguments.
You sure about that? You sure about that? Watch this, dude. Watch how easy it is. Watch how easy.
Yes. Go show me, please.
Just give me 1 second.
Of course, and I want also the website of your research, and I will see if it is good research, and I will see it is backed up by who. And I do not want Flat Earther Society or something. I want a secular thing.
Oh, dude, you can go. Listen, friend, you could go all the way back to the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Leonardo da Vinci, Brunelleschi, etc., dude.
Okay. So you know, it's a proven fact that even the Greek philosophers, right, proved that the Earth is a globe. How? Because they took they put one altar in Egypt, in northern Egypt, and one in southern Egypt, and they measured the shadow at the time, and one shadow was bigger than the other. It's unexplainable other than saying it's a globe. You can't say otherwise.
Wrong.
It's been proven a million times.
I want you, my friend.
How is it
Hold
wrong?
on, Swaggy.
Yes.
I know this is going to sound very complex. Do you have 2 cans of soda pop available to you, or 2 cans of soft drink?
No, because it's.
Do you have two items that are the same height that you can readily get right now?
Yes.
Excellent. I want you to place them on your table in front of you, about 2 feet apart.
Yes, okay.
Okay, then I want you to hold a light source above one of them, shining across to the other one. And I want you to have a look at the shadows generated from that light source from those objects. Can you do that?
Wait, I do not have cans 2 sizes. But we can go into YouTube, right? We can go into YouTube.
No, I want you to do this in reality.
Okay,
so you can see what happens.
Okay. So
2 objects?
Yes. So basically, without even doing the experiment, okay, I'm an engineer. If what you say is true, I'm not an engineer. I'm learning to be an engineer. And
I haven't made any true or false statements, my friend.
No. But
I'm offering you an observation.
I know, but did you take the laws of projection? If your statement is true, your buildings would collapse.
I haven't made a statement.
Your buildings would literally
stop trying
collapse.
to strawman me. I have not made a statement. I asked you to do something. Are you listening?
Okay.
Do you understand? I did not make a statement. I asked you to do something. Yes or no? Do you understand that?
I will literally take. Here. Wait, I do not know what to take. Here.
Just 2 items that are the same. That's all.
That are the same size. It's okay. I took 2 documents. Oh yes, this is the same size. And so one is held here, The other is held. Wait. Okay. One is held here, and the other is held here, and I can literally see, right? I can
Now, I would like you, because you're so excited, I would like you to grab your mobile phone, turn your torch on, and hold it above one of the items so the light shines across both items. So it's going to be directly above one, but shining on both.
And so, if we take the sun and take the Egyptian, does the sun...
You're going to just straight away run away. What happened?
No. I will not run away.
What happened? You had two items.
Wait. It's very you realize it's very difficult to do what you're doing because I'm taking literal papers and I need to hold them both and hold my phone at the same time. It's practically.
That's why I suggested grabbing 2 cans of soft drink.
Yes, and I do not have the pleasure to be able to grab 2 cans, right? So now I will put the light here. And so, I will take this, and I see some difference. And I will take a photo with my mobile phone. I literally see the difference in the shadow. One is bigger, one is lighter. Sorry, and I will take a photo.
Are the shadows different lengths, yes or no?
Yes, they are.
Excellent, so your table is curved.
And so are you sure my table is curved?
Well, that's what you're telling us Eratosthenes was going to do, but anyways, I'll let you go on.
But matter kicks. Literally, I am holding this here, and I hold this here, and I am literally seeing a difference in shadow sizes. One
Excellent.
is
so based on that, and the story you gave us beforehand, you have a curved table.
And so you're accusing me of having a curved table when I believe my table is very, very, very not curved. And so maybe, just maybe,
God.
think about it. Maybe you're wrong.
Matrix,
you're in the wrong.
I don't think sarcasm works on him. Swaggy, the point is your table is flat, yet you still have different sizes of shadows. And so the Earth could be flat and have different sizes of shadows in the Eratosthenes measurement.
What?
Just like your table.
I don't understand. I'm literally holding my papers right now.
Yes, right? Just like your table is flat, yet you have different sizes of shadows. The same phenomenon could explain Eratosthenes, who had different sizes of shadows if the Earth is flat.
Wait. Oh, okay. I will grant it to you. Yes, my table is flat, and so we can see that there can be the same shadow, even though it's flat, right? But the problem is, and here is the problem, is that my table, the distance between the item I am using and the item I am using is very small. And so on a global perspective, okay, if we take this and we separate it too much, then yes, I will see some difference. For example, if I separate it more, now I see some
think this young fellow's in the wrong room.
I am sorry?
I was just talking out loud, sorry. Continue.
And you are talking out loud. Okay, I do not care. And so again, we will AI Overlord, you wanted to show me proof about something? AI Overlord. So I'm still waiting for the proof.
Yeah, I've been posting, man.
No, but the AI Overlord, you wanted to show me proof. Where is the proof, please?
Yeah, it's called the law of perspective, dude. It's well known.
Okay, and did you get me? No, I didn't ask you for the law of perspective. I can tell you law of thermodynamics, right? It can mean nothing. You said the law of perspective can make the stars disappear. And so now show me proof of your claim. Please, show me proof.
Easy. Next time you're in Argentina, because you drew such a beautiful picture before, I'd like you to take a photo of the North Star.
Okay.
Right, so stop talk. Hey, dude, we're not going to play this game. Okay? I'm going to get to present what I think presents my point, right? Unassailed, okay, without constant, incessant, do it now, or prove it now, or show how it does it now, okay? So calm yourself down, drink a green tea, or whatever you like
That's
to do
what
to
you
relax.
do. That's literally what
And I'll
you all
explain it.
guys do. That's what you do.
Sure about that, Holmes? Okay.
Again, that's what you do. And I want proof, just a simple proof, please.
Okay,
Show
listen.
me.
Okay,
I want
so
to learn.
here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to put you on mute so you can listen, so you're not
No,
focused
if
on
you
trying
put
to
me on
open
mute-
your mouth. If we put you on mute, what, dude? You'll leave?
And he ran away.
Good grief, dude.
Yes.
So the translation, let me translate that. If you don't let me incessantly talk through you while you're trying to explain something that I just asked you to explain, I'm going to leave. That's basically what he said. So it's obvious. Look at my pictures here. For the kids who want to learn, at 11:47 p.m., there's a graphic there, and it shows evenly spaced poles in 1-point perspective. Now, what is 1-point perspective? Right? It's a manner of drawing, realistic drawings that mimic the angular relationships of optical phenomenon to the optic, right? From the viewpoint of the observer, by drawing a single line in the distance to which all heights and side lateral of the objects move as they, go into the z-axis of the image, even though an image only has 2 axes. You imagine the z-axis, right? I back this up with photos from reality where you can clearly see lights descending as they go away from me, right? So the only thing making these lights descend in my field of view is simply optical effects. And we go down past a couple guys, and we have here an image, a painting of supposedly Brunelleschi, who was the main inventor at the time of this technique. And you can see him there in the center of his art room. He's got a little graph there and these little angles here because he's, learning about perspective and how it works. And you can see he's got a little vertice and he's got these angles going from the vertice. And as it gets closer to the horizon, you could see that the angles move if you take the y-axis to be the horizon. Then I got a little, example here of the rays from an object entering the eye. You could see that they compress as they enter the eye. And these different angle packets are what causes visual loss. And so as something recedes away from you, it has less and less available angles. And so it's rendered on less and less angles of the eye, as can be also shown in these regressing arches. Right? So it's a well-known fact that perspective can cause things to relocate themselves in your field of view, even to the point of them disappearing from your field of view as they recede to too small of an angle to be resolved. So it's entirely within the realm of perspective alone to displace something out of your field of view. Now, someone may have particular contentions with that, but in principle, it's entirely possible. Now, that's a fact. Now, he failed to prove that the lights are quadrillion miles away. Right? He basically just said some gold satellite and then spazzed, or forgot, or dropped the ball about what his proof was. I can't remember what happened.
By the way, my space started. I'll be over there. We got a Glober that popped in there. He's the first one in there.
Yeah. Also, that's also why I don't like frenetic third-party interjections, because it almost always leads to the victim, quote unquote, being too excited.
Yeah, when he got to his gold satellite part, he then said, and you can't deny this because this is from NASA, and if you deny NASA, right, that's I was listening.
Yeah, that was me then. I was gone. Couldn't hold it.
It's my fellow co-conspirator.
That's a lovely greeting there, Brenda. Lovely. Thank you. Worries, dickhead. Said with love.
Everyone click on the hug. Maybe Brenda needs a hug. And keep in mind, if you're unwilling to hug someone, Jesus hugged the leper and then he healed him.
Oh, dude, why are you going to
Oh, it's a profound gesture. It's like most people wouldn't even touch the leper because they were afraid of leprosy, right?
To be fair, he wouldn't get it. No, we're done, Jesus. Like,
What's that?
he wouldn't get it. We're not Jesus.
Oh man, so here's a joke. So this guy who was sick went to Jesus, and he's like, "Oh man, I've had a problem for years. It's been plaguing me. Can you heal me?" Jesus goes, "Be healed. You're not stupid anymore." The guy was like, "Dang, but I'm still sick." Dude, why this guy be trying to call me, man? Oh, we forgot to unmute him. All right, hold on. Let me see. Oh man, this guy literally is lighting me up in DM calls, and then he doesn't want to come in and be unmuted. It's like, what's up, bro?
State Department guy?
Yeah.
He was server muted or whatever for some kind of TOS violation. Telling people to jump off stuff.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, that is the same guy. Now that I see.
Yeah, that dummy.
He was like, if you have a closed system, how does the light come in?
What an idiot.
So I told Alpha, my girlfriend told me to turn out the light, so I closed the window.
That should do it.
How do you have light inside your head while you dream?
I mean, technically, I think you do have light inside your head.
Right. When you can dream, you can be in the darkest place imaginably possible. And while you're dreaming, you can have a dream that you're in a sunny day. It's awesome.
Yeah, but I'm also talking about maybe like I'd be willing to take a small bet that the electrical signals going on in your brain create some light, and it just is inside your head.
Oh yeah. Spark to the arc. So the point is, because we don't only see with them, as we don't only, because obviously how eyes work, and the necessity of light to see shit, it has nothing to do with our imagination and how we see things.
You know what? I'm going to look up emission theory just for the heck of it. Oh, Elijah, have you ever heard of the alternate Bedford levels?
No.
Okay, so, I mean, you've heard of Bedford level, obviously, by, what's his name? So supposedly, there was one after that, there was a bet, and then another one after that, done by Wallace, who was supposedly photographed it, and then another one done in the future when theodolites existed, where the guy photographed it and then did a lecture at some scientific society. Okay, so supposedly there's 2 photographs out there of each of these guys allegedly proving the globe, but I can't find the photographs. I can't even find like the full lecture. I found the article about the lecture from the periodical put out by the organization. But all of this stuff is usually cited in Wikipedia. In fact, I went to some flat Earth debunking websites, and they cited the Wikipedia article. None of them are citing the primary source document, except for the Wikipedia article. And when you search for the primary source document, you don't get the photos either. You just get like basically an explanation of what allegedly occurred. So if anybody ever brings that up to you, just press them to get the citations from the primary source.
I mean, I wouldn't be making any claims of that. So I don't see why I'd be talking about it. I'm not just saying that either. My ex once came to me and she was like, "You know Samuel Robotham and all that?"
I was like, I don't know. You ever heard me bring it up? No. Exactly.
Dude, emission theory be wild. Also known as extra transmission theory, is the proposal that visual perception is accomplished by eye beams emitted by the eyes. It was a competing theory for relativity to explain the results of Michelson-Morley.
I've often wondered the same thing. Emission from your eyes as well as, taking in or reflecting. To emit. Kind of like a weird kind of radar type of.
Ugh. And who can we talk smack about?
Master learns, he doesn't understand that even a single xenon by definition requires flat nipples.
Oh man, I'm getting tired. Elijah, you been over to that X Spaces yet?
No. Is that popping?
Yeah, it usually does. But so I was the co-host for a while, but like you can't mute people individually. You can only like mute the whole room. Otherwise, you have to like go through this laborious process to scroll through this list, find the person's name, pull them out, and press mute. It's like, so you can't just like control the conversation in any way, in that regard at least. So I kind of had a hard time with it.
Okay. Yeah. Do you need the like X? Do you need the app?
No, it'll work in a browser. Like I use it on my phone and it just opens up in a browser page. Works all right.
Okay. Is it? When did it happen?
It's happening right now. It's got the link over in 24/7.
Alright. I'll check it out. I haven't been over there yet. I got about maybe 30, 40 minutes before I go to sleep.
Usually starts him around 11 or 12 at night, and then he doesn't even get off till like 6 a.m.
Who's it, Miggy?
Yeah.
Nice. What is it, in the debate text?
Someone just posted it right here in this chat.
Thank you. We're posted.
Not to mess up your combo of that, but the eyeball too. The idea of rods and cones, waves and particles. I think
humans have always had some, I don't know, preconceived bias towards their experiences. All right, I'm gonna check this spot out and be back.
All right. Demak, you might be interested in pilot wave theory. Which the most crude explanation of it is that light is not a particle or a wave, but a combination of a cooperation of a wave system that carries particles.
So who would allow to move it a little pillow, baby?
Yeah, make room for AI. You better go on mute.
So.
Yeah, that was about to get spicy. All right, Heretic, who said you could have a handsomer PFP than me?
It's not my fault. It's AI's fault.
I think a lot of people try to say what's happening with stuff, and then when it comes time to put up or shut up or demonstrate how, like what, any kind of reference towards what they're saying to like compare it to reality or to see how it's like true or not, like the rods and the cones or seeing particles or waves or the way they see certain things or just like think, this thing's happening with this cat toy or this, and oh, it's got to be the earth. I mean, I think it's always like, just like Elijah said, it's humans, like, I don't know if it's their bias. I don't know if it's they want this to be the thing. They need it to be the thing. It's really hard to say. They're trying to sell something, for the attribute of getting paid. Like, well, if fucking Bill doesn't get this result, then I'm not going to get this check. So it's hard to say what drives these idiots' actual format to put the shit in a cartoon the way they do. If there's no way for us to compare this fucking cartoon to anything in reality, pardon my French, like literally. So I would say, okay, these theories are all cool, but I wouldn't fall under any category of a theory, of another man's idea of a theory, because that's his theory, not mine. I mean, I think reality is its own theory, right? Or is that just stupid?
No. I know a guy you might like. Hold on, I'll send it.
I mean, I like all info. I don't think anything's too bad or too good. And I mean, unless it's just some cartoon goofy shit, that doesn't make any sense. But if it's good information and you can do something with it, I like it. It's not to say it's wrong or right. It's to say it's info, right?
This guy has a website. It's very good info, but he also got a bunch of content. But one of his primary arguments that he has a couple specifically that are pretty much him, and he's the only one who makes them. Is one of them is hoop stress of rotating bodies. So there's like all kinds of engineering and physical limitations to rotating bodies and how much stress they can take versus their rim speed and angular velocity and all that kind of stuff. And he basically said that like the counter tension within the globe would just blow it apart, and gravity isn't nowhere near enough to resist it.
I mean that, yeah. I call gravity the dog chain effect, brother. Because they say that you're supposed to be stuck to the tree. You know, when the dog has a real long chain, he can't even use the chain because if the tree stands for gravity, the dog wouldn't be able to leave it. Right? It would hold him to it. But in fact, in reality, we know, you and I know, that the dog or whatever object can run away from the tree as far as they want until either the chain stops, which isn't the gravity. It's not supposed to be the gravity as far as you can get away. And then it stops you that way somewhere. It doesn't make any sense that it'll stop you that way somewhere. Once you've rendered your force of momentum to go that way, if you build it up enough force to break free from the fucking tree, how is it then going to stop you down that way? And then pull you back like a dog and yank you backwards and break your neck, or yank you and make you do a flip. I've never seen an airplane do that. I've never seen a drone do that. I've never seen any physical attribute of any helicopter fly past any big cliff or anything and like get jerked back. Like it just doesn't make any sense. And then the fuel idea. It's gravity runs out, or gravity grabs you when your fuel runs out. Okay, so if your car goes out of fuel, gravity stops you. You know, is that real? No. When your helicopter runs out of fuel, gravity grabs you then, pulls you to Earth? I don't think so. So at what point in time does gravity actually take a physical effect on these bodies? At what time? When they're leaving from the Earth, when they're not supposed to, or when they're far away and they're out of fuel? Like, you see, so, yeah, I don't know. It's the out of fuel dog chain gravity effect. That's what I call it. As they explained to you, everything is stronger than gravity. Everything is. Butterflies, farts, everything. Soda bubbles. I mean, at what point does gravity actually take effect when something has a full tank of gas? Have you ever? I haven't.
Demak, I think Highway Hermit wants to engage with you about final experiment expedition that's going to end the flat Earth theory. But I think you already know the sky isn't the ground, so I don't see how another example of the sky not being the ground would change the fact that the sky is not the ground.
I always just look for, if they're so gung-ho about what the sun's doing, how come on every map that I look at, that's a projected map of the globe, no matter what map I look at, wink, wink, it's supposed to be of the globe, right? 100%. So when I look at these maps, I don't never see a map with the sun's path going to or from Antarctica and what it does in Antarctica for what amount of time. So I just want to see the sun's path on one of these globe maps we have, the Mercator, the AE, the Azimuth, any one of these. Like, how's the sun work in the North Pole versus the South Pole from one to the other? Like, what's the path on those maps? Like, if this final thing is going to end all this shit, and they already know it anyway, they definitely have to know how to take an ink pen and say, this is the sun. It's not to scale size. It's just going to be an ink pen line, but it's going to show you the path of the sun, what it does. It goes around Antarctica, then it does this, it goes back, then it does this, then it's around the South Pole, North Pole. You see, I haven't ever seen that. For them to be so confident about what they think the sun's doing. anywhere. For one, and I mean that would be on the ground based, where we would expect this, using a map, what the sun's path would be in accordance to like your view looking up at it, draw that shit on the map. And number two, nobody cares about whatever Antarctica might or might not be, because nobody's demonstrated it as a reference frame against anything else. That we have no reference for big white land mass being a big white land mass, this one or that one. For three, it doesn't matter what the damn sun does. Earth still measures flat. But go ahead. You could drop me off on any island and be like, you're on Hawaii, Damak. You're on the island of Kamugu Kamakau. And I wouldn't know the difference. What the fuck? You could drop me off in the snowy blizzard land and it'd be in my backyard. And if it's snowy enough, I wouldn't be able to tell. And then how far is their trip? How long is their trip in miles? From where they leave to where they get there. Like say they went straight from America, straight to that point. Instead of hitting that point, they just had enough fuel. And they went straight there from the point of leaving here. How far is that trip to Antarctica? If it's not more than the 39.59, something wrong. If it's not more than 4,000 miles, it's got to be more than that. From North Pole to South Pole has to be like 12,000 miles. So North Pole to South Pole on the map, and America's there in between, and it's only 4,000. Something wrong with everything about the damn map and the area and orientation. All of it. Because when they show you that flat projected map and they got the ice wall on the outside, from the center out, that's their 39.59. There is no 12,000 miles to anywhere. Unless you went all the way from the left side all the way to the right side of the whole thing. Like you went from the south side of south wall ring part back to the other part, the right side of the ring wall. That'd be 12,000. But from the center part, going from the North Pole to the South Pole in their projected flat map, it's only 4,000 miles. Way fucking less. It's 3 times less. And when is their airplane going to look back and see a hump of water rise and they lower as they're flying and there's an ocean just popping up above their airplane? Where the fuck is that going to happen? You understand that has to happen, right? If you live on a ball, your airplane has to see a hump of fucking ocean behind it pop up. Where's that? The Wonder Wall, Wonder Ball. In my Wonder Ball.
I was doing that in my head. But I gotta brush my teeth.
Today is gonna be the day we're gonna give you all the back to you. Go ahead.
And Mike, I'm leaving the keys to the kingdom with you. I'm going to check X when I brush my teeth. I said I'm leaving you in charge of the room until somebody else gets annoyed and mutes you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not really saying much more than that. That was my pizzazz.
You got to be provocative enough to get the Globers instigated to come in a spar. We got Long Iron. He's here. Long Iron is here.
Here we go, Long Iron. Show us how short you are. Long Iron's chronoscopes.
Funny.
Long Irons, long jeans. Long Irons. You Glober? Here. Wish the Glober knew what a globe was. Looking for that one Glober that's smarter than a spinning ball. Do you know how to spin a ball like a ball knows how to spin itself? Just imagine all the professors in science outsmarted by a falling ball, guys. A falling ball around the Kenny Rogers Roasters heat source. The Kenny Rogers Roasters globe. Falling.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
No, it also depends on the individual, because like Vitsely said earlier, like that was his path. So I can't discredit that. Like that was
I'm not asking you to discredit it. I'm not even asking you to talk about it, because that's kind of a red herring from my point. My point is, well, it's nice that that's how you entered, but now here we are, and now here you are being exposed to yet another truth again about a fox in the house.
Right. Yeah.
You're not addressing that.
Yeah. No,
Well, see, that's where I differ with all this shit,
makes sense.
dude. I don't see Witsit as in my house. I've never adhered to this flat Earth community social bullshit, dude. I just think we're all individuals. I don't just because I'm a flat earther doesn't mean I endorse everything every flat earther ever says. And I don't want to be lumped in with everybody. I don't endorse everything QE says. I don't endorse everything you say, Elijah. I don't endorse everything Niggy says, and I hope you don't endorse everything I say. Right? We have to be like individuals responsible for our own words. And I know Witsit has influence, and maybe people feel like he makes flat earthers look fucking idiotic, but like I don't identify as being like fucking linked to Witsit. Like they can link me to Witsit to anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. Let them do that.
Yeah, but individually, each one of us, well, specifically on the FED panel, shared the same sentiment you do. Although people feel a sense of community because we're there, we're consistent, yada yada yada. We try to tell people it's like, there is no we. Even though, yeah, we are doing things together, but ultimately, we all kind of understand that this is everyone else's own personal journey. When I say people feel like where people do feel a sense of community, there are people like Witsit who
Sure, you
You cut out.
Dude, put your freaking screensaver on never.
Right.
Yeah, my bad. Like it's just that he encourages this sense of community.
I agree,
and
I
he also
that, he I understand that.
He also insinuates it by saying that we or there are people that are trying to tear down the community. Like it may be, I can't even say that anybody on the FED doesn't have the same rhetoric, because I know damn well they do. But the bottom line is, yeah, there are people that are coming in, the ones that other people think, oh, that's cool because they had to come in somewhere. Well, it's like saying, well, yeah, well, the cult leader is there to welcome them in with open arms. That's fine. Like they may find their way out, but it is what it is. Nah, why? If you know better, why? I'm not saying you got to be like, Arnold
Schwarzenegger.
You're stymied. You're stymied by your.
Yeah, taking matters into your own hands or whatever. All I'm saying is you don't have to turn a blind eye to it either. When it's like screaming, it's like a super elephant in the room.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying is that Witsit and Dave to a degree, right? Dave's got his app, so they're trying to like develop a community. And Karen B and like a lot of those guys with their Flattoberfest and their good old conferences and all that shit. And that's that's why at 24/7 we ended up having a split with Karen, because they're more about community and we're just about we're just flat smacking people. We don't care about the club shit. Like, so she had a different view of like the purpose of the server, right? She's trying to communicate. Her purpose was to like create a little, like I said, a community. Like we weren't ever trying to do that shit. But I mean, I understand some people are trying to do that and create their own little.
A flatopia.
Yeah, flatopia. There you go. Who would create a flatopia in the middle of freaking Kansas?
Funny.
Find the flattest place on earth. Flatopia.
Yeah, everybody. I think what's appreciated here, though, Indio, is that everybody has their own style and 24/7. Like I got my own thing. This is what I do, right? APOC, he does it his way. AJ has his own style. We glean off of the people from each other, right?
But that's different. But that's different. That you're talking about interacting with Globers. We're talking about like what their like goal is in general, right? So if your goal in general is to make a flatopia, that's not my goal. I'm not even thinking of that shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
but that is some flat earthers' goal, man. Like you just have to admit it. Just with the like I said, Flattoberfest is a perfect example of this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's just some dudes, man, they like the flat earth meetups and all that stuff, right? They're trying to create a little community. I don't need a bunch of people to like say, yeah, I'm a flat earther too, to make me feel better. Like I don't need that shit.
Yeah, what's interesting out of that community, there are those prominent figures, and those figures are being looked to as the ones to say, I don't know, but Karen B knows. I don't know, but Witsit knows. We had a couple of those guys come in here. And so they seem to...
They're obviously stupid. Yeah. Just doing the same shit, right? They just like, oh, I'm not a Glober anymore. I'm a flat earther. But my whole methodology of thinking, I'm just going to import that into flat earth, and I'm going to appeal to authorities. Like,
yeah, because I mean, we think about it, right? Like every individual can speak for themselves as to how they can articulate points, right? But when you ask somebody who's following those guys, well, what do you say? Well, Witsit really carries the argument. I mean, he's got the words. But what do you say? Well, I'm not really much for speaking on my own self about my arguments. And that's the trouble. Because those groups foster that type of mentality, which is what the Globe Earth used to have. So they don't have
plastic bags in the wind.
Yeah, it's different. It's vastly different. Because if you ask one of those guys that follow